friends. Got to put the key in just in case it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, and we start streaming. I can say the same, that's fine. Okay, the new stream is on, so you guys can find that. And it's live. So let me just remove this one. Okay. In the meantime, reshare the space, guys. Reshare the space, retweet the space. Let everybody know we're live. Quote tweet the space, everybody. Quote tweet the space. Let everybody know we're live. I'll go.
And remember, guys,
Oh
the
wow,
space has
that's
been going on for several days, so you may have shared it in the past. You may have retweeted it in the past, but it might help if you guys retweet it again, or share it again. Leave a quote tweet again, because we do keep the spaces running for an extended period of time. And yeah,
exactly, my brother. Tell them. Okay, I'm just tweeting this out. Oh, sweet. Anthony Aguilar interview still going as well. Thanks to all the legends who are listening to that. View channel, and it's gonna be here. So share, copy, and let me just go to the here, and it's listen live on YouTube and join the conversation. Okay, okay, I've tweeted it, and then I'm just gonna put it in the nest, and then we're ready to go. Here it goes. Here we go, and we're live. So we're live on the new YouTube link, guys. Appreciate everyone moving across. Yeah, it's a shame we had about 600-700 people listening, and it's probably not going to be them amount who are going to switch over, but it's fine, it's fine. Anyway, guys, yeah, the YouTube is live, everything's live. Appreciate it. Let's go to Inevitable. Did you finish what you were saying? Because I kind of interrupted you.
Oh, yep, I was wrapped up. I was all set.
Sweet, sweet. Okay, let's go to Ed. Ed, jump in.
All right. Can you hear me good?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, what's up, Silly? Thanks for actually hosting this space. Just want to say, actually, we're neighbors, man. I live in Tampa too. So, if I see you somewhere around, don't ignore me. I'm gonna say what's up.
Of course, I'm a man of the people. The people love me.
Yeah, yeah. Good job, man, for everything. And yeah, just want to say actually that I don't know, man. Like, I just hate this war, and I just hate that actually Trump lied to us. I mean, you cannot ignore that. Uh, you know, I, I just hate it, man. I just hate it. Like I see people actually, online. I see people like, my friends, they're with him and stuff like that. But you cannot just ignore them, man. Like, you cannot ignore it. So, I just hate it. And it seems like, that people will forget, like, if this ends soon, people will move on and forget, like, and, he's telling the story, man. He's telling the story. And I'm just not gonna, like I said, you have to look at reality. Like he lied to me, my president lied to me, and he lies all the time. And you have to, you just have to be, fair and, and say like, yeah, man, I don't care. I don't care anymore. Like, because he doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about his waters. So yeah, man, that's it.
Thank you. Have
yeah, they're usually sending tweets when they're quiet because you guys have giant accounts they have to provide the news from. So if it's quiet, don't worry about it, guys. But usually, you know, you guys are making good takes. Um, I definitely agree with that. I think it's commendable, and we should applaud people that wake up to the fact that Trump's a traitor, basically. And it doesn't definitely hurts when you voted for him and then you end up experiencing that betrayal. but it's important to stop allowing betrayal, and wake up. So hats off to you. Go ahead, Adam.
No, that was well said. I agree with that completely. It takes a lot, it speaks to your character as well, to be able to change your mind on something, on deeply held convictions. Have we heard from who is that? Who was that was speaking actually? Have we heard from Huri translations? Are you there, Huri?
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah, go ahead, Ed.
All right. So what about it seems like he really doesn't care about all the countries around, all those Arab countries, he really doesn't care. He didn't mention them at all. And like what power do they have? Like, can they pull out some investments, because they hold a lot of investments here, like, with Disney, with, I don't know, like, a lot. So like, can can they threaten, like, something like that to pull that money out, because he seems like he doesn't care about them either, you know.
Can they threaten who to pull investments out?
I'm talking about like Gulf countries, like
Mhm.
Saudi
Oh
Arabia
yeah,
or
I think they've already stated
UAE.
that they're reconsidering their investments. That's already on the table. We'll see. He
But
can't do anything about that.
yeah,
Uh,
it seems like he doesn't care about it.
yeah, it
Like
does.
he's not mentioning, he's not saying anything to them. Like,
Yeah.
he's out here on the news all the time, but like he's, I don't know, man. Like they gave him a lot of money, and just how stupid you have to be. Like, I don't know, man. Like I
Mhm.
said, I'm kind of like, clear in my mind. And like I said, like he lied to me, and I hate this. I hate this war. And I don't know what else to say, man, but that's it.
No, you're right. That's a correct take in my opinion, and we'll see them. The relationship between the Gulf states and America will be very different after this war is over. And you'll see that, in my opinion, that's what you'll see. That's my prediction. So yeah, he's completely messed up on that front. And there's many theories about why or how that is, but the fact is that that's what's happened to you. So yeah, the future of the Middle East looks very different now. Those investments, yeah, I don't know if they'll be as large as they said they were going to be, but I'm sure they'll do something because it's not the end of the United States, obviously. Like you can still invest in it as a country. I'm sure they will, where the return on profits, where the numbers add up. But so far as being vassal states, I think those days are coming to an end. But we will see. We will see shortly. A lot of big questions are going to be answered soon. A lot of big questions in terms of who's in charge and the direction of the future. What the future looks like in terms of the geopolitical pecking order, especially within that region. Yeah, so yeah, it's very tumultuous. It's very eventful, very critical times right now. Okay, so have we heard from AGI?
No, you have not. How are you doing? How
I'm
you doing?
good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Just want to bring up a few points to get the people, those in the speaker section, get your views on it. One of the things that I noticed in the 12-day war, and then from then till now, um, I've noticed that the government and the leadership has been much more effective in putting out a narrative. I think they were caught off guard last year, where it looked like it, but they've been much more effective in putting out. I mean, they're they've been able to get a story out, and what they've been able to do is they've been able to make this war very binary, right? Almost a good versus evil. Now, this has been helped by those who actually bombed those schools, but it's been very binary, and so they've been very, very good at that. I know they're much improved since last year. Now, what does this do? It makes it very difficult for those who want to protest against the government to do so. Why? Because it's binary. They've been able to say this is good, this is evil. And with those acts and, what happened to the Ayatollah and what they did, they've been able to make it binary. So even if people want to get out and protest and go against the government, they're not going to be able to, because this thing is so binary, they're automatically on the wrong side. So I've been noticing that. I've been like, they've been very effective. And of course, the actions against those in Iran has actually helped that. And then I've also noticed that since the passing of the Ayatollah, that there are more IRGC members out talking in the media, to the media. I've noticed this. And then along with the news that they're saying that they are giving certain leadership within the IRGC autonomy to choose their own targets and to act almost independently, tells me with those two things, with more people coming out speaking and with that news, it tells me that they're trying a distributed leadership model in the IRGC. This is for something very interesting to watch. To see them try this distributed kind of leadership or command structure thing is something I'm going to be looking at very closely. But I just wanted to get other speakers' thoughts on those. Maybe I'm off base, but that's kind of what I've been noticing. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks for that, AJ. Okay, let's go to Ali. Go ahead, Ali. Ali B.
Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me?
Not great. Speak again. Just speak a bit louder and say a sentence.
1 second. 1 second. I'll just turn my mic up.
What?
Can you hear me? I'm on a laptop.
No, your volume's horrible, and the fact that you've been spamming the chat and you couldn't even sort your computer out or your volume out is kind of a bit lame.
Ah, right. So you brought me on to dig me out.
I can't even hear what you're saying. You need to just improve your mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'll come on next. What you do is I'll fix my mic. I'll come on again.
You're not coming on again. See you later.
I think it's because he's Scotch.
Oh, you heard that. You heard that. You heard that. But you never heard what I said. Okay.
We can hear what you're saying, but your volume's really low. Are you stupid?
No, I'm not stupid. I said I would fix it up.
Okay, go fix it.
But
fix your life as well. Okay, let's go to this guy was spamming the YouTube chat, and in the end he was like so retarded it was unbelievable. But that normally happens. The keyboard warriors be the worst. Okay, let's go to Raul. Go ahead, Raul.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could. I don't know if Simon's on here. I just want to ask him a question, but maybe
What do
not.
you mean
But
you don't know Simon? You see him on the panel?
yeah, I thought I saw him because his Twitter profile says that he's on a space, so I figured he was here, but I guess not. Anyway, I just want to say that do you guys? I don't know if this is true or false. There was some reporting in the Wall Street Journal that MBS actually was supporting the attacks from on when he spoke with Trump. Like he was kind of indicating he's okay with it or something. Do you think there's like a double game being played here by the GCC, or do you think that they're not in lockstep with the Israelis and Americans?
No, I don't think they're in lockstep at all. Actually, I think they're going to let the US bases be pushed out of their region. I'd be interested to see how many get rebuilt. My hunch is that not many at all, if any. And we're going to see
100%.
Yeah, Omar. You want to go on?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's just very obvious after they've been basically left and stranded and alone and do your own thing. I think now they realize We got to form an alliance within each other and take care of each other because no one's going to take care of us.
I mean, I don't
But
agree with that. I think when you look at the Saudis, let's take the UAE you already mentioned before, but
yeah, Saudis. I mean, like they built Neom for the Zionist Jews. They're doing a lot. I understand, but they're also puppets, and then they're paying trillions because of all the U.S. money that's there. They're just giving it back and acting like they're helping, and like you mentioned before. But I do realize that they feel so stupid that to the point where, I mean, I hope they realize that it's in their best interest not to do it, but maybe they're stupid enough to do it. Maybe you're right.
so if you look at the Saudis, right,
Hmm.
they've been intrinsic. They're not separate to Israel and the United States of America.
Oh
They've been
no,
involved since the assassination of the leader.
Khashoggi.
Sorry,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Soleimani.
sorry. What was that?
You were saying since the assassination of who?
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. So since the assassination of the leader in the 70s, um, they've been the in an incestuous relationship with the United States of America and Israel. They've done many covert operations together. For example, they did the operation in Nicaragua together. They did the 9/11 together. And Saudi has been the heavy lifter in a lot of these operations, financially mainly being one of the main means, but other ways as well. So the idea that now Saudi is going to have some kind of epiphany and be like, actually, we're not going to be part of them anymore. Actually, I don't agree with. Actually, what will happen is they'll rationalize to Saudi and say, look, you didn't even get hit that bad. Like Israel got hit really bad. Then they'll get them on board. Saudi is a country that, Adam, I'm going to do the whole UAE thing on you now as well. You need to listen about Saudi. Wake up. So Saudi is the country who, as I mentioned, they did all of the things that I said just now. They did 9/11 with Israel and the United States of America. They did the Nicaragua invasion with them. They did a large part of the intelligence operations that have occurred has been all three of them together. Saudi starved the Yemenis people and committed some of the worst horrors in our times in Yemen. Saudi pushed Islamic, so extremism within Islam. It's Saudi who pushed it throughout the world, and then they demonized Muslims for being too extreme. Saudi then had this incestuous relationship with United States and Israel, and actually the GCC countries are a monolith. They do actually listen to Saudi. The Saudi is on the top of the pyramid when it comes to the GCC. And so if you see like Bahrain literally does not even jump without the Saudis telling them to jump. And so in reality, I don't see, and what it is because they've had this incestuous relationship, CIA and Mossad are intrinsically linked to Saudi. Intrinsically linked to Saudi. And what I mean by that is, for example, they wanted to take out the leadership of Iran, but they didn't have the means to do it because they're not infiltrated into that country. But because Saudi and the US are intrinsically linked, what it is CIA agents and Mossad agents are all throughout the country. And they entrenched in it so much that someone like MBS would not even think, would not even fathom the possibility that he can go against them because he knows he will be assassinated. Such is the level of fear that these rulers have about being removed that if you remember when MBS took over, he put all of his rivals in a hotel and no
Oh
one knows
yeah,
what. Sorry.
Sorry, I just said, oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, sorry, it's just I'm half asleep as well. But anyway, he put them in a hotel, and he basically made them bend the knee. No one knows what he did in the hotel, whether he tortured them, what he did, blackmailed them, threatened them, whatever it may be. But the fear of losing, and so one of them, as example, is a guy who owns 20% of Twitter. So it's not just nobodies that he did it to. So the ability for the US to remove any of these leaders is done with a click of a finger because they're so entrenched. And so in reality, that's the reason why Saudi will never change. That's the reason why Saudi is what it is. And they'll always be beholden to the United States of America and Israel because they know they don't want the King Faisal treatment.
Yeah, my question is because I listened to this guy called Professor Jiang on YouTube, and the guy, his theory based on game theory, just he's got a different outcome from Simon. Says that Israel is trying to trap the U.S. They want the U.S. to basically get trapped in Iran and then leave the Middle East, and that would make Israel the hegemon because they're the only state with nuclear weapons, and they have the air force and they're just going to go occupy more land in
How can you
Lebanon
explain
and
to me how Israel does that without the United States of America?
yeah. So according to his theory, he says that in this war, and he's on YouTube. He says
Yeah, I
on
know who
this
Professor
war,
Jang is. Just tell me what the position is.
he says that there are different goals. Israel actually wants the U.S. to go into Iran, and then have like what happened in Vietnam, like basically
Right.
get
So
stalled
US
in there,
lose.
lost
Okay,
in
so
there.
US lose. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
oh,
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm getting to the point. As part of that effort,
yeah.
Israel will start occupying more land. Like they'll
No,
get
but can we just
southern
take the one
Lebanon.
step? Can we take one step at a time if that's okay? So
Sure.
Israel will not Israel. Sorry, United States in this theory, United States of America invades Iran on the ground. The situation's worse than Vietnam, so therefore lots of American lives are lost. A lot of Americans go back in body bags. They then have to retreat from the area. And then what happens?
Once they retreat, then you have just one major power in the
But
Middle
in this
East, which would
scenario,
be Israel.
Iran defeats America, but Israel becomes a superpower. Can you explain that bridge to me?
Yeah, Iran doesn't defeat America. Iran gets balkanized. So Iran is in a state of chaos, just like Syria is. It's put in a state of
Oh, so
chaos.
then that's the
And then,
opposite. Wait, that's the opposite of what you said because you said America goes in and they basically lose and go back in body bags. But actually, you're saying I don't even get the position. Are you saying America goes in and destroys Iran? I don't get it.
yes, it's kind of like
How can
Iraq.
both
Like
things
America
happen?
went in. Yeah, so it's like Iraq, Suleiman. Like when the U.S. went into Iraq, right? Yes, they did topple the government, and they lost and they left, but
Okay, so then
they
it's not
left
like
behind.
Vietnam. You're basically saying America invades Iran and actually is quite successful. Because let's be clear on that. In Iraq, they were quite successful for a very long time. They just weren't able to maintain it. So they're successful. They managed to kill a lot of Iranians. They managed to topple the government. So now, in this scenario, America destroys Iran. They dominate them on the
Mhm.
ground. They dominate them on the air. They topple the government. They kill millions of Iranians. Iran's 4 times bigger. So let's say 4 or 5 million Iranians. Okay, then what happens?
Then then you have the U.S. retreat from the Middle East. So all these
Why would the
GCC
US
nations don't.
why would the US retreat after they've absolutely destroyed Iran and killed 5 million Iranians?
Yeah. So the two reasons, right? Just like in Afghanistan, like basically what happens is the U.S. population gets tired of this war. They find it's not sustainable.
Okay.
So and also the cost of rebuilding the GCC
Okay,
bases.
fair enough. Fair
Uh,
enough. That makes sense. That makes
so
sense.
so so then you have peace in the Middle East with just one hegemon, right? Which would be
Okay.
Israel,
Okay, so what you're
and all the
basically I
GCC.
get you, I get you. Can I just repeat this back to you? Because I'm trying to understand your point. So America goes in, this is Jang's position. I think it's flipping crazy, right? I didn't realize that was his position. Okay, so Jang is saying America invades on the ground. America is such a good flipping military that somehow they dominate Iran on the ground, they massacre them, they kill 5 million Iranians, they destroy the government, they take the whole government out. But then what happens is they've got to stay in there for 10, 15, 20 years. Because of that, over time, they think, damn, we need to just leave because this is just never ending. But we've done all the things you said. They then leave. And then what happens is once they leave, they basically it's weird. Okay, they then leave, and then Israel becomes the superpower because they're the only place left in that region.
Yeah, because the GCC will not have security guarantees from the U.S., so now they'll turn to
Why won't they
Israel.
have security?
With all,
In your theory, why would they not have security guarantees in the US with the US?
because of two factors. One is the lack of cohesion. The U.S. population turns against foreign wars, foreign occupation, foreign bases. The U.S. government is in financial issues like the U.S. debt, and the bond market not performing
US is
as
in debt anyway. They'll just print more money.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. And once they start retreating,
Why would they? That's the bit I
Israel
don't get. So why would they? They've got bases in the Middle East. Now you've destroyed Iran, and now America's like, actually, we're gonna remove all our bases.
Yeah, it's just like
That
the
doesn't make
U.S.
sense.
GCC base, the U.S. bases in the GCC are destroyed already, right?
Mm.
And the U.S. gets weaker as a power, and then decides to go back. I mean, the next president, maybe the one after, decides, okay, we're done with this bullshit, so we're just going to go back home. We're just going to be in the Western Hemisphere,
Mm.
and then now you have the GCC states, and you have Turkey that Israel will say is another threat, and they'll start saying, hey, you know what, we can protect you guys, just listen to us. So we
Okay.
got the nukes, we got the
Okay.
power.
Okay. That's
That's
fine.
his
That's fine.
theory. I'm just saying his
Yeah,
theory.
it's crazy. That doesn't even make sense at all. But let's see. I didn't realize that was his theory. That made no sense whatsoever.
What would have made more sense? Sorry if I interrupt. It would have made more sense if he said that America and Iran destroy each other, and as a result, Israel emerges the strongest power in the region. That would have probably made
Is
more
that what his
sense.
theory? No, but that's
No,
not, this guy's saying he's just telling Jang's.
I think that's I think that is what Professor
Oh,
Zhang's
this guy
theory
just
is. I'm
misunderstood it.
not sure this guy's represented it
Oh,
perfectly.
he didn't.
Potentially, because my
Okay.
understanding was that because America and Iran really hurt each other, then America becomes Israel wants America to go in to weaken itself so that Israel can pick up the mantle as the boss of the Middle East. So basically, America gets damaged, Iran gets damaged, Israel becomes the strongest power in the region with
Real quick,
nuclear
But
weapons.
then
Suleiman,
Israel's getting
the
damaged as well.
news,
God.
the news that
Yeah,
the
I
supreme
agree. I
leader is
agree.
in a coma, is that fake news? Because I've seen it posted a few
Yeah, it's
times.
fake news. He gave a speech. Remember, we read out the speech that he gave. So yeah, that's
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I think it's a theory that's worth exploring because if you think about it, this is what the objective of the Jewish colony is to destroy Iran and to basically become the regional hegemon, right? And effectively, if it was able to control the energy and the whole region, the resources in the region, it doesn't become then effectively a global superpower. Technologically, it's got all the technology, it's got the backing from all the Western countries. It's weakened Iran significantly. This is
yeah.
what
I
the
don't.
theory
It
is,
does.
which
I mean, it doesn't
kind of
make
makes
sense.
sense.
I'll tell you the theory that I think makes sense, but a different version of that one is what they wanted, and this is why we want Iran to win. But anyway, that you basically have America go to war with Iran, America to destroy Iran, and because they control America anyway, they just become they just expand because now they've got no rivals in that region, that they just expand throughout that region and take complete control over it. And because they control the US government, they continue to get financed and supported by them, and they continue to basically expand the different elements that make up Pax Judaica, whether it's artificial intelligence, which they need the United States of America, whether it's the data centers, which they need the United States of America for, whether it's the media, which they need the United States of America for. So the US is still an important tool for them. So I can't see a scenario where that happens.
So let me explain. Let me just put. I just want to. This is more me playing devil advocate than believing this, but let's have a look at the scenario, right? You have already elements of Pak Judaica. You have Somaliland, you have Kurdistan, you have
So
various
you
states
think?
around the
But
region.
can
You
I
have
ask you a question
Azerbaijan.
before you go there? So you think that America can go boots on the ground and absolutely annihilate the Iranians and kill 5 million?
No. It won't win the war. But what it could do is if it puts enough effort into it, potentially, if it goes all in, it could damage Iran to the point where Israel becomes the regional hegemon, becomes the main power in the
How
region.
does Israel?
And
How does
I think
Israel
this is what the
remain intact? Because what we're seeing right now is from Iran that Israel is getting as damaged as anyone else. The only country that's not getting damaged is just America. What they're getting damaged for is just the cost, and they're getting damaged in terms of what people's perspective of American power was, because American military has been looking weak in terms of their technology. Uh, but in terms of actual damage, I mean, Israel's getting hit up, slapped up so badly. How does Israel remain a power if America's losing? That's the bit I don't get. Where do you separate the two?
So basically, the theory is that America is being sacrificed
That's funny.
for
Hassan, it's funny
the
because you
Jewish
keep saying
colony.
the theory is because you want to separate yourself from it.
Well, look, I think look, there is some merit in it. Look, if basically this is the way it works. If Iran gets loses this war and becomes much weaker, then basically Israel, the Jewish colony, becomes the main power in the region. Do you dispute that point, or do you agree with that?
Okay, say
If
again.
it loses, so if the republic goes down, falls, becomes
Yeah,
very weak, at that point, who becomes the regional
Israel.
power? Yeah, exactly.
But
So
not
so
without.
the
But
fact
where I
that
disagree is
and
that
that's
it because the theory is that somehow Israel and America wipe each other out and Israel becomes the dominant. If America defeats Iran, the only reason, because you said America defeating Iran, if America defeats Iran, then you basically have it where Israel is the power in the region because of America. It is but a leech on America. It still needs the host for a long time, yeah, because a lot of the things that are going to move towards the Pax Judaica, which I do believe in, I believe in that theory, but it requires America for a bit more longer time in order to do so. So I'm talking about and responding to a theory where America defeats Iran. But if you're talking about a theory where America and Iran defeat each other, in the process, Israel gets defeated anyway, because Israel is only protected by the United States of America. So if Israel and America and Iran take each other out, then it actually will be, it'll make, in the region, it'll probably put one of the GCC countries in a more of a powerful position, because Israel will be out, America will be out, and Iran will be out.
so the hope of Israel is that it suffers the least out of the three. So basically, if America goes boots on the ground, and for example, it takes out huge amounts of the bases, the missile bases of the Republic, it causes massive destruction, genocide, basically in the country. It takes out some of the institutions, gradually kind of weakens it. Its theory is, or its kind of view, this is its strategy, I believe, is that we are going to come
And during
out
this time, though,
relatively
During
stronger
this
than the
time,
other two.
Iran's like, oh, guess what? We're not going to touch Israel. Oy vey, oy vey. These guys are the bold, beautiful Israeli women. We're not going to touch them. They'll be smashing Israel up even harder. America invading Iran, killing millions of Iranians, and Iran's just going to sit there and be like, oh, we're not going to touch Israel.
Well,
No,
Israel
no.
will cease
Look.
to exist if that happens.
Well,
can I just
well,
interject 1 second?
if that's the case,
Can I just interject 1
if
second?
that's the case, or 1 second, I'm still having a discussion here. Can you just give me a minute, please? No, look, I think it's very possible that Israel ceases to exist as a result of this
No, but
strategy.
in this scenario,
But
Hassan, in your
they're gambling.
scenario, I'm just talking specifically about your scenario, not anything else. I know that this is all our hope. I'm saying in your specific thought experiment, America goes into Iran. America kills millions of Iranians. Just think about it, millions of Iranians being killed. And somehow Iran's like, we're not going to touch Israel. Iran obliterates Israel, bro, in that scenario. Israel ceases to exist in that scenario. Iran will launch so much hell and fury onto Israel, they will not exist anymore. I'm trying to say, how, in what scenario is it that Iran sees millions of their own people die, and they're like, we're not going to touch the bold and beautiful Israeli woman.
Well, of course they will try, and of course they might be able to do it. But the Jewish colony believes that they won't be able to do that. They believe that somehow they won't be they'll be damaged enough to not be able to do that. That's their hope.
Yeah, that would make sense. So what makes what I think Pax Judaica, what the Israelis want is, the Israelis want America to fight this war for them, Americans to destroy Iran, and okay, American lives get lost. They don't really care. They're just guys. And then what happens is, in the region, Israel becomes the arm within the region. And they're allowed to be the arm within the region, the powerhouse within the region, because they control the United States of America through the Jewish Zionist uh, oligarch class. And then what happens is they continue to use America to suck it dry over time, use it for the tech advancements, use it for the AI advancements, use it for the data advancements, make sure it's all their people that are there, which it is. And once you get to the point where you know you can be the global power, and maybe even they need America as a last ditch to take on China as well, then they will be the ultimate power. There's no doubt in my mind they will want to be the ultimate power, Pax Judaica. But I don't think it's achieved solely by immediately sacrificing America and Iran in one go, and somehow they remain clean. I think that scenario would make one of the GCC countries a superpower, maybe Saudi.
I think there's no argument militarily that Israel is the second power behind Iran in the region, and I think it's just trying to shift the balance so that it becomes more dominant over Iran. That's what's happening here, and it's trying to use America as the lever to do that, right?
But they can only,
So if it
where we
succeeds,
disagree
then
is, I'm saying they can only do that if America is behind them and America still exists. You're saying somehow America gets
yeah, so it
destroyed.
will still exist.
America, no,
It will
but
still
your argument
exist.
is America
No, it
gets
won't get
destroyed, but
destroyed.
somehow Israel remains untouched, is your position.
So America would get the American empire would be over. America will always remain a strong power, right? So it will still be a vassal for Israel, but it'll be part of Pax Judaica,
Yeah, your
with
argument
Israel
is
being the clear
America
dominant force.
would basically get dominated so badly by Iran, it would retreat back into the Americas and remain there as a regional power, and Israel would then expand and be the power. And I'm saying, in a scenario where America gets destroyed by Iran, that scenario results in Israel also being destroyed. And so if Israel gets destroyed, actually the only countries in the region that then become the power is Saudi. I'm saying that actually what the Israeli interest should be is you do what you do best. Use America, let them fight your war with Iran, let them destroy Iran. You still want America to win, but you just want Americans to sacrifice their life, their money, everything they can. And under their protection, you allow Pax Judaica to grow through the different elements that they are, and then over time, you do become the global superpower.
Yeah, I don't think. But the thing is, I don't think you can achieve both.
Sorry?
So if you want them to, so if they want America to be successful enough in invading Iran,
Successful, yeah.
then it's going to come at such a cost. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, it's just certain words. It might be me, because I haven't slept. So, but do continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, for them to invade Iran and cause enough damage, or to be successful enough from the colony's viewpoint, it would come at such a cost that America would be really, really hurt, and like Israel would become dominant in the region and the superpower
But
of the
what do
region.
you
Do you see what I'm
but what
saying?
do you mean by
So it's
her?
like,
Because I keep saying, because we're going around in circles, and I'm saying America being her would mean Israel being her, because there's no scenario. Bro, look at Sayyid Mujtaba Al Khamenei. He's like, I don't care. Like, we're gonna go harder. We're gonna go stronger. Like, you can't mess with us. And somehow there's gonna be a new way Iran deals with it, and they're actually gonna be like, you can actually murder millions of us, and we're not gonna touch Iran. I mean, we're not gonna touch Israel. That just logically makes no sense. Now, it could be that it just makes no sense to me. Like, I don't see Iran ever doing that. I think if they even try to do that to kill hundreds of thousands of Iranians, never mind millions, Israel would cease to exist. You only need to hit Haifa and Tel Aviv. That's like 55% of the population. You hit it so hard, this bloody cease to exist. So I just don't see a scenario where you kill mass murder so many Iranians and Iran doesn't respond with to Israel.
So there's one scenario. There's one scenario I can think of, and that's they take out the ballistic missile program and capability. That's it.
So that's just America winning then.
Well, America would be caught up in a long war, and the bases would still
But
be
that's the
within reach,
problem
and
I'm
so
trying
on.
to
They'd
tell
be
you.
hit
As
with
soon as you
drones.
say long war, long means a long time for Israel to get hit up.
Yeah. Look, but look, this is what I'm saying to
Remember,
you. Look,
Iran's
by the way, I
ballistic
believe they're
missile
going to
program
lose.
isn't in one place. It isn't like,
Yeah,
oh, guess what? Let's take out this
yeah,
one site,
I
and
agree.
now we've taken the ballistic missiles. They've got about 200 different sites. You take one of them out, you still got 100. Well, they've already taken one out. They've still got 199 left. You take out another 10, you still got all those left. All those can strike Israel and take them out.
I agree with you. Look, it's very unlikely that they'll be able to achieve it. But this is the hubris of what they're banking on. All I'm doing is structuring the
No, I
argument that
appreciate
the
you're steel
opposing
man in the
argument.
argument. I'm just saying it makes no sense because
Yeah.
Israel needs America.
So yeah, it needs America to destroy. What I'm saying to you is, it needs America to destroy the ballistic missile program so that it can become the regional hegemon. That's what it's banking
So
on. It's
so if
that's what it wants to do.
So if your argument is that Israel wants, because I think we're in agreement on some aspects and just disagreement on some other aspects. So if the position is that Israel wants America to destroy Iran, I'm in agreement with you. This is literally their wet dream. And if the argument is that Israel wants Americans to sacrifice themselves for Israel, we are in agreement. If it is that Israel wants America to basically sacrifice their soldiers, their money, their finances, time, money, futures, everything, then I'm in agreement. Where I disagree is that somehow they are going to achieve that in terms of destroying Iran, whether it's through invasion, which means killing 5 million Iranians, let's say, whether it's through bombing 200 different sites, and somehow in all of this, Israel isn't touched up, just makes no sense to me unless there's a coup within the Iran. So if somehow there's a coup and you assassinate the leaders and then you put your own guys in there, maybe in that scenario you can achieve that. But other than that scenario, but even then, if you achieve that in that scenario, America isn't weakened. And so I'm saying their actual objective isn't to weaken America initially, but it's to get America to destroy Iran. America's naturally becoming weak anyway. And then you continue to suck the Americans dry, their finances, their money, their tech development, all these things they need because China is doing well as well. And so you take all of those things from America, you suck it dry, and then you discard it like a dead corpse. I think that's the Israeli plan, a long-term plan where Pax Judaica comes in, but it's not like you just immediately throw, America down the grave, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but if you
Yeah, and
destroy
I
their
think
missile program, and let's say they destroy their missile
Where Raul,
program,
me and Hassan are
yeah,
talking, you kind of already had the good
okay. I just
discussion.
want to make one last point,
No,
if I
but you
can.
can. No, you're interrupting us. We're having a conversation.
So yeah. So basically, it comes down to this, in my view. Yeah, I guess what you're saying is, yeah, they're using it's like the sacrificial lamb. Is America's going to be sacrificed for the sake of Israel becoming the regional power? But you're saying in the process, Israel will likely get destroyed. That is very possible. In the possibility it doesn't get destroyed, then they will want to throw the kitchen sink at trying to weaken Iran and weaken its missile program to the point that it doesn't cause as much of a threat to it, well, perceived threat to it as it is now. That's what it's trying to do. At that point, if Iran is struggling then economically, struggling to respond, it becomes weaker. This is a gamble because we could have said this. We could have said at the start of this. Look, it doesn't make sense for Israel and America to do this because X, Y, Z, Strait of Hormuz, because of the retaliation, Israel getting hit, which it has been, the whole region being in fire, up in flames, Iraq getting hit, their proxies get suffering. We could have said the same thing, but they still did it. So their objective is this now. It's very risky and it's probably unlikely, but this is what they are trying to do, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think we just go around in circles. I think I kind of made my argument of why that doesn't make sense. Um, but I do obviously you know my position on that. That Pax Judaica is gonna happen. I just think that if the aim is for for them to destroy Iran, but then get destroyed themselves, Israel's gonna get destroyed as well. Already they're getting hit up so badly, it's unbelievable. We're almost seeing the end of Israel, in my view.
Look, I really hope it will be. I just don't know how much damage. The issue is we don't really know how much damage is being done. We know it's damaged, it's getting damaged. But why don't they finish them off? I think if there's a chance to finish them off, they will do, right?
If there's a chance for Iran to finish off Israel,
The whole axis to finish them off.
yeah, they're doing it, bro. They're doing it. They're hitting them. It's just you don't like literally. For me, if I was to get a pen and paper out and write a game plan, this is literally the game plan. I said this on. Remember, if you guys were listening to the spaces and videos from day zero, I said this. If you remember, Andrew, I even said it in the interview with Daniel Davis. Like this specific game plan by Iran has been perfect to the T. Absolutely perfect to the T. If you remember, in the 12-day war, there were certain things that occurred that I was critical of because I felt like the decisions weren't perfect. This time, their decision making in the entire game plan has been perfect. Like each time I sit there and I think, okay, they need to do this next, and then they flip and do it. I was thinking, oh, they need to hit Haifa next, and they start hitting Haifa hard. And like now I'm thinking they need to hit Haifa harder. I bet you in the next day or two they'll do it. Like they've been hitting the game plan perfectly. Um, and whereas when we look at the US and Israel, many errors, many errors. Now, US, I don't expect them from. Israel, we expect it from because of the hubris, because of the past history of making the same mistakes over and over and over again. So with Israel, I always expect them to continue to make the same mistakes, and they do. But I didn't expect it from the US. But what I'm hearing is US is actually, in a lot of things, following the Israeli game plan, and that's probably why they're flopping so badly as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think the Israel could potentially cease to exist within the next year? Do you think that's a possibility?
It's all about Iran, bro. This is why we're here for it. You guys have been on this. I never ever said these type of things. I always thought, look, we're like an ant trying to deal with the Zionist power, and we're gonna try to. I'm not saying us, obviously it's Iran, but what I mean is like anything we're doing, we'll fight against it, fight against Zionism online, blah 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 blah. And it was always like a little ant trying to fight against a behemoth. And if there's any chance of Israel ceasing to exist, this is literally it. This is the final battle. This is the final war. Either Iran does it or nobody does it. If Iran manages to do it, everyone is free. If Iran doesn't, it is Pax Judaica. They control everything. It's over. So, and they'll just go and take their Turkey out, then they'll take Pakistan out. They will just be dominant throughout the world. They will literally be it. If Iran wins, there's a chance. Now this is why this is it. This is the final battle.
Yeah, I think we're at the point. I've said this before that the both cannot coexist, and this was clear on the 7th of October that the actual presence of this colony in the region poses an existential threat to everyone in the region. So if it's going to and the world at large, literally the world. Obviously, I'm looking from the regional perspective. That from the Republic's perspective, it was clear. And the issue is, I think I was very critical early on because I felt like maybe the strategy was trying to avert war. But I always said this war was coming from day one, and I think a lot of people realize that this war now is here. Now it's here. The option to go light and bring about a ceasefire. I don't know what benefit that would serve because it would only give them the chance to rearm and then have another go in future. So
Exactly.
whatever the pain is, you're only then delaying it to
Exactly.
become even more pain further down the
But
line.
it's
What's
actually
the point?
worse because surely they can't be so incompetent again. This time they will try and get themselves in positions to do better. You've got them on the knees, like to now, like you need the killer blow. So they need to, like, do it. We're in
Is
agreement.
this? Do you not think this could be the maximum though that they can do? We don't know. The thing is,
No,
nobody
bro,
knows what
they
the maximum.
dominating, bro. They dominating them. They are so dominating them. And all I gotta say is, like, I've got actually, like, inside sources. Tomorrow is gonna be tomorrow. Have your phones ready. Have your uh TikTok ready. Have your YouTube ready. Have your X ready. Do be listening to the spaces, because I'm telling you, boom, boom. Boom, boom, times a million. Some big things are coming. Be ready. It is going to be huge. This is it. Like, literally, this is what this is why we're going 24 hours. This is why we're not missing anything. This is why we're doing everything we can. This is it. Imagine you were all here. You were here when the actual devil was taken out. Oh, the worst thing is you were here and the last good guy was taken out, and you were here for the end as well. So both things are possible, but this is it. This is literally it. If Israel loses, we basically have freedom in the world, and you were here for it. If Israel wins, you were here reporting on it when you saw that Israel now controls the world, rules us all, decides everything for us. We're not allowed to think, speak. You think, yes, think. They'll have control over our minds. We won't be able to speak. We won't be able to move. There'll be 15-minute cities. We won't be able to do anything. It will be the end of all of our lives as they exist now. It will be dystopia, worse than any book you've ever read in your life. And I've read a lot of science fiction books. We're fighting against that future to actual freedom. Like, I know saw somebody send me a laughing emoji, which is kind of funny because it sounds like I'm dramatizing. But that being said, it actually is like that. It literally is like that. This is it. This is the most important thing. Also, guys, subscribe to me. I'm joking. But anyway, it is like that. Any last comments, Hassan, you going to say? Great conversation, though.
No, just give them some super chats. Go on, guys.
Yeah, guys, do it. Nah, jokes. I appreciate you, Hassan. I always like Hassan. We have really great discussions with him. Okay, Raul, go ahead.
That's fun. You have a good sense of humor. Like, you're actually funny as
Who?
hell. You
Obviously, I'm an
with the
entertainer, bro.
15
Like, what?
minutes of each shit.
Why are you saying it as though you just figured that out?
I just figured it out. I
And you were
swear.
telling me you were 150 IQ.
I never said that.
Okay, let's go to Raul. Go ahead, Raul. You wanted
Yeah,
to add
just
something?
not to beat a dead horse, but I think what
No way. You're
Suleiman,
not gonna
what
beat a
you
dead
gotta
horse, but then you're gonna do it anyway.
yeah, right. But the let's say that the missile program gets taken out and there's like a ground war, like troops on the ground. Israel's not going to get affected, right? Because
So let's
once the
go through
missiles
your
get taken
scenario.
out,
So there's 200
mhm,
different places where missiles are. So
right?
America in one day takes out all 200, or how long does it take them to take out all 200?
This is a theory, right? So
No,
I'm
but your theory needs
assuming,
to be based
uh
on logic, right? You could be like,
right?
I close my eyes and Israel doesn't exist, but then they'd be like, Suleiman, if you close your eyes, Israel's still gonna exist. So we need to have a bit of reality to the conversation, right? So they've got
Yeah,
200.
I get you. I get your point. I mean, it's in feasibility wise, it's a question mark, right? I get that part. I mean, I'm not saying
No, but it has to be
it's
logical. So all
easy.
I'm saying
Yeah.
is, let's go through your thought
Mhm.
experiment. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, we go through thought experiments all the time. So there's 200 different
Right.
places the missiles are. They've managed to take one out. So in the first
Mhm.
13 days, they took one out. There's now
Right.
199 left now. So what happens? Just tell me now.
Well, he says that there could be biological weapons. Like he has a
So
bunch
you
of like he
use a
has some
biological
criteria.
weapon and all
Yeah.
199 missile places get taken out.
He's saying I'm just theorizing here that biological chemical weapons will be
Wait,
used.
hold on. You know that missile sites are inanimate objects, right?
Yeah,
Like,
no, I get that. I get that. I'm not talking about the missiles. He's talking about chaos in Iran, like just spreading chaos by putting all these weapons, destroying their cities, destroying their power grid, just like having you could have the
Okay, so
sites, but you
basically,
don't have the
let's go
command and
through your
control.
thought experiment. So
Uh-huh.
I don't even know what this has got to do with the missile program, so that doesn't even make sense. But anyway, so you're saying America uses biological weapons against the Iranians, and obviously this is possible. They've been experimenting on this. Like my view about COVID was that it was an actual experiment of this in order to specifically target specific races. That's why if you look at the COVID, a look at COVID, it specifically did not harm Ashkenazi Jewish people, which is quite interesting. And Kennedy actually accidentally let that out. But okay, so they apply biological weapons on Iran. The biological weapon spreads. Then what?
Yeah, so there's basically chaos in Iran, right?
Mm.
It's balkanized,
Why do you keep saying
and you
balkanize? You're
may
using a
have
biological weapon. So is this biological weapon take out like 50% of the population, 20% of the population? Like what happens?
yeah. So in the cities you have chaos, right? You have riots, chaos, and in the U.S. will try to mobilize the Kurds and all these other groups, like
Mm.
trying to just create ethnic
So how
fault
long does it
lines in
take for this
Iran.
biological weapon to spread?
He doesn't give the exact timeline. It's just it's just a high level theory. I'm just telling
I
you
don't
what
think it's that
what.
high level. Like you could say it's high level, but the reason I'm asking the
Yeah.
question is because it demonstrates it's actually not high level. I'm not being mean. It's just like I
Yeah, yeah.
do
No,
I
I mean,
do
I take your point.
I
I take
just
your point. Like, if
just
they have a problem doing what they're saying, yeah. If you're right, like your logistics, like if they're not able to take out all these sites, yeah. I mean, the theory will not work. I get
no, the
that part.
reason the
He just
reason I'm
feels.
asking the question
Uh-huh.
is I have no issue with theorizing. I actually enjoy it. It's part of what I do when
Right.
I like will figure out how things
Yeah.
work and how things can occur and how we can how thing
Uh-huh.
game I do game theory and war theory and I try and figure out how things are gonna work and what's gonna happen in war and how things are gonna extrapolate. So I have no issue with doing that. I actually find it entertaining to do. So when I'm having this conversation, I hope it doesn't come across as I'm being mean. Uh, Although it may be because I've been away for a while. But that being said, even though I'm on 1%, your boy's still going. Your boy's still going. But anyway, coming back to it, but it needs to just make a bit of logical sense in terms of like, if I say X needs to happen, you need to explain to me how it'll happen by Y. So, like a biological weapon, I'm not an expert on biological weapons, but from my very rudimentary understanding, I believe it takes a while for it to spread. How long will it take to spread? What way will it spread? Once it spreads, in what way will America come in and invade? Will they invade while there's a biological weapon in the country? If there's a biological weapon in the country, is it just that it harms Persians? Is it a specified biological weapon? Would someone like Patrick David get killed as well? Is it someone that affects non-whites? Then does that mean the Hispanic American soldiers get harmed? Is it like a biological weapon that hits people with beards? Then again, it's not going to be like, what is this biological weapon that's used? How does it spread? How does the invasion work? How do the missile sites get taken out as well? How is it all these things happen and somehow there's no response to Israel? Is basically the question I'm asking.
Yeah, so it's based on, okay, so he doesn't break up the war timeline. He just basically says, look, if once the US goes in, they get in a long war with Iran, and then they get tired and they just back out, they taco there. And and then the Israelis are the only remaining hegemon nuclear power, military power in the Middle East. The US doesn't want to come back because
Yeah, Hassan said all this.
GCC.
Hassan has said
Yeah,
all this.
yeah.
We
So
I
so it's
already
pretty much, yeah.
I
So
counted it though,
Israel,
because the problem
yeah,
was
yeah.
is the
Hmm.
flaw in that theory is that somehow in that
Right.
theory, what's his name again? Iran thinks, oh, guess what? Bold and beautiful Israeli woman, and they don't even touch Israel at all, which I just don't think happens.
Yeah, once the missiles are taken out, how
You
would
keep saying that,
Iran?
bro, but where's the how is there's a ground
Yeah,
invasion. I'm
yeah,
asking
that's
you
true.
how 199 military sites are
Yeah,
taken
that's true.
out.
Now you have a point
This
there.
is the folly of America because they actually thought, um, oh, guess what? We're gonna just take out the military sites, and their own intelligence reports said. So if you heard the interview I did with CIA Larry Johnson, he said 57. I remember reading 67, but then again I could be forgetting. But what I know is that there's actually almost 200, and so uh, this is the folly of Israel and America because they were like, oh, we're gonna just take out these military sites, and it's like, bro, there's like 200. You've taken one out. You've taken out 0.5%. There's still 99.5% of these military sites. You ain't done nothing. In 13 days, you took out one out of 200 military sites. If you continue going in this rate, Abundance, you said you got 150 IQ. What's 13 times 200?
Remember, they've also got basic.
2,600. So
They've also
2600.
got
2,600 days. 2,600 days divided by 350. What's that? 9 years. Is it 8 years? So it'll take them 8 years to take the military sites out based on the current pace. 8 years from now. Using what happened to all the thuds? The thuds ran out in 13 days. Hello, sir. Can I have another 9 years of thud? Lucky Martin. What's the other one? Raytheon. Please, can you produce me? You produce me 13 days of weapons of defense interceptor missiles, but I kind of need 9 more years worth. I know you kind of ran out, but can I have 9 years more? Come on, bro. It's not going to work. What is going on?
You know which stock to buy.
What'd you
What?
I
What
think
did you
the real
say?
question is how much pain the Republic can absorb, and so far it's shown that it's pretty resilient, right? And it's not willing to surrender, and that's the key. So long as it's got the ability to fight back and fire missiles, and it's not surrendering, then it wins.
True. I agree. I agree. Anything else, Raul?
No, I mean your point's
Appreciate
taken.
it.
I
You
want to
guys
ask a
Sully,
made
question.
you
basically
need to get some sleep, brother.
moral of the story here is you guys made Professor Jang seem not very smart.
Look, he said a few things honestly which are contradictory. Look, Professor Zhang has definitely put some thought-provoking stuff on, but if you listen to some of his lectures, one of them he said that Islam was invented by Jews. Jews came to invent, or the ones who came out and invented it.
I mean,
He's got
I
no
don't think
like.
Islam was invented by Jews, but I do think that I do think that certain sects within Islam were created by Jews. Though, so let me be clear on that. But anyway,
As
that's a
in
different.
he's talking about the the whole the scripture, the religion, everything came about. It's completely right. It's completely whack. As in
Okay,
some
maybe
things.
he's like, no, but you gotta give, like, listen, with something like that, you gotta give a pass because maybe he fully doesn't understand the specifics because, like, he's probably, like, for example, if I wasn't a Muslim and I hadn't learned all the Islamic sciences and then I'd learned what I learned, I would probably come to the similar conclusion. But because I know what I know and I studied what I studied. So when I learned what I learned, I was able to understand it based on that context, and therefore I realized that actually it's not the whole of Islam, but it's actually certain maybe foundational groups within Islam that were created by them. And so then you could be like all of Islam, but obviously because I know it quite well, then I don't say all Islam. But I can see how if someone wasn't a Muslim who wasn't accustomed to the details may even come to that conclusion. Because the thing is, like, people people are very close-minded. They don't think outside the box. So when someone does, they get blown away by some of their theories. So his result is wrong only because he doesn't have the kind of basis, if that makes sense. But in terms of certain groups and certain large parts of, not large parts, but certain groups within Islam who maybe are the more prevalent groups now, being created by, you may call it Jews, Zionists, whoever you want to call it, then I do think I've actually believed that for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, no one disputes that. It's just the point that the religion was invented, isn't the point that Islam came about? It was like a man-made thing by Jews. This is the point that he was making. Which,
Yeah, and I'm saying
yeah,
that
yeah,
I'm just what I would give him a pass because I can see how someone
sure.
would
Because
come
I
to
guess he
that.
doesn't believe the religion. He doesn't believe in the religion in the first place. So
Yeah,
for him, it
exactly.
might look like that. Yeah, I
But
guess
also
so. I
not
guess
just
so.
believing in it, he probably doesn't know the details. Like he hasn't studied, like for example, as I did hear one of his lectures on Sneeko stream, which was about Islam and what was it called? Islam anyway. It was about Islam, and it was on Sneeko stream. And I listened to it, and I know Sneeko was like, "Oh my God, that's not Islam," blah 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 blah. But actually, when I listened to it, because I know the different positions, I was like, okay, so what he's likely been reading and why he's come to the conclusion that maybe like Islam is because he's probably read the early rationalist philosophers like Avicenna, Ibn Rushd, and was it gone? Yeah, Ibn Rushd, Avicenna, Ibn Sina, and
Yeah,
these
yeah.
type of scholars. And then he's probably read Ibn al-Arabi and various other scholars
Sure.
like that, and then he's come to the conclusion that okay, this is what Islam is, and then he said that. So I can see where he's come to that
Yeah.
by having limited reading or wherever.
I'll tell you what my assessment of Professor Zhang is. He's really good with a number of things. One of them is relating history to the present. So looking at patterns historically and applying them to
Which is
the
important
current day.
skill. I
Very,
do that
very good skill
myself.
that he's got. Yeah, and he does it very well. So he looks at the historic patterns. And the other thing is he predicts major events. His details are a bit like contradictory at times, but like for example, Trump going to win the war. There's going to be a war in Iran, and then he
But we
said that there'll be a ground invasion. And the ground invasion bit is like very interesting, like because most people said that would be impossible, but now it's looking like it's possible. I'm not saying it will happen, but it's looking like a
yeah.
possibility. So what people would have said a year ago, that's insane. Who would come up with such a theory? You can see that kind of makes
I
sense now. Do you see
agree.
what I'm saying
I
as a
agree. I
theory?
think the ground
So
invasion prediction is a good prediction in terms of to see if that's like a unique prediction to make a while ago. So I agree with that. In terms of the being a war, and because what I used to hear was, oh, guess what? He predicted the war. And I was like, bro, we predicted the war. That's not a big deal. We predicted every single war that was going to happen. As soon as that war finished, we said there's going to be another one. Like, all those predictions were easy to do. But I agree with you in terms of the ground invasion. I would say that's a
I think
G.
I think it's a combination of things that he's predicted that have happened
Like what?
that makes us. And like I said, he said Trump, war plus ground invasion. It's all those three things together that have kind of happened in that sequence. Well, are
Yeah, and
going are going
I'm
towards that
saying
direction.
that like
Yeah,
we all predicted those things were going to happen,
true, true. Yeah,
and I'd
yeah,
say
yeah, yeah.
but I would say that to predict the ground invasion so long ago, I definitely he needs to be given credit for that if
What
it happens.
Definitely, yeah. But the other thing is, he also discussed Soleimani as being the assassination of Soleimani as being the starting point of this war. So sometimes he gives you interesting perspective on things, and if you look at it, it makes sense. Trump started this war effectively when he assassinated Soleimani, and this is a culmination of that from there. You know, what do you call it? Going out of the JCPOA, killing Soleimani, and then coming back a second term and almost completing what he'd started. This was all setting the path towards this. So sometimes you just listen to his analysis, and it's just a very interesting perspective and quite an in-depth analysis. So, but what I would say is, you should, take everything he says with a pinch of salt. But it's a good. I think he uses some interesting tools. That I'll say.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's
Uh,
interesting. So I told you I've only ever listened to like a couple of things with him. I listened to the Islam lecture on Sneako's stream, and I listened to Sneako's. Was it Sneako's interview I listened to? I think I might have listened to the Sneako interview, and it was interesting. It was interesting. Based on what you guys have proffered in this space, I would say big tick for the ground invasion, and we'll see if he ends up being right about that. And big cross on that theory that Raul was trying to explain, because that just didn't make sense at all. So it just depends. But that's what we do.
Raul
We just look
catching
at pros and cons.
strays.
Yeah, God, abundance.
So Raul catching strays.
That's your 150 IQ again. Okay.
It's three bullets. Three bullets.
Let's go to who wanted to speak next?
Andy, you have his hand up?
Andy?
Yeah. I mean, the one interesting thing about the ground invasion is that it takes months to mass the troops. So wouldn't Iran just be able to keep pummeling Israel for months before that ground invasion started? So I don't really there's no defense for that. So if they were going to
Hassan?
do a ground invasion,
That's a very good point,
wouldn't they have
Andy.
started
Andy, that's a very
wouldn't
good
they
point.
have started massing, exactly? So wouldn't they have started massing troops, or to try to disrupt Iran? I could maybe theoretically see like them sending in some special forces mixed with the Kurds plus Azerbaijan to try to start some type of ethnic conflict as to like stall for time while they get the rest of the ground invasion force in theoretically, because they don't have 3 months, 6 months to mass 500,000 troops for a full invasion. But if they sent in 20,000 Marines plus the Kurds plus Azerbaijan, they might do that in the hopes to spark a civil war. I could see something like that maybe,
I
because
think I think there'll be like scope creep. I think there'll be scope creep. So what they'll do is they'll send in 50,000 maybe to get this started, and then they gradually increase it more and more. I think
But
that's
so
one way they
Hassan,
could do it.
on that, right now I think there's like allegedly, if you listen to the interview with Anthony Aguilar, then there's apparently like 3 to 5,000 that have moved across there already. So obviously that's not enough. Now he thinks it's going to be like a limited ground invasion that is specified, but the issue I've got with that is that how can they do it? And I actually agree with Larry Johnson because I just interviewed him as well, right? And that was my position anyway, which is how can they do a ground invasion with no less than 300,000 people? Because Iran has 100,000 soldiers ready on the border. And so
Well, you just
you
do it.
would need,
Yeah,
Jay,
it's very difficult. But maybe they do like the specific incursions from one looking at one area, trying to break through one
bro,
area.
they will get
I don't know
massacred.
what their
They
military
will
tactic is. Maybe
absolutely get massacred. Them 50,000 won't even exist after a few days.
well,
Yeah, and if I could jump
maybe.
in on that from my own experience in Desert Storm, like I said again, I was active duty. I was actually at the Pentagon when that happened. The surge that has to be in place, not moving, but in place, is not even close to being there, and there's not even enough forward forces deployed to even support 50,000. There's not enough forward forces deployed to even really back up. I would say even 20,000. I know my expertise is in naval warfare, but we were doing the joint ops with the Army and the Marine Corps, and we don't see marine. There's no marine amphibious units unless someone can tell me an update. I don't see the hospital ships. Check on the USNS Mercy and the other Navy hospital ship. Those would be deployed. We would absolutely have to have those hospital ships deployed, and that we don't see that. But what really, if you listen carefully, what Anthony was saying, he's not saying we're going to go in there and kick ass, knock down doors, and take names. It's just this is what's sickening. What Anthony foresees is a blood sacrifice, almost like we're going to put him in there. We're doing something, and then to literally sacrifice those men, and then whoa, we've got to use a nuke. That's what he was saying. That's what Anthony's
N-word,
concerned
N-word.
about.
Use the N-word.
Yeah. And that's one thing about our 150 IQ gentleman in here, Ivy. He was the first to use the N word, and I was like, I don't have the cojones to say it. But we can't take that off the table. But Anthony was just saying it would be just basically a very stupid little move, but there's nothing there to support that. Nothing there to support that whatsoever. I'll just land it
It
there.
took 6 weeks. It
I
took
think
6 weeks just to get these assets in for Operation Epstein Fury. So it would take 3 months. I don't think it would take 3 months. No, you cannot get a ground invasion in place in 3 months. It would take 6 months probably. So we'd be looking at September probably for ground invasion.
and that's also while they're under fire, right? So they'll be under fire while they're preparing these ground troops. They'll be sending them into the bases and they'll be getting hit. So they'll be losing people while they're bringing in all these ground troops, right? It's not like they're going to be not getting hit and operating at ease. So that will even come with losses. I honestly, but here's a question: if they use the N word, then what happens then? Like, let's say for example, the Republic says, okay, we surrender. Well, behind the scenes, they've got the nuke ready, and at that point, because they used it, it's open game. They can use it back, right? Because once you've used a weapon openly, then you're saying to the world, all right, if we get it back, it's justified, and that screws them as well. So the Jewish colony, if it, let's say it goes and does that and kills, a big number of people, does a mass casualty, as well as genociding, but even bigger genocide, um, then all right, it says the Republic says we surrender, but they're not really surrendering. They're just underground creating a response, and they'll unleash it on them. So that's not a great idea. That's a very risky idea unless you completely obliterate everything in the region, which then would cause nuclear fallout, cause like chaos worldwide, like everyone's getting cancer and diseases, and water's polluted, and people can't drink, and it'll be an absolute chaos. So even that, I don't know how, like, which scenario works for them here.
It really doesn't. It really does not. And doing several submarine patrols during the Cold War, the rules of engagement, the ROE that we have, and this is nuclear related, the Soviet Russian Navy, submarine Navy, they knew what the ROE was themselves. It had been worked out between Gorbachev and Reagan. is if they cycle a missile hatch, and I'm talking an ICBM missile hatch, we had full authorization to kill them. And I mean kill, take out that FBM Soviet submarine. And here's the thing, because of the mutual assured destruction rules of nuclear engagement, that would give Russia and China a green light to use nuclear arms against our forces. We're looking at Armageddon here. So that's why Anthony stressed tactical nuclear and not strategic nuclear. But there again, we're back at square one. We're opening our door to mutual assured destruction. So it is a losing, absolute, insane thing we're looking at.
If they use a tactical nuke, I think Iran takes out all the desalination plants in Israel and the region.
Exactly, it's quid pro quo.
That's their Samson option. That's their Samson option.
Yep, and even more than that, plus. It's quid pro quo. That's why you'll see it escalate to just total. I mean, I can't go there. My mind can't go there.
Does anyone feel like the Republic is being quite restrained though here? Because so far it seems like it's still pacing itself. It's like it's not really hitting very hard. It's kind of taking a more long-term view of this to make it last for a long
Bro,
time.
the
It could
Republic
go
is
much harder.
being first. No, I think they're making the right move in that. But let me be clear on this. I don't know if you were here when I said it, but they're actually being very benevolent and being philanthropists. And I'm not actually being obtuse when I say this, but actually, if you think about it, if you put the Israelis in Iran's shoes, the Israelis would have took out the desalination plants and made sure everyone in the Gulf basically had no water and thus had to leave the country or die. They would have attacked all the oil fields. They would have attacked all the desalination plants in Israel. And actually, they've done that in Iran themselves. They would have made sure that no food or water got in. And they would have basically defeated all of those countries and made them cease to exist. So the fact that they've not done those things just demonstrates that they are actually acting very benevolent. And in terms of the tactics against Israel, obviously in America, you know my position on that. I think they've made all the right moves.
Sally, I'm sorry. I have a little bit of time to talk. Hi, guys. I'm in Salalah right now, and I just spoke to some policemen here and some authorities in Salalah port. So for them, it's absolutely confirmed these are not the Iranian Shahed. I just want to share it with you guys.
Which ones are there? Because there's two theories. One is a UAE drone, and the other one was an American drone.
So they're 100% sure it's not Iranian, because apparently because of the colors and the patterns, but they're not really sure that they have taken it for a forensic test, and they're going to figure it out with the derbies, like how it is. But there was a guy here from ROP, Royal Oman Police. He actually said that it's not Iranian.
Appreciate it.
So the Omanis on the ground know that this is they're amongst themselves, amongst the people in Oman. It's quite common knowledge. This wasn't Iran doing this.
Yes, amount of people, but the person who I was talking, he was actually a police. I'm literally there right now. I mean, I was there like 30 minutes ago.
Dude, it's so obvious it wasn't. I mean, they didn't attack Oman at all in the beginning stages. They haven't done anything to them. Oman has congratulated Iran on picking a new supreme leader. They're the only Gulf state
Sorry.
that did that. They broke from them. And go ahead.
Sorry, mate, because I've limited time. Sorry. And there is one more thing. Apparently, in whole GCC countries, include Saudi Arabia, there is only one port which is operating, according to the people here. And even my accountant this morning got confirmation, which is Sohar. So all the ports are shut down except one port, which is Sohar.
Right. So they've been able to avoid some of the consequences, like you just said, at keeping their port open because Iran has showed them so much favor, because they've kind of stayed a little bit neutral on their side. They were mediating even, right? So the idea that they would just attack Oman, I mean, that makes no sense, but it does really help the Israelis and the Americans because, well, I'm American, but because if they if they were able to get them all angry, they're gonna form a coalition together, right? And but it doesn't make any sense. Um, but they still had to do it anyway because they're like, oh well, what the hell? There's a country that's not against them yet, so we got to do something. But I don't know if you guys are getting like what the
Yeah,
idea.
and Trump as well. Trump actually, he tweeted in his social media truth furiously, like he's so furious. Just call them like losers, like you guys are taking a side with Iran, and you're not taking any retaliation and stuff like that. And people are really upset here. I can say the normal people are scared that maybe America attacked them, which is nonsense. But the authorities here, they're really upset of uh, why Trump actually spoke like that about Omanis. Because if I don't know how many people have been in Oman, Omanis are really peaceful. They usually take no sides. They usually want to just be calm, peaceful. And a disadvantage is one of the most boring country ever. But anyway, put that aside. They're amazing people. They're very peaceful.
Cool.
So that's yeah, exactly. So that's like
So
very much. Right.
no, go ahead, and I wanna go ahead,
Yeah,
abundance
yeah. So
control.
so that's like the worst thing for Israel and the United States. They really, yeah.
Yeah. So, guys, let me just read some of the super chats, and then I want to get Darkside in to see what his views are on this. So, we have someone said this theoretical discussion is spent force. Let's move on. No, bro, we're gonna do the bro. Why would you send the super chat? Like, this is the space. Like, we're having a discussion.
Yeah,
It's a
open
war.
your own
It's like war
space, bro.
discussion,
Open your own
bro.
space.
People, people on these things, they like have a attention span of like everything has to be 30 seconds. Like, if it's longer than 30 seconds, they just can't. Their mind cannot comprehend it.
He's a
Now,
backseat driver.
okay, can we use our 150 IQ not to interrupt while I'm speaking, please? Thank you.
I thought I found the
Okay.
gap. I'm sorry.
Okay, I guess the 150 IQ isn't working. Okay, the the another super chat, which is Obi, who's given a huge super chat, and he said, Oive, Oive, boom, boom, Tel Aviv. We're gonna get boom, boom, and I'm hearing there's gonna be a huge boom, boom tomorrow. And then Ashley has said, I live in Lakewood Ranch. All of you that live in Florida are welcome to my home for a homemade meal. Thank you for all you do. I think I'm not too far away from there. I might just go for a homemade meal. Sounds good to me, Ashley. If I'm going to get some homemade food rather than live on fast food, I might just take you up on that. But anyway, appreciate you and appreciate the super chat as well. Darkside, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
So very quickly, so when you said tomorrow, is that tomorrow as in this evening, or like tomorrow like night, as in Friday night, later night?
What day
What's the
is it
information you've
today?
got saying? Today's Thursday.
I think it's like,
As in Thursday morning, Friday AM, or like Saturday
yeah, I
AM, or
think.
like what were you talking about?
I mean, I just had tomorrow. I mean, I had tomorrow, but I actually didn't. I didn't go into specifics to say your time or my time or your time. Bro, I'm like, just tomorrow, bro.
Well, I'm saying it
No,
could be
you're right.
date
You're
like if
right.
there's a
Now you're
24
saying it.
hour
I'm
period
actually
here.
ridiculing you. I'm actually saying you're making sense, but I didn't even think that far out because I'm like half spaced out. But now you're saying it. I shouldn't be like your time or my time or your time. So you're right. But it's going down,
So,
boys. But you got to be ready, Hassan. It could be tonight. It could be tomorrow. I hope it's not tonight. I
so
hope it's tomorrow.
Sully, when's the last time you got some sleep, man? You're yawning like crazy.
Bro, I haven't slept, bro. What's sleep, bro? What is sleep? We don't need sleep when we got boom boom Tel Aviv
There
going
you
on.
go.
We don't need no
It's like
It's
meth.
like
It's like
it's like
smoking meth.
ecstasy, it keeps you awake, right?
It's
It's a
like
what?
smoking meth.
Yeah, it is like that. It is like that. No, it's not smoking meth, bro. I don't do no drugs, bro. Keep mind.
I don't know
Keep your
what that
mind and
is,
body
but all
clear. But
right.
I'm saying, I thought Hassan said the boom boom is like extra energy that keeps you going. It's true because Yesterday I went back to take a quick nap, and then as soon as the boom boom happened, I was like, flip that. When I started giving the boom boom, it kept me like energetic for another hour, so I couldn't go sleep. But yeah.
I remember what I was gonna say about Oman, right? That to me, it looks like they hit everything, and then all the Gulf countries are on one side, and then there's like these leftovers, and they're like, all right, let's get around to it at some point. A few days later, they hit it. They're like, hopefully this works, and just didn't work though. Everyone was like, no, this
No,
is obviously.
I broke this down in my video on YouTube. I think Oman was staying neutral. If you remember, Oman was, and do check my YouTube. Oh, actually, let me plug it now. Guys, the tweet in the nest, follow the YouTube. We're always ahead of the game. Follow the YouTube, like the YouTube. The tweet is in the nest. You go above me and Adam, click on the YouTube, click on follow and subscribe. We've got so many great interviews on there. Let me just look at the last interviews we've done on there. So many great interviews on there. So just to give you an idea, I'm just looking at the YouTube channel. Larry Johnson, that one's coming out after an hour. Anthony Aguilar, Rathbone, my overview of day 12. Daniel Davis, Scott Ritter, Ryan Dawson, my overview of day 11, my overview of day 10, Simon Dixon, Myron Gaines, Ryan Dawson, Daniel Davis, and it goes on. These are just the last so many videos. So much good content, so many great interviews. Follow it. Go to the tweet in the nest. Tell your friends and family about it. Tell all your normie friends about it. Tell your aunties and uncles about it. Tell your brothers and sisters about it. Tell everyone about it. Hit the follow on the YouTube. And we want to get to 50,000. Let's get to 48 in the next, what time is it? In the next 2 hours, let's try and get to 48. We only need 85 more subscribers on that channel to get to 48,000. Let's see if we can do that. That would be awesome. Okay. And what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, that's it. Go ahead, Darkside. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Doing great, Sully. Great show, you guys. Adam, Andrew, you guys also are awesome. You know, it's kind of amusing when I listen to this, and of course, I take the financial approach. I'm a derivatives guy, but I'm hearing people talking about what happens if it lasts a month, what happens if it lasts 2 months. Look, this can't last but another couple weeks with the straight shutdown before they bring the entire Western financial system to their knees, and that's just a fact. The fact that only one port's open and that pipeline that they have going to the Red Sea is exposed. Um, this is bumping up against, you know, a critical heart attack moment. We've got Brent over 100, WTI in the high 90s, and it's not even about price, right? It's about counterparty exposure. It's about the fact that when you have a contract to buy from Saudi and they declare force majeure, the other contract you have to sell it, that you're exposed on. And right now, the entire Western financial system is exposed to a train wreck. So, you know, I don't think there's a 3 week, 1 month, 2 month option on the table here. And by the way, I think if I had to bet, my bet would be that um, Israel and America kind of break up here because we have very, very differing incentives. The U.S. incentive is to see the Western financial system function. Israel incentive is to see Iran destroyed. Those are very different incentives. And I don't think Israel gives a rat's ass about the Western financial system at this point. So I think we're entering really dangerous waters now. And I'm not sure how much longer they can paper over the problem. Remember, you can print money. You know, Simon always talks about the Fed and the debt based Ponzi scheme, but you can't print oil, right? And ultimately, these countries need oil. And I'm looking today, like as an example, you've got the British 30-year bond market up over 11 basis points. Japanese bonds are up. U.S. 10 years up almost 3 basis points. This is not good, right? This is the global financial system getting very scared that they can't end this quickly. So I'm not sure how this plays out. I mean, winning here is, from my perspective, there's no kinetic victory to be had. The victory that can be had here is economic, and I think that that's the road they're going down. They know it. China knows it. Russia knows it. Iran knows it. that this is their angle. Their angle is not to win a kinetic war. Their angle is to bring the Western financial system to its knees.
And just on that dark side, because yeah, you are a financial expert, and you know you did a number of you do a regular finance basis. What in terms of the oil market, it went up to 120, it dropped down to 85. It crept up to 90s, I believe, after the new supreme leader speech has gone past 100, I believe. Where do you think it goes?
Yeah, I don't think price matters because price can be fixed with dollars and you can print dollars. So they can manipulate the price all they want, but the price isn't the problem. It's oil that's the problem. It's counterparty exposure and derivatives exposure that all of the major institutions have across the globe, at least the Western globe, right? So remember, if Deutsche Bank fails, right, Goldman Sachs goes with it, right? There's no way to isolate a globally systemic important bank, what we call GSIBs. You can't isolate them from each other because they all have so much counterparty exposure to each other. And it may not be in oil, it may be in interest rates, it may be in metals, it may be in anything. But once one bank doesn't trust the other bank and starts calling all their contracts, and they can't deliver on their contracts because they can't get the oil. You can't print the oil. You can print the money. So again, I'm not focused on price as much as most people are, because the price doesn't really matter. What really matters here is can you get the oil? And if you can't get the oil and you can't deliver on your contracts, then you got a big problem.
Interesting. I just want to welcome Simon to the stage. Simon, hope you're doing well.
Hey Solomon, hey everybody, hey Darkside, Adam, everybody. Just catching up right now, son. Just listening in for a bit, but happy to join in.
Simon's like what's that thing? You say finance, and he just appears.
Oh, did you just start talking about finance?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're in good hands with Darkside.
He is. He's brilliant.
Yeah, Simon, curious to get your take on what happens if one of these GSIBs, and I expect it would be in Europe, if they go in real trouble due to their inability to deliver on oil contracts that they have. How quickly does that spread through the entire Western financial system?
Well, we know where you know where it goes. Darkside. It only ends in the big print. Socialized losses, privatized gains, but yeah. But then the oil. Look, so you're talking about a situation where they can't get the delivery of oil in Europe.
Yeah, so we know how this works, right? So when Kuwait declares force majeure, and let's use Deutsche Bank, let's just throw them under the bus. Deutsche Bank has contracts to buy from Kuwait, and they have contracts to sell to Volkswagen. Well, who knows? Just pick your name, right? Now, obviously, when Kuwait declares force majeure, they're now short oil to Volkswagen. And they really have no basis to declare force majeure, I don't believe. They're just sitting on tremendous unrealized losses. And worse yet, as much as the big print will fix certain problems, it does not fix the oil problem.
Yeah. So then they default on their contract and they do cash settled, and then it's the big print, right?
Yes, but again, you still haven't solved the oil problem, right? Like, yes, you can print your way out of a lot of things, but you can't print oil. So as
Yeah.
long as that trade is closed down, and I heard today an alarming stat. I didn't know this, but 50% of the world's LNG tankers are currently trapped inside the Gulf and they can't get out.
Yeah, the
Even
LNG issue is bigger than the oil issue because half there is like legacy capacity going via the Red Sea and various other things that is getting a diminished percentage of the barrels, but some are estimating of the 20 million barrels per day, approximately 6 to 10 are able to get out via alternative depleted infrastructure So that's kind of oppressive. That's kind of being a bit reassuring on the price. But yeah, there is no two ways about this. The straight needs to open, and that leverage, that card is the IRGC's card, and they made sure that there's no route around it via the Oman um, infrastructure, and they targeted that infrastructure yesterday, and then said that it's not an attack on Oman. But yeah, we're looking at half of it trying to find another route in the oil side, but the gas side, that's only at the moment America and Russia are providing that, and they're just squeezing amazing contract terms while the prices are here.
Yeah, but with half those tankers, half of the tankers trapped in the Gulf, that means only half the volume can move that moved before.
Yeah.
So even the whole thing, like from like you said, the Gulf is the Iran card, but it's also Israel's card, right? If Israel wants to force America into this deeper, they're gonna continue to attack these depots.
Oh right, yeah. So they can continue to do some false flags in order to try and get this into a more aggressive escalation cycle. Look, at the end of this only ends. Like I don't see the look. It can't go on for a long time without taking down the global economy. We're already seeing the stress in the credit markets. At some point, the stress in the credit markets becomes a bank balance sheet issue. A bank's balance sheet issue leads to a big print. A big print leads to inflation. Inflation leads to stress in the bond market. Stress in the bond market leads to stress in the equity market. And then there's a push for fixed assets and commodities. That's the path if this continues. So that's not an option. Or so the only way is that there is a very fast, decisive victory, which is impossible from both sides. And so the only thing that can happen is concessions are given, and this ends in a in some kind of negotiation. The financial side doesn't add up. This doesn't go on for another 8 weeks without a lot breaking, um, and that oil needs to flow again, and that gas needs to flow again.
Yeah, 100%. I think 8 weeks is optimistic, right? I mean, we're starting to see bond markets begin to crack. I mean, there should be, given everything that's going on, there should be a massive flight to safety in the U.S. Treasury market. But since this is now taken its new turn with the inability to open the Strait, we're seeing the exact opposite. We're seeing U.S. Treasuries being sold.
Yeah, and
And
the bit that is confusing is gold's not really spiking yet. So that implies the market is saying there will be a quick solution. Now the market could be wrong, but the market is saying there's a quick solution, and we know that there's no long term solution. You know,
I think to Andrew's point, and I've been thinking a lot about this. So why are they not trying to help these ships run the Strait? And I think to Andrew's point, if they do hit a U.S. ship, if they were able to sink a U.S. ship, this thing takes on um, an entirely different perspective from the financial markets. I think you would see U.S. bonds get absolutely slaughtered. The entire narrative that the U.S. Navy can protect shipping lines would disappear. Um, there's so much risk in bringing a U.S. Ship into those straits. I just don't see. I don't think they can do it. I think financially they cannot take the risk.
yeah, we've already seen like peak price of futures contract is 115 dollars per barrel. What did they do in order to get that back down again? Now we're back up 100 again. So the range between 95, the range between $90 and 115 is the range that we're bound in at the moment. If you get to 115, they took drastic action. What action did they have? They had the draining of strategic petroleum reserves from G7 countries and other reserves. They had the easing up of sanctions on Russia, and then they had, a narrative that Trump pushed out that this is going to be short and it's almost over and it's almost done. So those are the three tools, and then obviously anything you can do in the futures market. But the futures bets lead to, if this continues over the long term, they have to cover a bunch of those shorts. And so if they're using, if they're using shorts that need to be covered, you're going to eventually end up with, a squeeze, a short squeeze, which will push the price up to $150. $150 takes down the entire global financial system. Like you're in a global financial crisis at those prices. So they won't let it. It's unacceptable because it becomes demand destruction. That's when people start saying, don't leave, like they're doing in Thailand, where they say, don't leave your house. We're trying to preserve energy. We're trying to save energy. And maybe that's one of the goals. That's where they start switching this to. So if it goes through a long term, you get COVID style action. But the $115 is the peak right now, and you'd expect them. But again, the strategic petroleum reserves, America doesn't have many. Like, there's not much out there. Again, even the strategic petroleum reserves, you could just everyone's everyone's hoarding them right now for themselves. So there is not a set of circumstances where this can continue throughout the whole of March and into April, without the entire global financial system breaking. That's just it. There is no alternative. This has to be short term. Um, and if America demonstrates that they can't force their way through, which from all my understanding and what everyone's been discussing and Andrew and everyone's been debating, it looks like they can't, because you can push those drones, and at the moment they're holding back. And so to me, the only a negotiated solution is the only solution, which means massive concessions.
Yeah, and I don't see that happening. And I would just add, Simon, that every day that goes by with that strait closed, the incentive for China and Russia to assist in seeing it stay closed increases. So, we're in a crazy, dangerous situation. We should never have been in this in the first place, speaking as an American. But now that we're here, I do not see a path to extricate ourselves. And further, the risk of false flags to intensify the problem is so high. And I think we're already seeing them personally, but of course, I don't have evidence of that. But I can
Yeah,
tell you, I agree. Yeah, I agree with Simon completely. We don't, discussing, what happens 3 months from now, that's not even on the table. We're talking 2, 3 weeks. If we cannot get that straight open, you're going to see chaos, the likes of which we've never seen before here in the US, not in our lifetimes.
yeah, and you can't short-term solution rebuild infrastructure. These infrastructure projects are years long. So this is this is Iran's card. It's IRGC's card. It can only be fired once. And the only way to get it open right now is to brute force it, or to get IRGC to open it, which means massive concessions. And yeah, if we get prices of oil above $115, it's just going to break. The economy is going to grind to a halt. Like, you can't function at that cost basis.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure the price matters. Obviously, price going up, that's bad. That's bad for the entire world. But they can manipulate the paper price of oil down, and they will. We've seen that. What they can't do is print oil. So, price inside of itself is not the determining factor. It's being able to perform on your contracts with physical oil that matters. And right now, with the Strait closed, that's a hard no.
Yeah, and there's only kind of like just thinking through the logic. If China's as aggressive as you think they are, then obviously um, China's incentivized to make this worse. Russia's certainly incentivized, and Israel's incentivized to try and get America to go more aggressive. And so yeah, it's definitely we're definitely witnessing a real time game of chicken. And who's going to cave? That's the question.
Back to you, Sully.
The very definition of financial weapons of mass destruction, the ultimate nuke was already fired, and it was the closing of Strait of Hormuz.
I've got some interesting news that kind of ties into a few conversations that have been happening. It's about the Gulf states. It's a report by Reuters. Reuters is basically reporting that the Trump regime or the Gulf states are turning on the Trump regime. So Reuters reports that resentment is mounting behind the scenes in the Arab Gulf capitals. These nations feel they have been dragged into a conflict they neither initiated nor endorsed, yet are forced to bear the staggering economic and military costs. The president of the Emirates Policy Center said, "This is not our war. We did not want this conflict, yet we are paying the price of our security and our economy." And additionally to this, the war has, according to Reuters, the Gulf states have been prompted to reassess their security dependence on Washington and even consider the eventual possibility of entering into new regional security arrangements with Iran. Even though, trust of Tehran is decreasing there, considering that the Gulf states will now accelerate efforts to diversify their foreign and security partnerships, realizing, and this is a quote, that they cannot truly rely on the US to protect their energy, oil, and gas resources, their people, or their sovereignty. The chairman of the Saudi-based Gulf Research Center, Abdulaziz Sega, has asserted that the US administration, I call it regime, has failed to establish guarantees for its regional allies or secure the flow of oil and gas during wartime, explaining that the cost to the Gulf economies is staggering. So yeah, this ties in to what we've been saying, the predictions we've been making, namely, the Gulf states kind of decolonizing and renegotiating. That's what I think is going to happen here. So I expect more news like this to come out over
Yeah,
the next days and weeks. Yeah,
yeah,
Simon, over to you.
yeah. Completely agree. The Middle East is already West Asia. That's already happened. Um, Now, what is Israel's role in that? And that's what needs to be reconfigured here. And that involves solving the Palestinian issue. And so that's kind of that's kind of where we are right now. There's and that breaks US as well, because the US markets need that Gulf sovereign wealth fund at the moment. Almost all of the growth came from AI data centers build out, and that came from capital markets, private credit, and foreign sovereign wealth funds. So say goodbye to the AI trade, like the data center build out, unless you want to big print it, and so they can try and print the data centers. But that plan, is breaking here as well. Yeah, so those that's one, and that's why you imagine that there's concessions that will be negotiated with that as well. So it's an absolutely wild time. Sorry to anyone that's impacted by these high energy prices, but there's no, um, this puts a time frame on a resolution. That's all I'm saying. This is not a long term war. This leads to a solution, whichever solution it is, and it's not blowing a nuke. If you blow up a nuke on Iran, that breaks everything as well. That breaks the energy flows. That disrupts all infrastructure. That crashes all markets. That breaks the U.S. banking system. Like, you can't blow a nuke on Iran to solve this. That's not going to work. That will break all global markets. So that's not even a solution.
Thanks, Simon. Over to you, Sangar.
Hey guys, is Solomon here still? Because the conversation was like, more about the war and like the war strategy, and then we got into the financial things. But anyhow, um, so I was gonna say there is a scenario where this can go longer than just a couple of weeks. And that is because this administration simply does not care about Americans and American lives. And it's not like that they can Mad Max 100 million barrels of oil through land. We're just gonna go poor and hungry, and to I don't know who was it that like brought up the financial system, but the financial system is as we know it is going to collapse. But I have a question for the panel and maybe
But
like
hold on, quick
any.
question on that. You don't think Trump cares about the stock market? He definitely cares about that.
He does care about it, but like what is he gonna do? Like he's controlled, he's compromised, and like he does not make decisions on his own. This is not a sovereign country that makes decisions for the benefit of Americans.
Yeah, but it makes the decisions for the benefit of American corporate interest. So they care about the stock price.
Well, if he did, he wouldn't start the war. He wouldn't back Bibi Netanyahu's like war. Why wouldn't he do that? Why would he do that if he had the benefit of American corporation in mind?
Because
I think
American corporate interest is doing well if it leads to a short resolution. You get to profit from the bombs, profit from the new LNG and gas and oil contracts, and you get to profit from rebuild contracts on any concessions. So corporate interests can be fine.
I also think there was a real miscalculation here. I think they thought that a decapitation strike, the people would rise up. I think that was the narrative that was spread not just to the administration but to the corporates.
So
And
is
and
that
look,
how dumb they are? Like that, like
yeah. Well,
it's,
again, don't say dumb. They it, in many ways there's a deep state element here that wants to get rid of Trump and the populist right once and for all. And this is a way they saw to do it. So it's very possible that the very information that was given to the highest levels of the administration, to the corporates, to the corporate interests was wrong. And they knew this was going to happen, but this was the best path forward to sink Trump and sink the midterms. If they get smoked out in these midterms, it's going to be like mass chaos in the United States.
don't you think like we've already like lost the midterms? Like there's no way surviving the midterms at this point.
Well, I think they were under the impression. You got to remember, man, like Trump, these guys live in a bubble. They're not
Mhm.
on Twitter all day long. They listen to what they're told by their advisors, and if they're given bad information, they're given bad information. So I think Trump still thinks he's ahead in the midterms. I don't like. I think he lives in a bubble and is controlled by what intelligence tells him.
But there were also news that like he fired a bunch of like generals and like admirals and 4-star generals like got kicked out of the room when they were trying to tell him that hey, this is not going to happen. This is not the strategy that is
Yeah.
going to work.
Yeah, look,
So
there was clearly dissent, right? Andrews laid that out.
Yeah,
I'm just go ahead, Andrews.
yeah, dark side. Yeah, dark side. Absolutely, dark side. You and Simon are looking at this, and we really do have to look at this from a financial point of view. And I'm speaking militarily speaking, because that's always the end game. It's been very obvious. The two great men that I highly, highly regard. We had two admirals out of it right there. That the Admiral Ketcher, he was fired, and he's the director of JCS. He's the guy that's in charge of the day-to-day operations. He saw this as a complete insane thing going on, and Alvin Halsey at Southcom, he resigned. He walked away from the most absolute highly sought people live their life to get that job. He had a warfare command, and he could have come out of that even with greater amounts of wealth. He said, "Nope, I'm done." So yeah, this says everything to back up the financial side of it, sir. That's what Simon and Darkside are talking about. Yeah, it does make no sense financial, militarily whatsoever. So we see something much bigger at play in the background.
Okay, I will. I think I have a different opinion. Like, I think the Jewish oligarchy's hand is way stronger behind all of this. Current events we trying to analyze. Um, but I respect that, like, the perspective that you guys have. I do have a question though.
Well, how's
Um,
Israel like so unifying Iran and GCC away from America? How does that help Israel?
it doesn't, like, isn't it that at the
That's
end of the
disastrous
day,
for Israel.
it is, but isn't it that, like, at the end of the day, the Greater Israel Project is going to expand into the GCC territory? So
How if you haven't got America? Like, if America's not strong, how's the Greater Israel project going to work? You need the American military to do that. You need American strength. You need American military bases in the Gulf countries. You just destroyed that infrastructure that helps the Greater Israel project.
well, they're going to go with the plans that they think it's going to work.
Well,
Um,
they've miscalculated then, so that's a good thing.
yeah,
Israeli strength was always based upon American strength. You can't destroy America and Israel just comes in and swoops up the empire. That just doesn't work. That's a comic book.
right. Well, yeah, I do see that. I do see that perspective too. Um, so yeah, well, I do have a question too. So how far can Iran go as far as, like, hitting Israelis' targets before Israelis feel like, well, we can't take it anymore. We can't take any more hits. For example, they have 3 or 4 major desalination plants, and if 2 of them are hit, or if, like, let's say Haifa ports, like, goes out of commission, they're done. So I think Iran's strategy is like kind of a, like, boiling frog theory. But even with that, I don't see, like, why Israelis, like, would fall for it and not activate Samson. So long as, like, Israelis have the end card, I don't see how they can be defeated without everybody's defeated.
There's no defeat. There's only a deal. There's only a deal. There's no other scenario that I can think of. Maybe I'm missing something. There's only concessions and a deal.
Yeah, Iran has released. The president said it, and the supreme leader reaffirmed it today that they're simply just looking for, like, reparations and guarantees. I'm pretty sure that's what they said. Simon, did you see this? Did you see this, Sungo?
I saw that. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
looking for
I
reparations.
mean, yeah, it's a lot because I was disagreeing with you on that one point because I was like, how could Iran do, have a softer stance? But, like, seeing that, and I've seen a lot of people say, like, is that it? And I've said it myself, like, is that it? You know, it does show that they're more open to a deal than most people would have thought. So I think you're right on that. But yeah,
It can
yeah,
only
that's it
end in
really.
a deal
Yeah.
because you can't do this again. Once the strait opens, is that you have to get a deal while the strait is closed, and you have to use that time frame in order to get a deal because this never comes again. This is a one card trick.
Why is there one card? You think they can't close it again?
There'll never be a situation where the entire world after this allows for a situation where
Yeah,
that there's
maybe.
not that they can prevent this happening again.
I
So
hope not.
don't you think that's going to be like either Iran staying in power, or like, you know, if they let Iran stay in power, it can happen again. So the alternative is if they destroy Iran, so that it wouldn't happen again.
Yeah, but destroying Iran destroys everything because you haven't got the time.
But so how are they going to prevent, like, you know, the strait from getting closed if Iran's still in power?
Well, I think part of what they'd be negotiation is that they'd give significant concessions in exchange for probably someone like some BlackRock private interest having partial ownership structure in a repackaged strait. I think that would be part of the negotiations. There'd be a security guarantee. It would involve China. It would involve Western financial interests. And they'd have to make concessions in order to try and get that. So once this negotiation's done, it's done. Like this isn't happening again.
Okay, well, I was listening to Solomon like earlier, and his view was a little bit more binary. So it's either like, you know, the Jews are going to win this battle and it's going to go like, you know, Judaic, and or Iran's going to win and everybody's going to be like, you know, free. So I didn't like, you know, hear much of a like, you know, a world where these parties are like, you know, living with each other in harmony, or like, you know, in any sort of like, you know, peace treaty.
Yeah, well, Suleiman, what Suleiman was looking at is a kinetic relationship, and a kinetic, let's say, a kinetic environment where it's going to be last man standing war. But we have to consider the deal behind closed doors. The deal that's, you know, that's another thing. Sully was not introducing that. He's weighed in on that. I wish he was here on talk about it, but he does understand that is a possibility. I've heard him say it before, right, Simon?
Yeah, the problem with if this is a battle till victory, the entire financial system, the price of oil just makes a global financial crisis. You know, and at the moment, a global reset, a global financial crisis. If this goes on for like 8 weeks, they have to find a tool to contain the price of oil. And they have to, and at some stage, oil becomes a problem, you know, logistically, and that takes years to resolve. So
Could I? Oh,
yeah, and so
yeah.
you know, countries run out of energy at this rate, and that's the problem. That doesn't get solved quickly, and so once that gets solved, then this is no longer an issue. But that would take a year or two, like, and there's no option of having, you know, the market doesn't believe. Firstly, the market doesn't believe that that this is long term because gold's flat. The second the market believes this is long term, gold would be reaching new all time highs as oil goes up. So those in the know believe that there's a deal. That's what the market's telling us.
Yeah,
And that,
there's an old saying on Wall Street that you don't bet on the end of the world because it only happens once. And I think that's what you're seeing right now. Like Wall Street's in denial of kind of the situation we're in, but that quickly can change. And further, remember, you know, the false flag perspective here. If they start attacking Saudi oil fields, Qatari oil fields, they start really hitting those fields hard. It doesn't matter then, right? Like now we're just completely screwed. So this, you know, I said from day one when this kicked off, man, this is unbelievably risky shit, and they're playing with fire. You know, I hope for everyone's case we're able to thread the needle with as little violence as possible. But it just feels like, man, we're going in the wrong direction, and we're going there fast.
Yeah, Iran's already
I
attacking
think
the
we.
Saudi oil fields, and they've done it numerous times at this point.
There you go, and it's going to just keep escalating. And we have a perfect case history, I believe, here looking at Vietnam. Nixon was bombing the hell out of Hanoi, but he really wasn't. But he was, but not. We were bombing trees. Okay, when he started linebacker 1 and 2, what was going on in the backgrounds at the Paris Peace Accords was a deal, working a deal. And what happened? What happened was we go study Doi Moi in Vietnam, 1986. For a period of 8 years, the deal was worked out and ground out behind closed doors. But here it was. America lost the war. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. We
You
walked
know,
away, left
Andrew,
Vietnam.
you know the Vietnam War,
Eh,
didn't they know that they lost years before?
Yes,
Or they knew they
yes.
weren't going to be able to win like years before it finished?
Yes, and I've studied this in depth. Well, I say studied in depth. I've read 2 very good books. There's a book, it's Doi Moi, but what happened in 1986, and I lived in that country for almost 7 years. My wife's Vietnamese. Her family was starving. I mean, literally. 8 people were living on about what you would have for a bowl equivalent of rice. They were dividing up rice and basically little fish that they would get in the market as scraps. Anyway, so what happened? What a banker did with a pen, he represented the IMF. 57,000 men, their blood did not do what a banker did with a pen. The world system, the elite, Luciferian elite, brought Vietnam to its knees because they were so desperate to get funding opened up to them. Here, you sign here, you come under the IMF, you get rid of your central government, your central planned economy, you come under a market economy, you be our little bitches, here's a couple billion, and they not only signed it, they started kissing the ring of that banker. And I see that working. I really do.
Yeah, the difference with this one though is there's a genuine unfixable issue with the economic impact and the so like when you go to war with Vietnam, then fine, that's stimulative to Western stock markets. You know, it's just war profiteering with no genuine economic threat. This one is effectively an oil blockade that would take a year or two to logistically resolve. And in that year or two, you can't have sustained oil prices where they are. And the only way to solve the oil prices is to get more oil flowing and to get more LNG flowing. Plus, at a time when we've been in an AI bubble and there is an AI arms race that was a thing and still needs to be resolved. So there is a real time limit on this one, and there's no getting around that time limit unless somebody finds a magic way of printing oil and logistically getting that where it's meant to go before things break. And I don't think it exists. There is obviously Saudi has got those alternative routes, but it's not a capacity. It's able to get those alternative routes, but then things could escalate towards Red Sea and various other things as well. So there is a time frame, and the only way to resolve this from everyone is to announce a deal, and everyone knows what the concessions are. So all you need to do is put the right set of concessions together. And accept that we've just had the global reset. The US is no longer the global hegemon of the world. It's done. US is a regional power, and it looks like at the end of this, the Middle East is West Asia.
Simon, you keep declaring that, but if anything, historical events and the events of the past year prove that it's not true, that if anything, the United States is resurgent now as hegemon.
How?
The fact that we knocked over Venezuela, the fact that we
That's
are in the
regional.
process of, the fact that we're in the process of knocking over Iran, and the fact that we're not going to stop there. And the world is on notice that Trump is executing a strategy of finally using American power directly to accomplish American objectives, whereas that hasn't been what America has done for quite a long time before that.
Okay, I agree with you. If America occupies Iran and takes over all the oil fields and opens the Strait of Hormuz. Then
No, we don't need
America
to
is the
do
global
that.
hegemon.
The main way that the United States can exert power in order to coerce others to fall in line with our foreign policy objectives is and is going to continue to be through bombing. You don't need a ground occupation in order to inflict cost on people and get leverage over them.
So forcing the Strait of Hormuz open. Because you got to get it
Well,
open. You have to get it open again. You got to get it open fast.
well, the Strait of Hormuz, the thing is that obviously if Trump wanted it open, he could have committed the resources to that. And apparently he's made the calculus that he doesn't think it's a priority.
Which
And
means
I mean,
that the likelihood
that
of a
makes
deal is
sense.
much higher.
Hold on, it makes sense that the Strait of Hormuz is kind of a coin flip for the United States because we aren't the ones who trade through the Strait of Hormuz. It's everyone else. It's Asia and Europe that trade through the Strait of Hormuz.
No, it's
Whereas
financial
we're a net seller.
markets. It's the global financial markets, like the US markets. If this turns into what the markets consider a real war, then that impacts America. You're already starting to get the stress in the credit
But here's
markets. You're
the
not
thing.
getting the yeah.
That impacts America in what way, though? Everyone is quick to say, oh, it's going to harm the American economy. Well, whatever small harm it does to us, it's going to do a lot more harm to a lot of other people. And that's going to accrue to America's geopolitical benefit.
No, I think you got it backwards, man, because the issue is that the Fed, which is a European bank, is tied at the hip to the ECB, the Bank of Japan, the Bank of International Settlements, the Swiss National Bank, the IMF. It's all one entity. So if you take down Britain or you take down Japan or Germany, you take down the United States. We are not on an island financially. We are tied at the hip to these global central banks. And we cannot survive the failure of multiple globally systemic important banks. If a couple of European GSIBs or a Japanese GSIB goes down, we go down with it.
That's true.
Well, the thing is that just because certain foreign countries fall on hard times, that doesn't mean they completely implode and cease to exist. And the question is, if they have some negative consequences, if they fall by, just to use arbitrary figures, 15, 20%, how much of a fall is that going to be for America? A lot lower than that.
It's not you're thinking in the wrong terms. It's not 15 or 20%. It's 100%. If a GSIB fails, and they literally fail, meaning they're bank run out of business, then other GSIBs go right with them. There's a quadrillion dollars in derivative exposure amongst these banks through counterparties, right? You can't think of it like a Jenga tower, man. You pull out one of those GSIBs, the rest of them just come tumbling right down. It's not a matter of down 15% or down 20%. It's a failure, like happened with Credit Suisse. Did you see when Credit Suisse failed? They had to have it bailed out immediately. And it wasn't as if the regulators came to UBS and asked them. They told them, you are taking Credit Suisse, you are taking it, and we will write you all the swap lines you need to keep you alive. Well, that doesn't work when it's Japan and Germany and Britain all at the same time. We may be able to survive one, but we can't survive two.
Well, the international monetary system and financial system are a lot more resilient than you're giving them credit for. And the fact is, nothing related to this war is going to come even remotely close to the financial crisis of 2008, not by an order of magnitude. So,
dude,
and we survived that.
You're talking
so
just
the idea
understand
that
what
we're going to have
2000.
collapse
You
now
got to
is kind of
understand
silly.
what you have to understand what 2008 was. It was a relatively small crisis involving AIG, right? AIG had written
it was much bigger than
insurance
that.
policies. No, it wasn't. I was there. I traded it.
Okay,
right?
cool.
I can
So
tell you that AIG failed and it spread, and you began to have contagion. Bear Stearns hedge funds went down. Bear Stearns went down. all of it was tied to AIG's failure or fraudulent construction of debt on products that didn't exist. They sold more debt on bonds than the bonds actually existed.
And
Right?
Doc,
So
it started with a tiny little island called Iceland and a stupid
right,
bank in England called Northern Rock.
right. That's a small crisis compared to oil. Right? Oil is the backbone of so many societies. So I think to try to compare 0809 to what we're staring down the barrel of is really, really not seeing the forest through the trees.
The problem is AIG may have played a role as a catalyst, but the actual meltdown in 2008 was much, much bigger than that and spread much, much further. And it was because of fundamental fraud and other problems that were baked into the system for years. And there was massive wealth destruction based on that. So that was much more
Okay,
systemic and
who
much
went
more
to
widespread.
jail? Who went to jail for the 0809 crisis? And if nobody went to jail, which no one did, then why do you think the fraud in the system is less today than it was then? I'd argue with you the fraud today in the system is probably 20x what it was in 0809. And we're seeing that play out today in private credit. We're seeing massive fraud. We're seeing entities pledging collateral to multiple loans. And that's why this crisis is beginning to spread as well. So we don't just have an oil crisis on our hands, we have a private credit crisis on our hands. Now, albeit the good news about private credit is that you can fix that with printing more money. But the oil crisis was very different than 0809, because remember, 0809 was in the end a monetary problem. And it could be fixed by printing money. This is an oil problem, and it can't be fixed by printing oil because you can't print oil. So it's a very, very different situation. And I'd argue with you that there is no way to extricate yourself from a problem when you can't print the underlying problem. And in this case, you can't print oil.
Yeah,
So
so
Yeah, so
we're all
I don't think the long term strategy of America keeping this going works. I don't think that works. I think it has to be quick concessions deal done. That's what has to happen.
this is the very, very essence of this entire conversation. There's deals working because this cannot last long, and this is because it has an extraordinary global effect. I mean, I have an economics minor, but correction, I'm sorry, that was my major in university, and I only have a little teeny bit of knowledge. But what I'm listening to these financial experts, Mankles, is it's obvious, and just looking at it from his history and other cases, there were deals being cut. I use Vietnam. There were deals being cut in every war. There's always a deal being worked to eventually it's always going to come to economics and finance.
well, look, as
But
long as
also
we
remember the US market is also propped up by foreign inbound investment. Like that's if you can't get your foreign inbound investment, the market doesn't continue. I mean, you can continue printing and you can continue putting that in the market, but without foreign inbound investment, like the bond market breaks at some point.
well, as long as the
Like because
IRGC
it's been
is
remember
in charge,
remember 40%
there's not going to be a deal.
40% of the auctions 40% of the debt rollover auctions are being done by Cayman Island, which is a bunch of hedge funds that are just gouging out of a carry trade. Like this eventually hits the bond market.
And just to be clear how that carry trade works out of the Cayman Islands, they're using derivatives, swaps, and counterparty risk to hedge the difference between what they're paying for the bonds and what they're able to make. And essentially, we call that trade picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. That trade is the exact same trade that was deployed by long-term capital management back in 1998 when they failed. So we have so much risk in the system today, and all of that risk gets focused back to counterparty derivative exposure. So again, a spark in the oil market, failures in oil derivatives can spread to interest rate derivatives very quickly. Now, I would say this, the one thing that the Fed does have the ability to do is to just say, look, we're buying the 10-year, we're buying the 30-year, we're buying the bond market. The question is, if the Fed came in today and said, look, we'll buy all the 10 years for you want to sell for 4%, do they end up owning 20 trillion of them? Like that's the risk. We've seen yield curve control over in Japan. It doesn't end well. We're probably going to see it kick off here in the United States. And for that matter, you might as well throw all the EU countries into that as well, and Britain. So, to think that this thing is contained or that it's small and there's not as much risk in the system as 08, 09, I think that's a massive, massive miscalculation.
Yeah, so again, you either persuade IRGC to open the strait or you brute force the strait open. Those are the only two options, and it needs to be done this month at the latest. It needs to be done yesterday.
Well, Simon, and you can persuade them with bombs because as long as the IRGC is in charge, you're not going to get a deal. They're not going to negotiate. Or if they did have terms for negotiation, it would be stuff that the United States and Israel would not remotely be willing to agree to. And the United States and Israel are not going to bend the knee to the IRGC out of fear of economic or financial consequences. The Strait of Hormuz being closed makes IRGC an absolute pariah and enemy to the entire world on a level greater than North Korea. They're not going to have any friends after this if they don't back down. They're not going to have any future. They're going to be
No,
Well,
absolutely
they're
the
already
blame
isolated.
will
there.
go
They're
to
already
Trump.
there. It's already too late. So
Well,
they're
no,
in that
because
situation
it
already.
hasn't been going that long. So they could back down. They're just not ideologically, they're not going to.
Yeah, but
The only way you get
they
rid of
only
them is if there's an internal power struggle that they lose, and then the more moderate side takes charge in Iran and is able to restrain them.
But that's my bet. That's what's happening. Because that's what I think is happening already, and I don't think negotiations ever stopped between a certain faction of power. But yeah,
And Mankos, that goes back to the Vietnam thing. Richard Nixon, and you know this, I believe. Well, you're not quite. Richard Nixon was, we're going to bomb him into oblivion. We're going to bomb him to the table. They will come to our terms. No, in reality, they were cutting
No,
a
but that's
deal.
Yeah,
exactly
That's
what
what I'm
happened,
saying,
Andrew.
Mankos.
you're right,
We did.
Andrew.
They didn't want to do any peace. They wanted to kick us out and humiliate the United States of America. And they
And
launched
we
a
were.
And it
they
worked.
launched a massive offensive, and we obliterated it and forced them to the table. And that's why they made a
Oh
deal.
my. Oh my
Mancus,
dear
oh
God! You
my
really believe that?
god.
You really believe that we? You really believe that we
Seriously.
laid Hanoi flat out? No, they were bombing trees, Mankos. They didn't bomb
First of all,
carpet bomb
Andrew,
Hanoi.
you've got your things all mixed up. That's not the bombing
Oh
I
my!
was discussing. I wasn't talking about bombing Hanoi. That's not what ended the war.
What?
What ended the war
What's?
was bombing the North Vietnamese troops in the field during their offensive, which annihilated the
Oh,
offensive and took back. Like, so
oh,
North Korea or North Vietnam had no path to military victory in 1972.
oh.
That's the problem, and that's why they came to the table.
They no, sir. They had us by our go. They had us by the balls. Research this, sir. Research this. I've talked to.
I've researched this much more deeply than
You're
you, very clearly.
Oh, you're an expert in finance. You're an expert
Andrew
in
literally
naval
lived it. He
warfare.
lived
You're
it
an
out.
I'm an
expert,
expert in a
and
lot of
now
things,
you're an expert in
Andrew, and
Vietnam
it's
history.
called being smart and
My
reading a lot of
get
things.
feed Mangos. Let's feed Mangos some more rope. But Mangos, listen, you're agreeing. I don't think you realize this. You're agreeing with Simon and Darkside here because you're feeding right into their narrative. You're saying they will have to come to some. They're. That's what we're saying, Mangos. Come on, chill, my brother, as Sully would say.
So,
Chill, my brother.
so
You're
let me
agreeing
summarize
with us.
very briefly for you so you can get up to speed on this. All you have to do, I've read way more than this. Wikipedia is not the source of all of my knowledge, but this will get you up to speed. Just pull up the Wikipedia on the Easter Offensive, read it, see what the aftermath was, see what the thing was. It was a decisive victory for the United States in South Vietnam, and it was in October of 1972 that we reached the peace deal with the North Vietnamese. And that was basically at the point where the Eastern Offensive had been annihilated. So that is why that happened. What you're referring to is a different Democrat liberal talking point about the Christmas bombing, which came later, which was more based on getting South Vietnam to sign on to the peace treaty because they had their leader there had rebelled against it, than it was with the North Vietnamese, who at that point they had already agreed to peace.
Man, can
What
send
you
your
just said,
CV to Fox News, mate.
yeah. Well,
I've
Manko,
never watched Fox News. I'm not even a cable TV news watcher or cable TV watcher or haver for a very long time. So I think
But
you just
send it
use
to
Fox
them.
News.
You know nothing, mate, about a region. They wanted to humiliate
And I
us from the region. What are
have
these
Fox News.
nonsense you bringing it up, man? You make my day. Cheers.
yeah,
I think a
Mankos, you
lot
were
of
telling us
people
in day
elsewhere in
one.
the world are like not they don't really have a good grasp of like American domestic politics, and they just say like everything's Fox News, everything's neocons. That's not
Yeah,
true.
no one knows anything. You
Let-
know everything. You know about military.
Well,
You know
apparently,
about the
Come on,
region. You know about
let
the culture.
guys, let's keep this high IQ. Let's not do personal and hominin. Let's just keep this analysis. We've all got different opinions. Um, look, at the individual level, like all I can say, if this is going on for a year and this is a long-term war in order to take out all of the nuclear and military capabilities of Iran, if that's the goal, that doesn't happen fast. That takes a long time. Iran is a natural fortress. It is harder than any mission that have been, have been talked about. The highly enriched uranium, these missile launchers, they're all deep in the mountains, deep underground. It's a vast land. It's an incredibly hard mission to achieve. If this goes on and the Strait of Hormuz is closed for a month or two, and this has to go on for a year until they build out alternative infrastructure, you can't own enough gold right now. You don't
well,
own
there's
enough
no
gold
question, Simon.
under
There's
that
no
circuit. Under
question.
that,
There's no
but let me
question
just
it's
get the
not going to
trade.
last like
If
through April.
Yeah, if this is a deal, which I think it is a deal, which I don't think is a decisive victory for either side. I don't see that being something that happens quick. But if this is a deal, then the second that Strait of Hormuz closed and the deal is done, the price of oil is going to crash so hard, and then we're just going to be dealing with a couple of months of logistical nightmares and fallout, and a bunch of contracts and things that would have broken already that we just don't quite fully understand.
Question for Simon and Darkside. What if the Red Sea and the Gulf of Oman is also stopped? So all movement within the Red Sea and the Gulf of Oman.
Oil above $115.
Yeah, I would just say, that weeks turns into days. Look, this can't continue. I mean, either Simon's right and there's a deal being made. I'm kind of skeptical of that only because of who Trump is and his unwillingness to take an L. And quite frankly, if the United States decides that they want to go in, they'll go in, and he knows that. But that would be so
Doc,
costly and so
he won't take an
stupid.
L. He'll do a deal which is concessions, but he'll create a Hollywood movie as part of the deal. He'll say, "Right, I get to put a B-52 bomber, and we get to film the blowing up of your nuclear program, and we get to pretend that we took it out." And IRGC, if they get what they want, they'll likely agree to something like that. But obviously, Trump doesn't have to win. He just has to make Americans believe that he won, and just create a Hollywood movie, and that would be
Yeah,
part of
I
the
don't know.
negotiation.
I
He
mean, look,
doesn't even
I
have to
go
do
back.
that. Simon's right about that because that happened last year. He literally said he did exactly that. That's exactly. I don't know if he did it on purpose, Simon, but that's literally what he did last year. He said he did a little movie with a B-2 bomber and said we destroyed Iran's nuclear facilities for years to come. They'll never be able to get back to where they were. And then less than a year later, it's like we're destroying those facilities. We want to destroy the nuclear capability that we already took out. So he'll do it again easily. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Simon on that. Like, they literally have already done this. We've already declared a false victory.
The problem with that is
I
it can be marketing, but it's not going to work on Israel. So no matter what
That's
Trump
right.
says in last year, this is where we are now
That's
because
right.
Israel didn't buy into it.
Exactly, exactly. And I just want to add, like, as a guy, as an American here, we've been under a chemical attack from China for better part of 7, 8 years with fentanyl, and we've lost more than half a million Americans to this crisis. And there's almost no families in America that have not been affected in one form or another. It's like 6 degrees from separation. We all know someone whose family's been affected by the fentanyl crisis. And I think China sees a tremendous opportunity here. Right? To think that we're not at war with China, I think is missing the boat. We've been at
Dark,
war with China for quite a while. Go ahead.
dark side. I think like someone at some point gonna have to put a leash on Israel. So even through politics in America, or somehow that needs to come to a close. We can't just like keep going like this. We can't just like every 6 months or every decade or whatever like keep going back to into a war. I think something's gonna happen, and it's already started. Look at like the social media. Look at the how politicians are getting all the pushbacks from the people. So this is going to come to an end, not from a like a military aspect, but from I would say from the inside, from America.
Well, the best way to weaken Israel is outsource it to Iran, leave them with a load of debt, make them drain all of their munitions, and put it through some form of distress asset acquisition.
True.
That's the best way of doing it. Just outsource it to Iran.
That is
Yeah, I would just.
true. But
Uh,
the problem with that is that like they will blackmail us. They have nukes. They
But
they they
everyone's
ha-
seen the Epstein file. Oh, you mean nukes?
yeah,
No,
that's it.
nuke
No, but
nuke kills everything, man.
listen, the Epstein files is what tells me that relationship is much, much deeper than anybody understands. So, yeah, I agree with you. That definitely has to happen. I just think things have to get really, really bad for that to happen.
Mm,
But
I agree.
I think any type of Epstein blackmail is done. I don't think there's anything that would be shocking anymore. It would be shocking. It would make the news cycle, but everyone's figured out how the system works now. Like, everyone knows how it works. And it doesn't mean shit. It doesn't matter. So whatever comes there, the reputation is done. The Epstein file has spilled the beans. I don't think it's got much power anymore. Like, I mean, yeah, if nuke is a real threat, which I personally don't think it is, but if nuke is a real threat, then that feels like the last card.
What do you guys think the possibility of a coup in Israel to take down that whole system down?
Okay, just before
No-
someone answer that, then I got another finance question. Yeah, I think that's just not gonna happen. Okay, the to Simon and Darkside. So you mentioned about, and the reason I asked the question about the Red Sea and possible the Gulf of Oman is because the new supreme leader of Iran said that they're gonna start. They shut the Strait of Hormuz. It's gonna remain closed, and they're gonna extend things to other fronts. So I know you said it'll be much worse, like weeks will become days, but if you can kind of elaborate or specify like what would happen and what would be the result, what would be the causes, what would be the implications of that.
Oil goes above the $115 threshold, which was already an unacceptable threshold in terms of economic impact.
But is
And
that high?
shit stop.
Because why I'm asking that, I do continue by the way, but he was saying that a member of the IGC yesterday said the goal is to take oil to 200 if this war continues.
Yeah, if you get it to 200 and it stays above 200, we're in a global recession. Like, that's it. We're there already. Like,
Worse.
yeah.
Global depression. I think it's the GFC times 20. I do. I think you see multiple bank failures, probably lockdowns along the lines of COVID, simply to keep people from driving. Just absolute catastrophic effects across the Western world.
It can hit 200 and then crash back down, but it can't stay there. It definitely can't stay there.
Sorry, Solomon. So I wasn't here for that discussion, but whenever you have a chance, like maybe after this discussion, explain to me why that cannot be a possibility and why that cannot happen.
What, $200 oil?
No,
Disputing. Honestly, there are widespread protests in Israel. I have seen the videos of those, and they do seem to get quite large. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Also is a lot of scandal around Netanyahu with his corruption trial that he's completely rigging, and they seem to be attempting to get it dropped. He did change the constitution of Israel, I think, something like that to make himself more dictatory. So there is a grassroots element of Israel that is against him. It's not for any humanitarian or moral purposes, just because of he's he's a madman. They want a different kind of madman, maybe less audacious one. But I don't know. I'm not keeping a track of that closely, but because they keep it quite tight-lipped. I don't know if there's been any recent protests that are quite large in the colony. I haven't seen anything like that. I haven't reported anything like that. But yeah, it's always a potential. The colony is more unstable than it appears, for sure.
I see where you're coming from, Adam, but I wasn't really talking about like the protest in Israel. I was more coming from a place. Let's say America's like taken by like a movement like Christian nationalism, and they are aware like something like what Nick Fuentes is been wanting, and they are aware that like the Jews finally are going to come after them. So and they're going to have the upper hand and go after them before they come after us first.
Guys, at this stage, literally, we're talking survival, we're talking energy, we're talking food insecurity, we're talking water. We ain't talking about any of that shit. We're talking about survival if this continues at that stage.
I mean, it was just a hypothetical, but yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, is the wild card because does Israel accept a deal, right? Like, does Israel accept a deal? Like, how do you fit that into your model, Simon? Like, why are we
Israel's
even here?
Israel's
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Israel's not at the table. Like obviously there's interest, but
Uh-huh.
if America and
Yep.
IRGC want to accept a deal,
hmm
they can accept a deal.
So you're saying Israel is
Now,
in control of America, is what you're saying?
well, again, it comes back to that old conversation, right?
Yeah.
If Israel is
Yeah, we're
genuinely
gonna find out, I think,
the,
soon.
I think we are going to
Yeah.
find out, and I think everyone's. I think we're going to find out that
A few things, yeah.
that yeah. But here's the thing: Israel doesn't. Okay, Israel doesn't have an effect. Its current strength is based upon U.S. strength. If US is weak, then it needs alternative strength. And its alternative strength requires it getting on with its neighbors or latching on to someone like, or controlling someone like India or China, which I just don't believe they do. So if they control America, then American strength kills Israeli strength as well with it.
True. Yeah, America, I mean, Israel gets weaker as America does, but it's like, are they, then it's like, what will they do? Like, will they react in a crazy way, or something I'm thinking, maybe they did an incorrect cost benefit analysis of this trying to topple Iran, and they did make a mistake. Like, they underestimated the enemy, they overestimated themselves, and now they're realizing, fuck. Um, and they just want to make a deal, go away, and try again another day or in a different way. That's one possibility. But yeah, in my mind, it's like, does Israel accept this, and how will they react to it? And I think those things will be very telling for like our model of analyzing geopolitics.
Yeah, either that or everyone knows the deal's going to be done and the market's right. Because at the moment, the market thinks the deal's going to be done and it's going to be short.
So Simon, what do you think is going to happen if like there's a deal? Like, what do you think is going to happen to market, Bitcoin, and the stock market?
Well, if they announce a deal, the price of oil will crash. The markets will love it, um, and and then obviously Bitcoin's kind of with the AI trade at the moment because it's a bit correlated to markets, stock markets at the moment. But yeah, if a deal is announced, then yeah, it's mainly the oil that will crash, and then the dollar will start to weaken again, and markets will start to go up, and then we just got to deal with all of the fallout, the logistics, the supply chains, and figure out who was on the wrong side of these trades and what broke and who broke. And we move into a big print to fix that, most likely.
Yeah,
But
it's not actually Iran's like intention to remove any countries from the map, right? You know, something
well,
like
also,
that
yeah,
debate.
that's true.
Yeah.
No, certainly, but also, their goal isn't to create a global economic crisis because that's a disaster for them and their people too. Like the goal is to get to is to resolve this stuff, and we have now set up a game where what couldn't be resolved by sanctions, what couldn't be resolved by Israel, what couldn't be resolved by Iran, what couldn't be resolved by a 12-day war, what couldn't be resolved by an attempted coup and regime change and overthrow, and what couldn't be resolved by JCPOA has to be resolved, and it has to be resolved fast.
Yeah. I think I agree with that actually, because Israel didn't think. I don't think Israel believed that it was under threat. I don't think it was they thought that Iran was like an existential threat. I think it was for different reasons. You know, it was for geopolitical reasons to about their own power, their own agenda, their own goals. You know, it's not they're not acting from a point of, oh, we're scared. I think that's bullshit. So with that in mind,
So Adam, you
Yeah,
think this is gonna?
that's
yeah,
like MAGA. That's like for public consumption. That
yeah.
narrative of thinking they're under threat. They want all the Jews and Americans and everyone to think they're under threat, for public consumption. Just like MAGA, it's a public narrative.
Well, Adam, you think this is gonna end soon as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to make a deal. Yeah.
And what's that deal gonna look like?
Ah, I, I don't know. I think they're going to. I think it's going to be concessions made towards Iran. I think it's going to
Like
be
what?
maybe alleviation of of sanctions. Maybe
Mm,
security guarantees, like Simon was saying.
mm.
Um, Iran themselves, like
Reparations.
President
And
Pezeshkian
so,
said that he wants
okay.
reparations. So I assume there would be reparations because that's what Iran hasn't actually demanded much. They haven't actually
So
demanded much. Yeah.
what you're basically saying is you don't believe Israel controls America because
Yeah, that's what I'm
America.
saying. That's what I was saying about like I don't believe that Israel thinks that Iran is an existential threat towards it. That's what I don't think they're coming. I don't think they think they're the victims here. You know, so you can still have Israel being in charge there, but they trying to achieve their goals.
But wait,
Yeah, go
but
ahead.
no, because in your scenario, what happens is America leaves the region with the tail between its legs. It gives sanction relief to Iran, which is monumental because now they can trade, and they, without a doubt, if they were allowed to trade and they weren't on sanctions, the sky's the limit on their ability to become a powerhouse within the region. They also, according to your position, get reparations. They also, according to your position, um, what you call it again, have the no other bases in the Middle East. Basically, in your scenario, you're saying Israel is fine with Iran becoming the superpower within the power within the region,
Yeah, it's a good point, and I don't know.
and Israel allows that America to do that means
Yeah, so maybe we just go off what Iran said that they want. Like they said that they just want reparations and security guarantees, which isn't as extreme, and that's what
No, I agree with
Yeah,
you that Iran wants that.
yeah, and yeah,
I'm saying, I'm saying that Israel. Well, you're saying they wouldn't have sanctions relieved.
it doesn't seem like it based on the comments of the president and the supreme leader. I'd say no. That's not. They're not asking for it.
Oh, then that's just a terrible decision by Iran. Then,
Well, that's what they
if they
said.
agreed to
That's what they
that,
both said. The supreme leader and the president. They haven't mentioned sanctions relief. They've said they want reparations
that's just yeah. I think they mean what reparations for what?
for the damage that's been done to Iran and
Ah,
wealth.
okay. But
Yeah,
yeah, there's no like if they agree to a deal without sanctions, that's a horrible decision by Iran.
yeah,
I'll be vehemently against that. That's a
yeah.
horrible, horrible decision.
I don't know what the outcome of a deal is, but I think there will be a deal. I think we will enter like negotiations, and I think then we'll see. Then we'll have a clearer view on who's in charge and what their strategies are. But yeah, I can't predict exactly what a deal outcome would be.
Yeah, it's just no, no. Of course, you're not going to predict. It's about like having a conversation
No,
about
no,
what
of
you think
course,
is
yeah, but yeah,
logical or not.
yeah, I think what I was saying about that was that I think Israel wants to be a more stable and more powerful player within the region, and that's the angle that it's pushing. It's not pushing the angle of we need to destroy Iran because they're going to destroy us, in my opinion. But they want it to be contained and more friendly. So maybe that's what they're going to be
No, I don't
pushing.
agree. I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
That's what Israelis claim.
Yeah.
I think that Israel wants to destroy Iran. It wants to weaken Iran because it wants Iran, and they mentioned it. They said Iran to be the Lebanon model or the Syria model, where they can, if they ever got out of hand, be able to just slap them into place,
Okay, I don't
and
disagree.
they be the dominant, controlling thing.
Yeah.
So they know Iran doesn't want to destroy them. That bit's true. But the bit that's I disagree with is they actually do want to destroy Iran. This is what this is all
Yeah.
about.
Okay, I'll agree. They're not scared of Iran. I think we can agree on that. Like they're not scared of them. They want to dominate
I
them.
think they're so scared of Iran is unbelievable because they know without the United States of America,
Uh-huh.
Iran would slap them up. And we've seen that now. There's more, if there's anything more evidence of that than it is this.
Yeah.
Without the US, so they are. So they fear Iran. They, and because how it works with the bad guy is Adam, because they know that they themselves are evil, they assume that the other person cannot also be trusted.
Mm.
So they fear Iran because Iran has the capability and ability. They want to destroy Iran. They know Iran wouldn't destroy them unless they went after Iran first.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But but the thing is, they want to destroy Iran is where I'm disagreeing with you on.
Yeah, yeah, they want to destroy Iran, but I don't think yeah, I think Iran wouldn't just destroy them for no reason, and yeah, in
I
retaliation,
agree.
yeah,
Yeah, I agree with that.
yeah, um,
But what they want is but then they want domination. Domination means you other,
yes, they want
you,
domination. They might even want to break
yeah,
up Iran, like turn it into like little,
yeah, exactly. That'd be a dream for them.
yeah, yeah. That's why they're trying to foment all these like Kurdish groups and other groups and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they want to stop.
But I
Yeah,
guess it comes back to this that if it was just Trump, I think a deal is actually quite easy to make because what you do is you give Trump the victory and he just tells all the Americans he won, and I think a lot of the MAGA will be like, yeah, he won, and then he makes those concessions that you're saying, Adam, which is the sanctions relief, the Middle East slight reduction,
yeah.
and a few other things. But that would be something the Israelis would be vehemently against, and that's where I think the clog is with getting that deal done.
Yeah, me too, and that's what I've been thinking about as well. Like, yeah, Israel definitely does not want that. They're the ones who want Iran to be pacified, taken out, balkanized, all that stuff. That's what Israel wants. But they're not like, yeah, that's yeah. It's just how are they thinking about it? I don't know. Yeah, that's the clog. That's the clog. That's the thing I can't get my head around.
And the thing is, like with the deal, Iran would be stupid to agree to a deal that doesn't include sanctions relief, doesn't include some presence being removed from the region. Although I think that's hard because my position on the GCC countries. I think
Hmm.
Saudi is Zionist, and so is the UAE. And it doesn't include, yeah, if it doesn't include those things, that would be suicide. It would be the most horrible decision to make, especially after they murdered your father. Do you remember the current leader? They murdered his father, they murdered his mother, I believe, possibly his wife, although there's alternative reports on that, his daughter.
Yeah.
Like to agree, gee, yeah, for him to agree to a weak deal after he sacrificed his own family as well, never
Hmm.
mind everything else, is just, it would be, and even from the geopolitical situation in now would just be horrendous.
Yeah. So I guess we agree that Israel wants to destroy Iran. They failed.
Yeah.
Now they're either going to escalate, do a deal, or give up. They're not going to give up. So they're either going to escalate or do a deal slash compromise. You know. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, but the thing is, I can't think of a deal where the Israelis would be happy.
Yeah, that's why it would be a compromise. It's either that or they escalate, right? And then we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if they
Well,
escalate.
if Iran compromises on key issues, then Iran's just like failed.
Yeah, because they'll try again. They'll try again. Israel will not be done with Iran.
Yeah, it'll just be another 8. Then I'll be predicting again that there's going to be another war in 8 months.
Yeah, exactly.
And
we did predict this. Yeah.
They won't be as in a good situation as they are now, because this is just worked out. This is like a dream scenario where everything went right for them and everything went wrong for the other side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me read this super chat. I don't know what it's for, but I presume it's you guys were having a chat before I was because I was taking a call. But it says Aragchi is a pragmatist. I agree with that. Not a reformist. Hardliners hold power, not reformists. Hormuz opening, no evidence. Why did someone say Hormuz is opened?
No, the Hormuz completely, and the Supreme Leader reaffirmed it's going to stay closed.
Okay, cool. I don't know then what that's from. And then someone said for dark side, can the banks be a force for good for once and leverage the government to get this resolved?
No. Hard no on that one. But real quick, there's a headline that just came out of the Financial Times. This is CME warns U.S. intervention in oil futures would be a biblical disaster. That's a fascinating headline. I mean, it leads you to believe that there's talk in the administration of manipulating the oil price using the futures.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the headline? I'm so sorry.
Sure. It's CME, which is the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, where they trade oil futures here in the United States. CME warns U.S. intervention in oil futures would be a biblical disaster. So the exchange is warning the government, do not intervene in the price of oil. That's a wild headline. In all my years, I've not seen the exchange warn the government. Simon, what do you think?
So I believe Treasury does have a department, or at least they have a covert mechanism. But for that, they do it via, kind of CIA sponsored hedges, maybe like a Jane Street, which may be more of an intelligent op. So I don't think they need to necessarily do it. Having said that, if Treasury wanted to just kind of make some type of announcement to try and calm the price, that's another way. Now, the other thing is whether what they mean is they're trying to warn about a force majeure and a great taking. That's what that kind of announcement sounds like, right, Doc?
Yeah, that was my take, right? Like I've never seen the the exchange, which is this is a regulator warning the government about intervention. They might, to Simon's point, remember the exchange has visibility into who's short and who's long, where the exposure is. They're the only ones that can see. So for them to say something like this means they know people are in trouble. This is really, really interesting.
Just guys, one thing I need to just announce, I've totally forgot because we've been engrossed in this conversation, is we have another video just gone out. Let me just quickly put it in the nest. And if you can do your usual thing, unless you've not listened to it, then do listen to it. I think it's a great interview with former CIA operative Larry Johnson about the war. He's probably one of the best analysts on this. We interviewed him earlier on in the day, live on stream, but we've got the video that's just gone out. So if you're on the YouTube, the tweet has been clicked in. And so you can, if you've not watched it, watch it. If you have watched it, open a separate tab just to support it. Well, this happened. So many people chatting, bro.
Lee, can you give us a trailer or a TLDR?
Yeah, bro. He said Iran is building a nuclear bomb.
Oh, he thinks this goes to Iran demonstrating nuclear and then they become like a pariah state. Is that the thinking? Or
No, I think his argument is that you killed the guy. You killed the guy that was against the nuclear bomb. The guy who made the ruling that they don't want, that he's gonna make sure that religiously a nuclear bomb doesn't happen. But if and now his son no longer needs to abide by that, and therefore they could be or they should be on a race to building a nuclear bomb is one of the things he said. Is kind of his position. His position is that I don't know actually what he basically said that he doesn't think that a ground invasion is possible because it's just simply logistically impossible. Not possible, sorry, not impossible. And he also said about the Israelis that they're running out of defense interceptor missiles. And then he just explained the maths on it. And what else did he say? And then, yeah, just check the interview out for the rest of it.
sorry,
Check
to
the
be clear, Sully,
interview.
does he mean as a deterrent rather than use it? Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, just for
yeah,
the
as a
audience, I want
deterrent.
everyone to be clear.
Yeah, as a deterrent. As a deterrent, indeed.
Yeah.
So yeah, the videos in the nest. I'm gonna be in there chatting with you guys, speaking about it. Okay, what is this? A statement by Abbas Iraqchi. He said, "Factual knowledge matters. Number one, case one: Iran's proposal to make no nuclear weapons was dismissed because U.S. counterparts didn't grasp technical details. Case two: America won't make money from surging oil prices and tariffs. They enrich corporations and crush households." This is by the Foreign Minister Abbas
He's been
Araghchi.
listening to our space, Sully.
Exactly, he's learning, bro. He's learning.
You know, if we say that Israel's controls America, right? You know, they've came and they've forced Trump to do this. They've lost. They can't do a regime change. They can't take out the Islamic Republic. It's an idea. So they have three options. They have one is a nuke.
Yep.
One is boots on the ground,
Yep.
and the final one is a deal. You know, a
Yeah.
nuke. What would that accomplish? It would irradiate the ground above, but would it take out the underground cities? Would it, would it rally the world against Israel and America? Like, there's so
Well,
many, so many
how
effects,
many?
right?
No. So what would Adam? What's the nuke for? To stop the nuke ability or stop the ballistics?
To stop the ballistics, to destroy Iran, to make it put
So
into a
how
state.
many nukes? How many nukes are gonna be?
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, so like that's just such a
So my
crazy
view
idea.
is that Iran has about 150 to 200 different locations with the nukes. Maybe more actually. Maybe more.
Yeah, so it
See
doesn't sound like a good option.
that in that interview with the CIA, ex-CIA intelligence operative, his argument was that there's 57 different states or regions where there's these bunkers, but then
Wow.
there's more bunkers, so each one may have like 3 or 4. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And see, that puts the nuke thing as a ridiculous idea to me. I don't believe that one personally. I don't think they're going to do that. So there are only two options realistically to me. Others may disagree if they believe in the nuke one, but to me, it's just boots on the ground or a deal. I don't see a different option for them. I don't see. I'm not. I'll think about it more. Might come up with one, but those are the only two. And
No,
so,
the deal is the most logical conclusion. But the problem with the deal is that the deal needs to be Iran holds all the cards. So the deal needs to be Iran friendly.
yeah,
But then Israel controls the United States of America. And so they're not going to agree to a deal without Israel being taken into consideration. And US can't retreat without getting a deal with Iran, because if if Israel and Iran are left on their own, Israel ceases to exist. So then it means you need to bring Israel into the fold. But then what? Israel allow like Simon.
What if they
If
get security guarantees from India, and Iran gets security guarantees from China, Russia, or something like that?
who gets security?
Israel.
What security guarantees India gonna give? Oh, sir, they want to bomb you, sir. Like, what security
You'd
guarantees
love
is
it,
India
innit?
gonna give? No, but what security guarantees? Like, India's not a military power. They literally got slapped up by Pakistan.
Yeah, yeah. But they do have a lot, don't they? But yeah, untested, and they did get slapped up by Pakistan. So yeah.
So they've got nothing. They can't give no one security guarantees.
They have nukes, right?
They got
So
nukes, yeah.
who? Yeah, they got nukes. Yeah, and so has Pakistan. But just
Nobody's going to
Simon.
use nukes on behalf of a third party, though. That's just
Yeah,
for
I agree.
themselves.
I agree. I don't think anyone will. Simon, I completely agree with that. I don't agree with this idea that these other people are going to use nukes for each other and against each other. That's ridiculous. But Simon, on the Iran question, if you or Darkside can elaborate on this, that if in the hypothetical situation, Iran has their sanctions lifted, how strong can Iran become? Because their oil is meant to be basically the most premium level oil in the world. It's the easy, like to refine it is really easy. The process is really easy. It's basically it'll be the most sought after oil in the world. They have huge capacity and capability, as much as Saudi Arabia, as an example. Where would that leave Iran if they had no sanctions and they were able to trade freely?
Yeah, Iran would be it would be a banker's dream. Like to invest in Iran is like an asset manager's dream. It would be just like Syria. If you could have peace in the region and Syria and Iran were allowed to grow without sanctions, Iran is just so yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would do incredibly well. So the opening up of sanctions and the ability to use their resources would be
No, but when you say
yeah.
incredibly well, if you can, for the audience, kind of explain, like, what would they look like? Like, would they look like Saudi Arabia? Would they look like,
No, they got
Venezuela?
more than Saudi Arabia. You know, you got a rich
Yeah.
culture, you got way more resources, you got you know, you'd be able to take care of many of the water insecurity issues that they've been experiencing. You'd have a nuclear energy program. You'd be able to take advantage of. They're one of the biggest state Bitcoin miners. They could do a lot of artificial intelligence. If they were able to resolve all their water insecurity issues, which are a direct result of not being able to invest in infrastructure because of these sanctions and continually having to invest in military. But yeah, no, in the region, it would be, you know, it's got a lot going for it. So it would be a very prosperous.
Yeah, I imagine a GCC would have a problem with that now. Like,
Well, and not as much the GCC, but the Permian Basin, the United States, Canada, Venezuela. Um, you would be devaluing our own assets, and that's why I don't think it happens. I just can't see a world in which the United States wants $25 oil. That's catastrophic for the production here, and we would have to start importing all of our oil again. It's completely counterproductive to the entire Donald Trump thesis.
Yeah, because American like Texas oil is like it requires a price above
Heavy.
$40, but Saudi is like two to $10. If Iran was able to invest in its own infrastructure and it wasn't played by sanctions, you'd have a similar cost base eventually.
Yeah, that I don't see it happening. I just don't. They'd rather blow it up than see it come online.
The way to counter it would be to, as part of the agreement, would be to have some pipelines built between Iran and the GCC so that you could tie the growth of the industry together. So you'd want to have some concessions there in order to try and create some strategic choke point, so it's not fully autonomous. Is probably how they do it.
thank you, Simon. Uncommon, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I did want to respond actually to something that Adam said. I'll take maybe the opposite of your side, where you're saying that the most logical outcome is or like it's obviously logical for them to make a deal. I think if you look at it politically from Israel's perspective, this is probably the most popular Israel will be in the United States for the foreseeable future. And so I think the reason that they launched the attack, and obviously it's been so haphazardly and a disaster, is because
they see this as their window. And so, in that way, if you're Israel, um, they're not. They're not in any interest in making a deal. They what if they make a deal? When are they going to come back and attack Iran? When are they going to be able to get the United States to do it? It's now or never for them, which is also why the it's why there is no plan at all, which is why they were just hoping it would work. And so I think, if I was to bet between deal versus false flag, and trying to get troops on the ground, I think false flag troops on the ground is more likely. Obviously, we'll see what happens. Nobody knows. I hope there's some sort of deal and we can back out of it and things don't go crazier. But I think Israel views it as existential because they need the United States to do its dirty work, and they can't. This is the last time they're going to probably be able to call that card, in my view. Now, maybe they wait it out, and I just don't see how they're gonna. So they're gonna do everything they can to keep it going or to try to utilize the United States. I do want to say one other thing. Uh, it was a bit earlier debate, I think, between Menkos and some other people about the Strait of Hormuz. A couple days ago, me and Andrew, I believe, were not very hard, not hard debate with Mankos about whether or not the United States could keep the strait open. Mankos was mostly taking the side that the United States has plenty of firepower to do it. And me and Andrew were saying it doesn't matter how much firepower you have. It's asymmetrical warfare. And I'm not a military guy, obviously, or Andrew has more experience than me. But it's proven that clearly Mankos has taken the argument today that they don't want to keep it open. I think that's not true at all. They would love to keep it open. They can't keep it open. And they're desperately trying to figure out what to do because the
Well,
mission
I
has
said
gone so poorly.
priority. I said Trump hasn't made it his priority. Like there's certain things he could
It
do.
is the number one priority of the war at this moment. It is.
I mean,
Even
that's
Newt
your opinion.
Gingrich.
Obviously, that's not Trump's opinion.
Yeah, that's your opinion. How do you know that's Trump's opinion? I mean, we're speculating. What I'm
Well,
saying is I think
because
you're
he
moving
said
the
it. Number
goalposts
one,
because
because he said it, and number two, because he hasn't taken any actions to move ships there. Like the ships that he's moved into the region have purely been oriented toward bombing Iran or running other kinds of air ops, not to do things like commerce defense. There's a lot of surface ships that he could be sending if he wanted to try to send them into the strait to do defend convoys and stuff, and he hasn't even lifted a finger to do that.
See, I would take the reason that he hasn't moved ships there is because they would be sitting ducks, and that's why when he first said, "Hey, we're going to have the Navy do it," the Navy came back and said, "We're absolutely not going to do this because it is a suicide mission."
It's not a
So I think
suicide
he
mission. It's
100%.
the exact same mission they did against the Houthis, and they were never hit once. When they were sitting, being targets for the Houthis, getting shot at, they shot down everything the Houthis threw at them.
Look, all I'll
The
say
Houthis won
is
though.
Newt Gingrich, who is even a super Zionist shill, even he on Fox News is saying if we can't get the strait open, this is going to go crazy. And I think everybody knows that the strait is the key because it is. I mean, we're talking about possible world starvation in certain areas. Like, I do agree with you that the United States is a lot more insulated to these things. Maybe not. I think Darkside has a point on the financial aspects, but we grow a lot of our own food. We have our own oil. Like, if you get super crazy defensive, the United States can survive withstand a lot of these things. But the reality is that the ramifications are insane. Like, there is no doubt that it is not going the way that they anticipated.
Yeah, if
Um,
we're in Armageddon, America's resource rich. It's got a lot of stuff for self survival, but it's currently built up on a financial system that if that financial system can't use treasuries as their collateral, then the America breaks.
Agreed. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying Darkseid has a good point there. That no matter what, there's going to be fallout all around. The third thing I wanted to bring up and also maybe ask the crowd is how much have you guys looked into this hacker attack and what's the legitimacy of it? Is it really an Iranian group? I loosely saw something about it, but the thing that struck me as strange is it seems like Iran's pretty vocal about what they do and what they don't do. Um, but I mean, it could be a legitimate thing, but it seems like I don't know. Like, I just want people's opinions, and if other people had more information on it.
I haven't heard about the hack. What have I missed?
So essentially, there's this company called Striker that I think the name of the group is called Hacktivist. I read into it a little bit. I posted a little bit about it, but then I deleted it because I don't know enough about the subject. But I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell because the thing that struck me as strange is it's more of a medical device company. And so they're saying, oh, Iran was so upset with the killing of the kids at the school that they had some cyber attackers wipe the memory chips of a medical device company. Now, Stryker, I guess, also has some military contracts for certain things, but I don't think it's a large part of their business. But to me, it sounded insane. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I wasn't. I mean, if more people want to look into it, or if anybody knew more about Iranian hackers, but the other concern for me is obviously cyber warfare being used as a false flag to usher in other things. Who knows? Obviously, there's a lot of possibilities here. We're at a boiling point in a lot of ways. And is it really Iran? Is it really a threat? Or even like the BS story of Iran's going to drone California? Like, what an insane thing to even put out there. Obviously it's done for a reason though. A lot of the masses are stupid, and it might, if they blow up something in California, it might work to convince the masses to put boots on the ground. So I was trying to put some feelers out, but if you guys maybe later or whenever you guys are off, something to look into, because I think it is a recurring theme that is coming up in the news is watch out for cyber warfare, watch out for what Iran might do to our systems. And who knows whether it's them or not is another question. And if anybody has any more sources or information on it, it's worth looking into.
Thanks, Uncommon. Yeah, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, and I'll report on it if it comes across my feed. Yeah, and also Uncommon made a good point about false flags. We should be on the lookout for those. That is Israel's modus operandi, and I think we can all agree on the panel that that is one of the options is forcing America to go boots on the ground because they don't want a deal. I think we all agree they don't want to make a deal. I'm saying that they have to because they've lost. Iran won. Iran's already won, in my opinion. And so the only thing left for Israel is to escalate. And this is something they don't want to do. So yeah. And so yeah, be on the look. And so Trump has already said there are Iranian cells in America, and I think we know most of them. I think we know where most of them are. I didn't say all of them. And just be on the lookout for that because they're setting that. It seems like they're building a narrative for something. And then there's literally just been an attack. People are calling it a false flag. No one's been hurt, but yeah, it's something to keep an eye out because Israel. It's now, you made a good point about that. Now is the time. When our generation it becomes the majority, that's it. It's over. It's over. It's over for Israel. So now it's now or never for them. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. We'll see if they can force it or not, and what the reality will be if they can't. If there is a deal made, the whole future of the region is being decided as we speak. This is like I said before, a very critical time in world history, in my opinion.
Yeah, also Adam, putting the two conversations together, cyber false flags as well, like um, Israel, Iran, Russia, China, like North Korea, like all of these countries have cybersecurity capabilities, and they're all capable of very sophisticated hacking. And so anyone can do a hack, and then you can make it a false flag and just blame it on someone else, of course.
Yeah, and it's easier for Israel being as I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut y'all off, but it is easier for
Sorry,
Israel
that
being as
girl.
though.
Sorry, that girl. I'm gonna give it straight back to you. By the way, guys, once that girl's said her piece, and we've got to let her because she might just, she might think you're a cat or a dog, and then it's not gonna be good. It ain't gonna be pleasant for anyone. But there are some breaking news in this. I do want to hear what Simon Darkside got to say about this is, but apparently another $1 trillion is being wiped out from the stock market today. But sorry, back to you, that girl.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it quick actually because I want to know how that happens. I want to hear what Simon and Darkside have to say. But real quick, I always got to throw in the plug. Can't speak without throwing in the plug, guys. Please make sure your notifications are on. If you're on the space, make sure your notifications are on for when the attacks happen, and the space will rev right back up. And remember to retweet and reshare. If you're on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button for the stream. Please follow Suleiman's channel. The interviews have been amazing. I enjoyed the one with Larry Johnson earlier today. I love Larry Johnson. I love listening to everything he has to say. So thank you for that. So guys, follow that channel and Suleiman's channel, and definitely hit the notification bell for YouTube as well. And let me just say, the only thing I was going to say really was that it probably is easier for Israel to do things like this to us because there's so much involved in our internal infrastructure. A lot of people don't realize that, like even our municipalities, like our police stations, things like that, they are very much involved in this country. So it's even easier for them to hack something and then blame it on somebody else. But I want to hear about this $1 trillion like erasure from the markets. So Simon Darkside, please take it away.
Yeah, so the S&P 500
Just before you
is
go, Simon, yeah, guys, that tweet is in the nest, by the way, the interview with Larry Johnson. It is playing, so you can watch that. That tweet's in the nest. And guys, we've got 3,000 people listening, but actually a bit more than that, but between all the different streams. We need another, what is it, Casey, to get to 48,000? Another 62 people to follow the YouTube. So tweet in the nest, everyone follow the YouTube. We're doing so many great collaborations. It is unbelievable. Interviewing so many military experts. I've actually got a few lined up for tomorrow as well. So many geopolitical experts. Daily recaps of what's happened in the day. So much news, so much information. Only place to go for real news. So if you can get me 62 people to follow, we get to 48,000. And we're on our road to 50,000. The only place to get real news, because there's Zionist propaganda everywhere, and everything we're saying, it's coming out right. Every prediction made is bang on the money. And Israel's losing, guys. Israel's losing. Do it because you want is actually I got a good one. If you want Israel to lose, go to the YouTube and press subscribe. The tweet in the nest is just above me and Adam. If you don't do it, it means you're a Zionist and you want the Zionist to win. So what are you? What are you? Are you? Which one are you? Like, prove it to me right now. This will work on the Gen Alphas. Adam, don't laugh. This will work on the Gen Alphas. I guarantee it'll work on the Gen
see
Alphas.
when trying to combat Zionism, use Zionist tactics.
Bro, trust me, this will work on the Gen Alpha because they won't want their cortisol levels to go high. So I know how to work with these Gen Alphas now. I've been on TikTok. So anyway, go ahead, you Simon.
You know what, real quick, and Simon, I'm going to give it to you. But what Suleiman said there is serious. Like, for all jokes aside, because I know there've been times where I've sat there and I've said, "What can I do to make a difference? What can I do?" Yes, subscribing to Suleiman's channel does make a difference because it does also help with the algorithm, so more people can see the channel and get the real news. It's not right what Fox News is doing to people on that. It's just not right. You need channels like this, so that is something you can do to be part of this movement. Real talk. Giving truth news is a huge movement, and subscribing to Suleiman's channel is how you could be a part of it, for real. All right, back to you, Simon.
Yeah, so look, the S&P 500 is 6672. So you're about, just shy of 6,700. The peak, if you remember when the Epstein files came out, and there was that infamous quote around the Dow Jones is above 50,000. At that time, the S&P was above 7,000. And so the market hasn't had a violent movement to the downside yet, but it's just been chipping away. So we're down about 1.5% from its all-time high. That's not catastrophic. It's still in the border of correction. So while $1 trillion being taken off the stock market value, that represents like a percentage and a half, which is not good. It's reversed. It's had a bit of a correction from its long term highs. This is starting to have stress on the US stock market. But being completely fair, the market is not pricing in a disaster at this stage.
Yeah, I would just add that as much as the stock market matters, it's really about the bond markets, right? So you got to keep your eye on global bond markets. We're seeing some unwinding. All of them are going down simultaneously, meaning yields are going higher. But if that kind of lets go to the upside, and we see yields really start to scream, that'll be the signal that the stress is getting extremely untenable.
Yeah, the 10-year yield's at above 4.2%. It was below 4% at like the beginning of this. So you have to roll over the US debt is going to cost more money as a result of this. And those bond investors, they're demanding a slightly higher yield. But again, nothing's pointing towards disaster other than the oil market and the stress in the private credit market. The other markets are functioning not in a good way, nervous, but they're not pricing in a long war and a disaster yet, other than the oil markets. And gold's been pretty flat as well, so that's another indicator that the market believes this gets to a deal or a short term resolution or a taco or something.
Okay, thank you. Iran voice.
Sorry, translating that, it
Uh-huh.
basically means that the market believes that the price of oil will crash back down,
What?
and the
Yeah.
market could be wrong, but that's what it
What's
believes.
it? How is it signifying that? What happened? I missed that one. Hmm.
I would expect the if gold
Yeah.
if the stock markets were going down, the bond yields were going up,
Hmm.
gold was going up, and oil was going up,
Yeah.
and the currency was weakening,
Yeah.
then that's a flight. That's a
Uh
disaster.
huh.
At the moment, gold's flat.
Yep.
The market's just correcting slightly.
Mm.
Yields are up slightly, and oil's up. So at these prices, because these are disaster prices for oil above $100, this is not sustainable.
Yeah.
The market believes at this stage that there's gonna be an event that brings it back down to like $60, $70 or so.
No, that makes sense. Everything's acting like it's no. Oil is the only thing acting like it's a catastrophe, basically. The other markets aren't. Yeah.
I just like to say, like for the audience, a simple thing you could take from this, from what Simon's saying, is like, or what Dark is saying more so about the bonds, is that if you look at the 10-year, that kind of determines the risk-free rate. So it affects what the stock market is, how it's doing relative to that, right? Because the stock market would have to outperform whatever increase there's been, like he just said, in a week from 4% to 4.2%. The stock market would have to perform 0.2% more. Also, you get what I mean? Anyone get what I
Yeah, it
mean?
also sets the rate for any new mortgages, auto loans, credit card. The 10-year
Yeah,
rate is
perfect.
what
Right.
really impacts those, not the Federal Reserve rate.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Okay. So.
And we're about to get a Fed. I think there's one coming up, isn't there, Doc? A Fed announcement. I think the likelihood of there being a rate cut is probably very low now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very low.
If this doesn't end
Very low.
soon, there's going to be a rate increase, maybe, of the inflation. It seems, which would be peak. Sorry, go on, Dark
Yeah.
Side.
And
I cut you
remember
off there.
this. Remember this.
Yeah.
Um, some people used to say Jerome Powell is the most powerful man in the world, but that's because if whoever controls the interest rates, they're affecting wars. Because in a war, you need to borrow money. So the U.S. is needing to borrow money for this, right? And not having a rate cut is kind of a problem, right? And rates being this high is a problem because they need to borrow the money, and this is just going to cause us more problems to service the debt every single year.
Yeah, the issue is that the long term rates is running away from the short term rates. So the Fed can only control the short term rates. And so what it means is that the US is rolling over its debt on the short term rates rather than using the long term rates, which is very unsustainable at the moment. And I mean, the Fed chair is just a puppet for the banks, and the banks are also subordinate to bondholders and the shareholder class. So bondholders are the real market, and that's what the 10, 20, and 30-year yield is. It's actually a really hard market to manipulate. So the short term, yeah, you can definitely use Fed, but Jerome Powell's just a puppet for the shareholders of the Fed, and the shareholders of the Fed are the banks.
Most powerful outwardly facing head, like face.
Yeah, what he says matters. What he
Yeah,
says moves market, every word.
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah,
I
yeah.
saw that. I've seen that effect. Like literally, as he speaks, $1 trillion markets are moving based on his words. It's interesting.
Usually moving down with this clown.
But you couldn't put it this way: you couldn't be like Trump and the chairman of the Fed, because if
Wow.
Trump was the chairman of the Fed, markets would
Oh my God.
markets would be they would be non-existent, and everyone would be investing in China.
Yeah, literally everything would be an altcoin, moving like altcoins and crypto. Yeah. So there's more. So there's more details on the Old Dominion University shooting. It's been identified as Mohammed Bela Jallo, 36. But listen to this: he is a former U.S. National Guardsman. How about that? It gets better here. He was already convicted on federal terrorism charges, so he's already on the list. Already, he should have been on the watch. But this is the coup de grace here. Um, he was caught plotting an attack in support of ISIS in 2016. ISIS being a Judeo-Christian Mossad CIA cutout, an operation that's used to further the foreign policy goals of Israel and also the American states, not the American people, but the American states. So it's very interesting that he's basically a Fed who worked for a Fed organization of ISIS. This, if you, for those who've been studying up on and keeping an eye on all this stuff, this is just screaming false flag to me. Like whenever I see ISIS, it's a false flag. But then, and lately, a lot of them have been Feds as well. A lot like the Afghan guy was literally working for the CIA. The previous attacker, like he was literally a CIA asset. And then he committed. Now we've got like a National Guardsman and this stuff. So it's like, is the MK Ultra program not working, or like are they running out of money in Israel for these guys? I honestly don't know what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, remember I remember that one false flag where it was like whoever set it up for the evidence for one of the photos, he like the flag he bought off Alibaba or AliExpress for the ISIS flag was like reversed. It was printed incorrectly,
Yeah, so
so
the
it's
creases in
flipped.
it.
Yeah, there was just like flipped on the how it was printed, and people thought like, oh, it was mirrored from the camera, but no, it's just a bad flag. And then, I'm wondering, did they find the passport of this guy where the shooting was, or what happened? How'd they identify him? Usually, there's a passport, some kind of like government issued ID that fell from the guy.
The best fake terrorist ever is Adam Gadan. This guy was all over the news during the stupidity of the Iraq War and Afghanistan War. And he has the beard and he's got a turban on his head. And he would say, we, the Muslims, will conquer everyone and enslave your women. And we will have a new caliphate which will conquer the world. And he was on Fox all the time. So nobody ever asked why. For 3+ years, this guy's on there. And somebody finally does some investigative reporting. They find out he's a Jewish guy. His father's on the board of the ADL, and he's doing these videos from his basement in Seattle. And this is the amazing part, the wonderful part. This is the genius part. So he gets caught. So they're like, wait a minute, bro. You're from a Jewish family. You're a Jewish guy. You're doing these things from Seattle. You're talking about the new caliphate, all this other stuff. And, Islam wants to conquer the world. So they confront him and he says, oh, yeah. Well, I converted to Islam and then I was Jewish. You're right. You caught me busted. My grandfather was one, I guess it was grandfather's on the board of the ADL. You're right. But I converted to Islam and then I figured out the truth. And 2 weeks later, I realized that that's the truth. And we, the Muslims, will conquer the world and conquer and kill all the women. So that's the depths of the and then he goes back and Fox features him again. He does these videos again for another year or two, and then mysteriously he disappears. And 2 years after he disappears, Obama says, "Oh, he fled to Afghanistan and was killed in a drone 2 years ago." Yeah, that's not suspicious at all.
My God, how sick our government was even covering for this guy. Can you tell me his name again? I need to write it. His name was Adam.
Adam? Oh, you got to look it up because it's hilarious. You might recognize him
No,
if you see
yeah,
the
I know
videos.
the story. I always forget his last
Adam
name. I want to share.
Gadan. It's like GH. I can never spell without writing it down, but it's like GHADAN. Adam Gadan. But his real name was Adam Perlman. So if you Google Adam Perlman, Adam Gadan,
Of
yeah, so
course it
he
was.
changes his name.
Of course that's
Yes,
his
the
name.
the new caliphate will conquer, and he would go on there and he'd do these videos with his black background and be like, "I am calling on my fellow Muslims to abuse women and we will conquer their America." It was all BS, and they love featuring him because it's hard to do that. They do this stuff all the time. I remember when I was over in Saudi Arabia, they had this Al Qaeda magazine. Okay. It's all in English. Every word is in English. And every single thing, it's like the cheesiest, boomer neocon slop. It's like a newsletter and it's all slick, obviously printed in America, and it's 100% in English. And it looks like a cheesy version of Time magazine. And it has all these articles, and it's like Article 1, how we will not allow girls to have schools. Once we take over America, no schools will be allowed. And then you turn a couple pages in another article. We have terror cells everywhere. And it's like, does somebody honestly believe that there's a newsletter, slick magazine written in English, 100% English, written in English by Al Qaeda? And then you remember the orange guys in the jumpsuits with the guys marching them on the beach. It's got AI or whatever. It was pre AI, but like fake footage, and it's a scene from a television show. They took scenes from a television show and just copied them exactly and made those, and that was like a big scary image. Same with the Toyota guys. The guys riding the string of Toyotas, and they have this guy in the front with these people are like right out of casting, central casting. I mean, they're not even believable. They're not even believable villains. I mean, oh, they hate us because we are free, so we will bomb them all. I mean, at least make it believable. Be like, oh yeah, you bombed my nephew's house, so now I want revenge. I mean, at least make it believable. But yeah, it's just such a cartoon character version of the world, and people slop it right up. They slurp it right up, and they're falling for it as we speak right this minute. It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is.
Bro. Okay, we're
It
bordering.
really is
Let's
crazy. Because it really is.
Casey.
Yeah, I do hear
I'm
you.
just saying, let's be careful. Yeah, let's be careful because we don't want to offend Mancos too much. It's bordering on
Oh no,
bullying right now.
I'm sorry.
But
I wanted to just go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to jump in because my time is always so limited. So I'm sorry. When I jump in hard like that, but I just wanted to say to Bruce, number one, it is absolutely crazy. And even with this thing that Adam read, about this guy who was trained they're saying ISIL. I put in the purple pill a clip of Obama reminding people that we had to fund ISIL. Okay, so this ISIS and ISIL, all of that, that is a USA project. All right, that's Obama saying this. And I remember when he was saying we had to fund moderate rebels to go into Syria to take out Bashar al-Assad, and we destroyed Syria. That abomination to this day. I mean, I can't even, like, it's a lot to think about. But guys, real quick, I just want to say that there are some of y'all that's listening. It's crazy because it's like 3,000 people on the space, and shout out to everybody on this space. 20 people subscribe to Suleiman's channel. So people are listening. Guys, we are 42 people away from getting 48,000 subscribers, which would be beautiful to get that. I know we could do that really in the next 15 minutes. And again, the importance of subscribing to Suleiman's channel on YouTube is because this is where you are getting real news from all angles, whether it be what Trump is saying with his crazy self, and also readouts from what Iran is saying and everything. You're aware of everything going on, whether you agree with stuff or not. So what? You're aware of everything going on, and then the news is analyzed on this panel. Guys, we can do it. We could get Suleiman. I know there's 42 of y'all out there who could look up above Suleiman and Adam's picture. The link is right there for the YouTube, where you could just go, you just hit subscribe and you hit the notification bell, and that's it. And then there you go. And it's gonna have 48,000 in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I really believe you guys can do this. It is important because we do need to get this real news out there to the people. And the more people who subscribe, the better it is for the algorithm. It will move the channel on the algorithm. So please do that, guys. I know we can do it. Adam?
Well, they normally listen to chicks, but then they might be racist and not listen to you, so we'll have to see.
I know. Somebody called me a tether at work the other day.
Swear down. It wasn't even me as well. Serious. Okay.
Yep.
Guys, we're live on X. Retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Lots to go through. What else? We've got some more news. Let me just quickly read it to you guys. Hezbollah military media say, and what will make you know the night of power is? Oh, they might be striking tonight. I thought it was tomorrow. Netanyahu said, I forget that. Okay, here. The naval force targeting the ship's safe sea as one of the assets of the U.S. military in the northern Gulf. Oil tankers and ships transiting the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz should be aware that the instability is as a result of American aggression. Ships must abide by the traffic laws and regulations in the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz under the circumstances of war declared by Iran. Trump and Iran said they really are a nation of terror and hate. They are paying a big price. I mentioned what Aragchi said. Netanyahu and Hezbollah said Hezbollah is fearing our might and they will pay a hefty price for their aggression against Israel. He said, we eliminated the old tyrant and the new tyrant, and the new puppet of the IGC cannot show his face in public. He said, if I were an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue life insurance policies to those two individuals, talking about Mujtaba Khamenei and Naim Qasem, the head of, the supreme leader of Iran and the head of Hezbollah. Netanyahu on I already said that already. Netanyahu says he promised war with Iran would happen. I promised you that we would change the entire Middle East in terms of enemies and friends, and that Israel would be much stronger than ever. Everyone recognizes this now, including our neighbors, both enemies and friends. I mean, he's right about that, in terms of him trying to do it.
We've got some news. I already reported
Just go through this one, Adam, and then I'll give it straight to you. He also said, does Israel work towards arming opposition groups in Iran? He said, I can say with certainty that the regime can be toppled without efforts of the Iranian people. I can say with certainty that the regime cannot be toppled without the efforts of the Iranian people, and we informed them of that. We have told them that help is on its way. I cannot tell you what will happen at the end of the day. I will tell you, we know, we hope, and we understand that you are also hope this regime will fall. If this regime doesn't fall, it'll be much weaker. But if it does fall, the problem will be solved. He also said, okay, that's it. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, the Iran seems to be reaffirming that oil and gas fields are a target if things escalate. If our energy facilities are targeted, we will take out all the gas and oil facilities in the Middle East. And yeah, I've said that before, but they seem to be reiterating it now.
Adam?
Yeah, that was it. Oh yeah, Israel's been getting hit. There were sirens in Tel Aviv.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
We missed the boom
We
boom.
missed the boom boom. Yeah, there were
Damn.
sirens all across central Israel,
Let me
all
check, bro.
all across
How have
Tel
I missed? I
Aviv.
just checked like literally a few minutes ago. When was this?
This was an hour ago. Well, sirens an hour ago, so it might be as we speak.
No, I can't see anything. Yeah, we probably missed the boom boom. Our rockets were launched from Iran towards Tel Aviv. Yeah, it was an hour. 6 minutes ago, wasn't it? Yeah, 6 minutes ago. Rockets are being launched from Iran to Tel Aviv. But then we've not had any boom boom. Strange.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, they might be
Yeah.
landing soon, if not
Yeah.
already. The media blackout just seems to be getting more and more intense.
Okay, Josie, jump in.
Why is our Mossad girlfriend here? She didn't come back.
Who?
She's busy getting bum bum.
Oh,
We got
I smashed her, that's why.
we got tech teams in Israel. We got a Mossad girlfriend.
Okay, let's go to I don't know what this chick's doing. These Zayos, bro. Abundance, get your chicken order, bruv. Okay, let's go to Nahid.
Hi, the fuck?
everybody.
Throw her
Can you
off the
hear me?
panel. Don't blame me. What the? You're the one keeping her
Hey,
up here.
Suleiman, were you debating a Zayo this morning?
Yeah, bro, smashing
How
her.
did it go?
That's easy pickings, isn't it?
What was that, a live one on face to face or?
No, it was this on the space. She came up and she was doing a propaganda, so I destroyed her just before I did the interview with Anthony Aguilar. Or was it Larry Johnson? I can't remember which one it was, but we destroyed her and then we
Yeah.
did the interview.
I popped in for 5 minutes. You were debating a Zayo, uploading a video, getting ready for a live interview, tweeting, like correcting the title. That's some serious multitasking there.
That's true, Simon. You're so right. Oh my God, Simon, you're so right. I was doing so much multitask. Beatrix can't do that. Casey can't do that. Chicks can't do that. This is it. This is what it's all about. And guys, Casey, were you going to say something important before we go
Yes,
to Nahid?
yes, I am going to say something important. Now, number one, shout out to this audience because they did hear my voice and they're listening to me because now we only need 27 more subscribers to get Suleiman to 48,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I just made that announcement like 3 minutes ago, right? So that's what's up, the audience you listening, but I still need 27 more of y'all to listen to what I said. Thank you to the show that the chicks, we can make big things happen. But please go subscribe to Suleiman's channel. Just 27 more to get him to 48,000. It helps with the algorithm, and we need to get the real news out there. It is imperative to get the real news out there. Thanks, guys. I'll check again in another 3 minutes. I think we'll have it in another. I'll give it 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I think we'll have it in another 5 minutes. I know you can do it.
Go on, then, Casey, smashing it. Okay, Nahid, go ahead. Give us your thoughts.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, of course we can.
Okay. Thank you for all the speakers and the panel. I just wanted to mention something regarding having a deal with Iran. As much as I would like to see it to stop the suffering of the people, but I don't believe that Israel would agree to the deal, because they can't come this far, and I'm very suspicious of yeah, from their history. They're cooking something, because I see a lot of announcements from Reza Pahlavi recently, regarding uh, mentioning people that we are at the end of our push, and just asking people not to work, stay in their homes. So I'm not sure. I'm just thinking that all these activities, and I know that he is in direct contact with Mossad, so he must be knowing something that we don't know. So I'm very suspicious that they're cooking something.
Well, we saw what
What do you
happened
think?
the last time Israel was warning people not to go to work, right?
Mhm.
What do you think they're cooking up?
Well, I think there might be, as you know, for a sleeper cell, some something big. I don't know. They're capable of 9/11, so they're capable of a, a lot more things.
Well, it has to be something really huge, because like even today there was two incidences, the one in Michigan and one in Norway. I believe one was a school that was targeted, and in Norway I can't remember what it was. And
It's the U.S. embassy in,
it was US
Oslo.
embassy. And sorry,
In Oslo.
it just today, right?
No. It was just a while ago, right?
No, I'm talking about like a few hours ago, bro.
Today
Like a
in
synagogue.
Norway.
Yeah.
Hmm. I saw
What?
I saw a synagogue somewhere. I'll check.
No, you're not listening, bro. Use your 150 IQ to comprehend. They don't have comprehension
It's
in IQ test.
151, bro. It went up a little bit.
Yeah, but they don't have comprehension in IQ test. This is the problem, you see. This is why I never trusted IQ test. So there's been two incidences in the last few hours. One's in Michigan in the United States of America, which I believe it's a Jewish school, and then in Norway, I believe it's like a synagogue or something. I need to double check, but and like that's not even moved anyone at all. So it has to be like something really huge for it to really get people riled up. Do you know what I mean? To really get things going. So oh
I've
no,
got big breaking news actually. Sorry to cut you off, Salaman. Do you want me to go for it, or do you want to continue there?
yeah, no, go for it.
Okay, so this is according to Israel Hayom, which is an Israeli publication. They said that the US has given Israel 1 week to end the war, which is tying into a lot of things that I've been saying, Simon's been saying, and Solomon's been saying. So, if you believe this, US to give Israel 1 week to end the war is according to a senior regional political source to Israel Hayom. Do you want me to read a bit more on that one?
Yeah, of course, bro. Go for ahead. Go for it.
All right, all right. Yeah, so a senior regional political source told Israel Hayom that Iran's regime is unlikely to change. Yeah, no shit, we could have told you that. And the US has given Israel only a week to conclude the campaign. The source said the regime change would require a ground invasion, which is what we just said, or renewed protests in Iran, which isn't going to happen. I can tell you that for free. Which is not expected in the near term. Yeah, no shit. A senior political source from the Middle East tells Israel Hayom that the US wants the military campaign against Iran to end and has given Israel just 1 week to conclude it. The source also assessed that the regime unlikely to replace blah blah because such a change would require ground invasion. But yeah, it has said that as well. According to the senior source, there is a major gap between how the war is viewed in the US and how it is seen in Israel. Interesting. In Washington, the source said officials are worried about the impact on oil prices, whereas Israel sees the war as an achievement and is celebrating it. I don't know if I believe that. The source also addressed the issue of Lebanon and Hezbollah, saying that despite Israel's killing of Hezbollah's previous Secretary General, Hassan Nasrallah, the organization is still standing, as is Hamas. Yeah, well, yeah, Hezbollah, they said that Hezbollah was done, and he said he killed the successor and the successor of the successor, but they're still lighting up the sky in northern Israel. According to the source, Israel is making a mistake by not fully pursuing diplomatic channels after the military achievements it has secured, adding that countries in the region could help advance such efforts, saying that the matter is sensitive. Regarding Qatar, the source said Arab states now view it as a sister country. This marks a significant shift in the region's attitude towards Qatar, which had previously been seen as playing a double game, not only in Israel's eyes, but amongst Arab countries. Now, after Qatar mediated the hostage deal with Egypt and after Trump gave it a central role in developments in Gaza, attitudes towards Doha have changed. However, the source did not spare criticism of the Israeli government over developments in Judea and Samaria, also known as the West Bank. That's what they call it, Judea and Samaria. According to him, some elements within the government have extremist tendencies and are exploiting the confrontation with Iran to create facts in the ground and push Palestinians out of their homes. The source said the government is missing an opportunity to calm the situation. I don't know. It got into other things, but yeah, the main thing was the beginning there. It seems like they got 1 week, and which would tie into our thing about this, ending in some kind of deal. Yeah, it's like you're on your own, basically as well. I don't know how much stock to put in that. That's from Israel Hayom, but it's interesting to note that. That's a whole article there.
Just some
Over to you,
more,
Sonny.
just some more breaking news as well. Senator Chris Murphy on the House floor exposes Trump's war plans don't include destroying Iran nuclear programs. He said, quote, "The president has also said over and over again that a goal of the war is to permanently deny Iran the ability to have nuclear weapons. But in our closed door briefing, we learned that this is not actually a goal of the war plan. It's not a goal of the war to destroy Iran's nuclear program, which is not surprising because you cannot destroy Iran's nuclear program from the air. You cannot destroy knowledge. You cannot hunt down with missiles every Iranian scientist who knows how to build a nuclear reactor. And much of the material is buried so far underground that it's immune to air campaign. But then why is the president and the Department of Defense telling the American people that the point of the war is to destroy Iran's nuclear program?" So he exposed that. Just want to welcome a stranger, someone we've not seen for a few days, who's decided to rock up. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you coming on the space. Nice to meet you. Any comments you want to make?
Hello, everybody. I've been gone for my 33 minutes. I noticed when I'm single-handedly running the space and giving breaking news and multitasking like crazy, I never get complimented by Simon, right? Always listening, Simon, always listening. I hear you,
The
I hear
tunnels,
you.
man. In the tunnels, sneaking.
On YouTube with my crew on YouTube. I'm on YouTube with the crew on YouTube.
Oh,
I'm
you
not.
got a new home. That's where you hang out now, yeah?
Yeah, I wouldn't go in the tunnels because Jonah's in the tunnels, and I wouldn't want to be in any tunnel anywhere near Jonah. So I go on YouTube. He's got the tunnels. That's how it. That's how we roll here. That's how we roll. Now, hi everybody. I have been listening. Great space. Suleiman, your interview this morning with Anthony Aguilera was fabulous. But I'm not joking. He did scare me a little bit because what he said was they will do a ground invasion. They don't mind, and I'm paraphrasing here, if Americans get killed, they know that there's 100,000 people waiting at the Iranian border, 100,000 of the Iranian army are waiting at the border. And then when Americans are killed, that gives them the pretext to use nukes, and they will do that. And I was like, my God, that is shocking. So both of your interviews today were banging. So if you guys haven't watched it, do watch it and do listen to Casey, please. Go and subscribe. Guys, to subscribe on YouTube, it's free, right? It doesn't cost anything. You just have to press the bell icon and then you're subscribed. So please do go and do that. And I just have some news and then I'll pass it back to, Suleiman, Adam and Simon. So this is unrelated to Iran per se, and you might have already mentioned it, but it is related to Israel. So Netanyahu did a tweet and he says the blood libel known as the Ster Tamain affair against the warriors of Force 100, which has damaged Israel's reputation in the world in an unprecedented manner, has reached its end. It is unacceptable that it took so much time to close the case that was handled in a criminal manner against IDF warriors who confront the worst of our enemies. The state of Israel must pursue its enemies, not its heroic warriors. So, what is this about, and who's he calling these heroic warriors? This is the case. Remember those leaked videos of those guys raping Palestinians and then the right to rape protests? These are those IDF soldiers that were arrested because they were raping Palestinians, and the cases were all dropped today. Now, this is the biggest indication for me, and those are the people he's calling heroic warriors, and that's what he's calling a blood libel, that they were arrested in the first place. And this is the biggest indication for me that he's going to get his pardon, and he's going to get it very soon, Netanyahu, because that leaked video of the horrific way they rape Palestinians in prison was going to be one of the things that was going to be his legacy. And he's had them all acquitted today. And then he's boasting about it on Twitter. If you had a shadow of a doubt about how evil Israel is, then hopefully this will get rid of that doubt. So yeah, they got acquitted today, rapists. Warriors, as he calls them.
Oh, you mean national heroes in Israel? That's what they're called, right? Rapist equals national hero.
No, they did become minor celebrities in Israel. Like they were invited on TV shows and stuff. That's the kind of society that is. Yeah, and the whistleblower got in more trouble than the rapists and was fired for whistleblowing, and was condemned by the prime minister. The rapists weren't; they were defended and rioted over. And they debated it in the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, about they like it was a debate. It wasn't a condemnation. It was like, should we keep doing it like as a government backed policy of just rape, and they were like, is it legitimate to stick things in people's people's rectums? And people were very many Israeli politicians were very fiercely in favor of that. So these are the people that we're dealing with. Understand this. Understand what kind of society that is. So yeah. I'm not surprised that they closed the case. That the only reason there was a case to close in the first place is because there was international outrage and a whistleblower, and as I mentioned, they were very mad about that. And yeah, so the people who made them have a case in the first place were punished more than the people they closed the case on. Some of which went on have got sort of small amounts of fame within the colony. That's how inverted morality is over there. And when you look into the statistics of like pedophilia and rape in Israel, it's astonishing. It's astonishing, honestly. There are statistics I'll bog your mind, like the 61%, 61% of Israeli men thinking it's okay to like rape an acquaintance. Don't see forced sex of an acquaintance as rape. And many of the women, when asked, they viewed forced sex of a spouse as, oh yeah, and raping a spouse, only 8.5%, 7.3% of men said yes. So which is insane. And then there's like 1/3 of all prostitutes in the colony are minors, which is insane as well. And this is based on Israeli sources. I know a lot of people are listening to this and will think I'm just a hater. I'm making it up. Like go look at Haaretz. Haaretz is an Israeli publication. Type in 60%, 61% of men on Haaretz. You'll find it. And this is from the Jerusalem Post. I'll give you 3 guesses where the Jerusalem Post is based. It's not a Palestinian publication, and they said 100% of foreign agriculture workers were sexually assaulted. 100%. Out of 654 Thai foreign workers questioned, all of them said they had been exposed to sexual assault in Israel. It's just a very perverted place. And obviously, internationally, pedophiles escape justice by flying to Israel, and even recently with that Tom Alexandrovich guy who got caught recently, and Trump let him go. And they had like a mock thing where he video conferenced in, I think, for preliminary hearing, but nothing else came of it. Yeah, so that's just how it is there. So it's a pedophile haven. The media has called it. Yeah, so the Palestinians have had to live under this for almost a century under these people being subjected to God knows what. Breaks my heart that. But yeah, that's a side thing. That's all I have to say on that matter. Over to you, Casey. I see your hands up. Casey, are you
Sorry,
there?
yeah, sorry about that. I'm in a car headed somewhere, but real quick, guys,
Yeah, no worries.
I just wanted to say this is why I love this audience. When I said we could get that goal in 5 minutes, y'all gave me that 48,000 goal in 2 minutes. Real talk. Thank you so much, but we're not done yet. So I'm just gonna say real quick, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Yes, Suleiman is at 48,000, and I believe with all my heart that he'll be at 48,500 tonight. This is the place to be. This is where you're getting the real news. This isn't Fox News. Real Truth News is extremely important. Hit that link for anybody who hasn't subscribed yet. Hit that link up on top on top of Suleiman, Adam, and Beatrix. Hit the notification bell. Let's keep this thing moving. Thank you so much.
Oh, Beatrice is back. Hey, Beatrice.
That air is crazy today.
What'd you say? What's crazy?
The dead air.
Oh yeah, Sully's asleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think he slept on his desk.
Is he live on TikTok?
Josie, no.
Ah, too bad. I wanted the visual. Um, so Simon, I need to explain to you something. The girl that came up earlier, okay? She is part of an organization. For my God, hold on, real quick. What's the
Ya
name?
حمار يا public. Ya حمار.
Oh, okay, so it's a Jewish Christian organization, cooperation between Christians and Jews in the United Kingdom, but they also hire Americans to go abroad to Israel to reestablish trust between Israelis and Americans, right? Because it's not been the best.
Can
Hold
I
on,
tell
hold
you
on, hold on,
something,
hold on, hold
Josie?
on, hold
Sorry to
on.
interrupt. I know, but what you're saying is completely, I think, on the opposite
No, no. Can
spectrum
I?
because
Can I
what's
just want to
gonna,
finish this? Then you can go. Okay.
but
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
oh okay.
So you need to understand. Lord Farmer is the big backer along with John Mappin straight from the trust fund of the Church of Scientology to fund that organization, which our little friend who came here to spread propaganda that Suleiman completely destroyed is a part of with her mom. How cute, a mom and a daughter moving to Israel, traveling between where October 7th happened in Israel and just remembering those families. Yeah, those people, they're friend with Rebecca Mercer, Jim Hoff, Steve Bannon, Andrew Breitbart. Oh, and who else? Oh, yeah, Lord Farmer, that's the dad of George Farmer, who happens to be Candace Owens' husband. I just want to put that out there. Thank you. Okay, and now you go.
I mean, yeah, we know that, and he's her husband and everything that you're saying, but uh, uh, I mean, what you're saying, what I was wanted to tell you is uniting the Jews and the Christians is never going to happen. What's going to happen is uniting Muslims and Christians to fight a certain entity, which I think is a Zionist state and the Zionist entity. So that's what's going to happen. It's not Jews and
Yeah, but
Christians and
the
going back to America
organization
and make.
she's a part of is called cooperation between Jews and Christians. Whether whatever happens, it doesn't matter. The fact is that's how the organization is called.
Oh, well, that's good for them then. What's your opinion on it?
That she's that she's media trained. I wouldn't look. I'm not going to hold that personally against her. She's probably not even. There are chances that they just take like a nice girl and her mom, and they're just being told you're gonna do something good, and they don't even know like the real depth of what they're doing. And I believe that there's a possibility of that. Okay, so let's just like give it a bit of grace here. However, um, yeah, it's Hasbara, complete Hasbara.
I got you. Simon Dixon, can I ask you a question, sir?
They hurt Jews too, by the way. So yeah.
You
That
what?
organization that does all that propaganda, it hurts Jews. They work along with the ADL, and I think it spreads anti-Semitism like a rapid wildfire. I think it's complete BS.
Well, anti-Semitism is we're the Semites. It's
Okay,
not the
It's a
Jews.
myth.
Jew
It's a
hate,
So
myth.
Jew hate.
anti-Semitism. It's
Oh,
not Jew hate. It's
anti-Semitism and
Fact,
facts.
Jew hate,
facts.
I'm
It's
not.
like
fact.
both. They just pin people against each other with their nonsense. I think it's extremely toxic.
I mean, Josie, I mean, you gotta be straight up. Like, you gotta pick a side.
I'm
And
stating
you see what's
facts,
going
not my
on in the world.
opinion. What do you want me to tell you? That is
It's
what the
not.
ADL is.
I don't see any facts. There's no facts in the. There's nothing factual about what you said.
The actual
Look at the
facts is
world.
that
Look
if you go
what's
on the
happening.
ADL website, it's going to be written fighting hate and yada yada, including anti-Semitism. Whether what anti-Semitism actually is, that's a meta conversation for another day you want to have with a man, not a sandwich maker.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Everybody call me an anti-Semite. That's no problem because I'm the Semite. You can call me whatever you want. I'm an anti-Semite. You're not. You're not a
Yeah, that's
Semite.
cool.
Okay, so if that's cool, then
It's
accept the
not that
facts
deep.
and
No, I'm
then just be
saying what is
quiet.
written on the ADL website, the way that they're.
I don't care about the ADL website. I don't care what they're
Do
doing. I
I
really,
need to
truly
bring
don't
my
care.
opinions to what is actually factual?
Josie,
Because
don't you know there's anti-Semitism laws in effect now? Stop
Yo,
being anti-Semitic
fuck
towards us.
ADL. Fuck the
yeah,
ADL. I
I
don't
know
care what
fuck
they
the
say.
ADL. I hate the
I don't care
ADL.
what
Oh
they
my
say
god,
on
you
that
guys are
website.
twisting my words. It's fucking insane. Y'all
You're
clip
telling us it's
farming.
like, oh, go on the ADL, guys.
No one's
Clip
clip
farming.
farming here. There's nothing to clip farm.
I'm
There's
clip
nothing to
farming
clip
on
farm.
Okay,
We're just
ADL,
talking as
listen,
a
guys.
French John
community.
Zerka. Okay, hey, listen up. I hate the ADL with a
Okay, I
passion.
don't
I
know. I don't
believe
know
that
what
the
to.
Arabs are the
Wait,
Semites.
wait,
Okay.
wait, 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 wait. What is going on in the space? This is a breaking news space about Iran war. Don't, you guys can just get in the DMs, please. It says
He's trying to ask Simon Dixon a question, I think.
okay. I think anyway. I think you need to be dropping it away. Okay, so in wave 43, a Hyber Shekan missile with a 1-ton warhead was also used along with our suicide drones. So that's in wave 43. Um, that's that. Let's see what else we got for breaking news. Um, what's his name again? Adam, you got any more breaking news?
Um, uh, the U.S. Navy will escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz when militarily possible, says Treasury Secretary Percent. So yeah, when militarily possible, that means it's not happening. And I saw another report. They are denying requests daily. The military is U.S. Navy denying requests daily to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, they're just flat outright refusing because of the risk the risk profile is too high, according to them.
I feel so vindicated when you said that.
Yeah, of course, Andrew. I think everyone in the audience knows when they're being gaslit. According to Reuters, a drone attack has injured 6 French soldiers at a Peshmerga France military base in Erbil. I saw reports of also an Italian base being hit as well. Some Israeli gave away the location of an air defense system, of an Arrow battery, of a Iron Dome battery, and it's been geolocated. Some Hella, some Channel 13 journalists made a video in front of it, and people have put the longitude and latitude out there. The UAE's Moban crude oil is up 20%, now trading at $121. Direct hit on a French base in Erbil, like I mentioned. There's videos as well now. Several French soldiers have reportedly been wounded. I think France sent ships in. That might be the reason. And also French bases are being used as well. Are participating in the Epstein Coalition's war of aggression. Obviously, 1 trillion has been removed from the stock market today. I mean, that's not major. Satellite images from the US AI Al Dafa base in UAE show, wow, a lot of damage. Yeah, super heavy impacts by an Iranian Khorramshahr 4 ballistic missile warhead. It impacted the entire accommodation area, all the tents, all the bunkers. I don't know what exactly they are. They're saying it's the area for American officers. It's created a hole at least 10 meters in diameter from the missile, and destroyed everything it hit. Like, it literally looks like a powerful bomb hit the place. If there were any soldiers there, then there would have been a high amount of casualties. But I don't know if there were. And that's the first documented impact of this missile of a Khorramshahr 4 on a US base. Additional satellite images are showing massive destruction to US barracks and an aircraft support facility at the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. And they're also showing satellite images are showing the Al Udeid base in Doha, Qatar. It shows 2 missile warheads penetrating the command and control center building. And there's black smoke coming from the place. So yeah, a lot of damage being done to bases across the region.
Adam, do you think the intensity has kind of gone down a bit? I'm not seeing many videos come out. I'm hearing things happening,
Yeah.
but is it because we're not seeing them, or because maybe the intensity just kind of come down a bit?
I would say I'm not sure. I can't say definitively, but I have noticed the reporting has decreased a little bit. Yes, I don't know if that's because they've hit on most of the targets already, and they're just now going back, doubling up, and taking out the rest of them. Yeah, it seems like there's more coming out from Iraq region, maybe like on that front. But in terms of the bases within the Gulf regions, like, how many bases do they have, to hit? It's going to slow down at some point. It's been 13 going on 14 days now. I don't think there's much left. I don't know. I would say, like, after a week, what else is there to hit there?
So I would imagine they would have maybe hit like more interest in the region, more maybe targeting more American soldiers hiding away in places, but it just seems to have stopped like the attempts to it doesn't seem like there's as much going on as a few days ago. I
Yeah.
feel like as widespread. It seems to be more targeted on military sites rather than broad.
No, yeah,
So broad.
flight data showed that there were evacuations out of the countries completely, like out of Bahrain, out of Qatar. Like, they were showing like heavy cargo, like moving out, suspected evacuations. So maybe they're not even in the countries anymore, like American presence. We don't know how much there is. I don't know. It would take quite a bit of intelligence sleuthing to find like locations if they're hiding. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's a priority for them at all. So yeah, I would agree with you on that. They're not targeting those. It doesn't seem so. And also in terms of like escalating to other targets, Iran's made it clear like it's an eye for an eye strategy. So if Trump and the Epstein coalition, escalates their attacks on Iran, then they'll start escalating their attacks on the region as well. So, for example, they've said multiple times now that if their energy infrastructure is targeted, then they're going to strike the energy infrastructure of the region. But yeah, in terms of hunting down hidden units, I don't think that. I don't know. I haven't seen anything.
So it could be going towards like kind of a low intensity kind of like almost skirmishing rather than that heavy initial kind of damage that was done in the first week. Is going to be like targeted strikes every now and then, just keeping up the intensity, keeping up the pressure, but without escalating by the
Yeah,
sounds of it, unless they
I think
escalate, of
so.
course. That's what it sounds like. So it's like kind of giving everyone notice. Look, we're still here. Boom, we're still here. Every day or two, we're going to hit one target. So everyone in the region takes notice that it's not stopping. But at the same time, maybe they don't need to go so hard because they've already achieved it. Maybe they've achieved their objectives from the first week in 10 days. But Suleiman's saying that is that there's something big coming up. So maybe if they're done with that, they're going to be moving their focus back to the Jewish colony to start hitting that really hard and just pummeling it basically. Maybe that's the strategy once they've achieved these initial objectives.
Yeah, I agree with that, and maybe they're also just focusing more on Israel now, because there is sirens coming from Israel every multiple times a day, multiple times a day. So and they are keeping the pressure up, like you said. It is getting a bit attritional, and I think that's a fine strategy for them because time's on their side, it's not on Trump's side. Because the economy is about to go into the shitter if they do, and if they escalate, then it's going to go there even quicker.
I think the only thing that the Republic really needs to do is just to prove that it can hold straight for as long as it wants to, whenever it wants to. If it establishes that, then it basically tells the whole world we control this. Now you're gonna have to come to us on our terms, and that's it. End of the matter. If they can prove that they can stop that whenever they want for however long they want, cause as much economic damage as they want, then no one can come near them again, basically.
Yeah, they've definitely proven that they can close it, and America can't stop them, and America has not been able to stop them. And I saw a report today. I don't know if you saw that, might have seen it, but they were saying that based on the analysis, they're going to need to send teams on the ground to shut down Iran's coast. They can't stop it any other way. They're saying so. Yeah, I think that has been actually proven because we're going into 14 days, 2 weeks now, and they haven't been able to shut anything down, and they're kind of saying we can't shut it down. Yeah, so I think that was a surprise. I think that was a surprise for the Epstein coalition. Or if it wasn't a surprise, then I don't know what they thought. Like, yeah.
Adam, can I ask you? Was it confirmed about the mines that they supposedly put that Trump said we hit 12 mines? Because what we're hearing over here from certain people in Iran and Telegram groups and that they send us, they're saying that the supreme leader said we were never going to put mines to destroy our own port of or Hormuz. So was that ever confirmed?
I think it was confirmed they said they were going to start. I don't know how that operation's proceeding, how many mines have been placed, and I don't know if any boats have been hit by any mines.
Yeah, but the thing is, we had Trump saying yesterday, or I think, yeah, it was yesterday, saying we hit 12
Hmm.
of the mines.
No, I didn't see that. I haven't noticed that one.
So,
I think that came while I was asleep.
uh,
Yeah, I haven't gone back. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I need to. I haven't reviewed yet. Um, but no, if they have, then what's he gonna do? He made a threat, didn't he? He made a threat saying if we have a single mine hit, then we're going to hit you 20 times harder or something like that, right? Yeah. So
Yeah,
where's
yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Where's
there's a
a
lot of
lot of
things,
things.
exactly.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Trump is flailing. It's an embarrassment. It's one of the most pathetic, embarrassing wars in history, in
Yeah.
my opinion. Yeah.
It- yeah, I mean, it's going to go down in the history books of the future generation, and they're going to be like, what the hell?
Yeah, exactly. What the hell, indeed. Like, yeah.
starting from Corona until this war, and they're gonna. And I don't know what's to come next, but from Corona till now, they're gonna be like, "What the hell were they
Yeah,
living?"
yeah. A lot of people woke up with Corona, and they said they woke up, and now they're calling to nuke Iran. They've fallen for the Iran propaganda. It's like you didn't wake up from anything. You know, COVID is supposed to be a big wake up call. Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah,
like it is similar to COVID in terms of like supply chains being shut down, like that hurt the world economy, and we saw how bad that was for a short time before they turned the money printers
yeah.
on. It'll be quite a similar situation if this is prolonged. And that's why this Israel Hayom article about Trump saying, you've got one more week left to accomplish this is interesting. Obviously take it with a grain of salt. It's an Israeli source, but it's interesting.
It's it's an Israeli
Yeah,
source, but it's still
yeah,
some kind
exactly.
of source. We gotta take it with a
Hmm.
huge grain of salt, Himalayan salt.
Yeah. I see someone who's been waving a lot. Yeah, go ahead, Dot.
Hey, how's it going? I got just kind of some thoughts about like this whole false flag stuff. So, the last 6 months you've been hearing about like Islamic sleeper cells and I've been kind of paying attention to that. And now here in Canada, they're saying the same thing. And a friend of mine, he's been in the military for like 10 years, but more like it's just like weekend stuff. He's like in the band, his community service and they gave him a position for the summertime for recruitment. And Carney said that they haven't decided on military involvement, but like to me, like him getting called up for recruitment sounds like that decision's kind of made. Like I could be wrong. I'm pretty limited in my information here, but like the one thing I think about a lot is like the World Cup, right? Like they say sleeper cells across North America, like sounds like they want to hit multiple targets at once. Um, and that would be kind of a perfect time to do that. Also, with the U.S. they have those Iranian drones that they've kind of remanufactured. It just kind of seems like there's writing on the wall, but I don't want to speculate too far on that.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be targeting all the cells. I think my take on him saying they're Iranian cells is that he was, it's building a narrative for a false flag. But what was interesting to me, you said a friend of yours has been called up or something like that.
Yeah, he's in the military part time, just like does work on weekends and does like he's in the band, but like it's very weird for him to have been called up for recruitment, especially like you have our government saying, oh, like we haven't ruled out military involvement, but we haven't made a decision. Like to me, that sounds like a decision already made that they haven't made public. Like it's really weird for him to get offered a position for recruitment. Like it seems like they want a lot of recruitment officers for something. And I feel like the World Cup would be a perfect false flag with the entire world watching. And I've been thinking about that for the last like 6 months. But like with our government saying the sleeper cells too, it just seems like there's way too much coordination on this whole thing for there not to be something really big to happen.
Interesting. Are you there, Andrew? Andrew? Yeah, I think that would have been a good.
Yeah, Mike, trying to hit the mic here.
Yeah.
What
Did you
can
hear
you
what?
please?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the first part of it. Can you please repeat? I'm sorry, I'm a little mobile right now. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I'm mobile right now, and I had some background noise about about looking at this militarily. What now with the Navy? What?
So
Yeah, go
here
on,
in
Dot, yeah.
Canada, the Prime Minister said they haven't ruled out military involvement. However,
Okay.
like, but a friend of mine who's like part time in the military, he's mostly in the band and does like community service. He was offered a position as a recruitment officer for just the summer months. And like the only thing I think about is like that's when the World Cup is, and like for him to get offered that position is really strange. Like they need a lot of recruitment officers, and I just feel like the World Cup is a perfect place to do some really bad terror attacks. And it's across North America the same way they've been saying sleeper cells across North America. It's Mexico, U.S., Canada. Like I feel like for any Canadian to like instinctively go on to war, like there would have to be like something hit here. Like I think a lot of Canadians have no appetite for war, even if the U.S. was hit. Like I don't really see it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, glad. That's good. That means you folks are smart. And neither do most Americans. The polls are showing it more and more. The polls are showing it. But okay, back on this. Yeah, we have to look at every. It's like look at it. Imagine a massive jigsaw puzzle. Okay, we've got thousands of pieces coming in. I've been working in this space now for days now with all these great panel speakers. We have to take your piece of information and slowly all the pieces come together. We see that there's either a massive real surge that's going to build for a massive military commitment going into a meat grinder, right? Because we're seeing a lot of moving parts. However, we also have to remember that from my experience and from what we've been watching as we put these puzzle pieces together, what we're looking at here is a big bunch of rhetoric, and we're going to blow them up. We're going to muster general light. We're going to call to order a massive buildup, just like remember, I don't know how old you are, but if you remember maybe hearing about Desert Storm 1 when Canada joined in on it, we did this massive coalition. We're going to go fight the axis of evil. Well, yeah, we had the rhetoric back then, but we saw the results. I personally was at the Pentagon for that buildup. We saw this. It was real. We had massed amazing numbers of a massive force to come in against Iraq. Here today, we see nothing building up to even a fraction of that scale. So what this is telling me, and I'm not surprised that Canada is you're hearing these rumblings in Canada, because again, this happens anytime we're in conflict. And I say we, Canada, all the NATO alliances, anytime we're in a conflict, it's called an order of battle. Military planners and strategists, when they see this happens, then they enact this. When a second thing happens, they enact a second order of battle, or I use the word order of battle, meaning there's a plan, a battle plan. And I'll bring this to a close here by saying this. There's nothing substantiating that we're going to go actually boots on the ground in a massive force. There's nothing there. And please, we have the receipts. There's nothing there. So this is just saber rattling. This is just the military having to do what they have to do to get people ready. But now the next thing we have to really watch is what happens from here. In the next few months, it's going to be critical. But I hope you've been listening to this space, but over and over again, financial experts, military experts, and all of the geopolitical experts are making a very clear picture that there's going to be a deal, has to happen here soon. And it's going to be a deal with bankers and finance people working deals and diplomacy behind closed doors. But guess what? The military rhetoric doesn't let up. So I kind of hope that helps.
Yeah, it's good information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, over to you, Mike.
Just to give just a little bit of news, and then we can pass it back to you, Adam. So I don't know what's been covered already, but this is from Suleiman's page. IRGC says in Wave 43, a Hypershekin missile with a 1-ton warhead was used along with suicide drones. Israel's Channel 12, citing a senior Israeli military source, says, before the war with Iran, we had planned to launch a war in Lebanon, but the political leadership did not approve it. We planned to strike Hezbollah before the battle with Iran began. We wanted to kill all the commanders in their headquarters. The plan was prepared, included killing hundreds of Hezbollah members in the first strike. That's crazy. So just as they were calling a ceasefire on Gaza, the Gaza genocide, they were already planning to do a genocide in Lebanon. Mental people. Netanyahu says, we have created an unprecedented alliance with the United States, and I talk to Trump every day. The relations between me and Trump are much stronger than they were previously between the leaders of the two countries. So he's been doing a televised speech, and I'm looking at it, and I think it's AI. I think that's him AI, but I cannot tell properly. Also, IRGC intelligence organization calls for information on U.S. troops residing in hotels and private accommodation across the region, saying they are subject to targeting. It's a pity Simon's dropped, actually, because I wanted to tell him the UAE's Murban crude oil is up 20%, now trading at 121. Netanyahu says we are working to create conditions so that the Iranian people can overthrow this brutal regime. Experts believe America will have to capture Iran's coastline with ground forces in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. The US will need 400,000 soldiers for such an operation. The odds of US forces entering Iran before the end of the year stand at 57%, apparently. Not that we're into betting, so I won't actually mention that. Netanyahu's call for regime change. The reporter said, is Israel working on arming opposition groups in Iran? And Netanyahu says, I can say with certainty that the regime cannot be overthrown without the efforts of the Iranian people, and we have informed them of this. We told them that help is already on the way. I can't tell you what will happen in the end. I won't tell you. We know, we hope and understand that you also hope that this regime will fall. If the regime does not fall, it'll become much weaker. But if it falls, the problem will be solved. Genocide a little bit. And then he said, this is hilarious. About his corruption case, he will get pardoned, by the way. That's why he's doing this big televised broadcast, to make sure that he's got people on his side. You know, big bad demon Iran is going to be taken down by me. You know, I've got the rapist off the hook as well now. Don't be, astounded if I get a pardon. He says about his corruption case, this is what he says. I received a Bugs Bunny doll and a pack of cigars from a friend, and they're prosecuting me for it as if it's something serious. Now, number one, that's a lie. It was significant corruption and fraud that was done in his and his wife's name. So this is a lie. But secondly, why would his friend give him a Bugs Bunny doll? Like, what the hell is that relationship about? Why would a grown man's male friend give him a Bugs Bunny doll? We'll just leave that there. The British Defence Minister, this is Adams' Defence Minister, says behind Iran's military methods lies Putin's hidden hand. Of course, we have to make it about Russia. Behind Iran's military method lies Putin's hidden hand. It's disgraceful. The IDF have posted in Farsi, where are you, Mujtaba? Why does Mujtaba Khamenei speak to the people, but his face is not seen? What is he trying to hide? The people of Iran want answers from their chosen leader about the situation Iran has been placed in due to failed management and support for terrorism. Well, if the people of Iran want answers, they're in Iran and they can ask for those answers. They don't need no IDF Farsi account posting about it from Israel. And they're asking, where is Murtaba? Why doesn't he show his face? It's the first time I've seen Netanyahu's face since this war began in a televised speech. So bit of hypocrisy and double standards. I think you might have covered this already, but I like it. So I'll just read it out. Ali Larijani, I really like this guy, spine of steel. He says, Trump returned to say, we must win this war quickly. But starting wars is an easy matter, whereas ending them does not happen with a few tweets. It's like smashes Trump every day. We will not leave you until you admit your mistake and pay its price. It's basically smashing him like you're trying to win a war with a few tweets. I do like Ali Larijani, I do. So he says here, Trump has said again, we must win this war quickly. He basically posts the same thing in different verbiages like 3 or 4 times. We won't let you off the hook until you admit your mistake and pay the price for it. Let's see what this was. Donald Trump said, I could cut off Iran's electricity within an hour, but I didn't do that. So then he says, however, had he proceeded with that, it would have taken only half an hour for a complete power outage to engulf the entire region, and the darkness would become a suitable opportunity to track down the fleeing American military personnel in the region and hunt them. Yeah, so that's it from me, Adam. I'm just reading the statements. They are quite good. I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, over to you, Mike. Thanks, Beatrix.
Thank you. Just want to say great space, everybody, and I appreciate you letting me on the mic. I know this is about Iran, but I want to talk a little about geopolitics. And with this meeting coming up with the states and China in the next few weeks, do you think that China and Russia are playing the U.S. To a fiddle and kind of gonna change the world dynamics and China take over Taiwan if this chat goes sideways in the next few weeks? Just want your opinion and just thinking, trying to think two steps ahead of the way the geopolitics might turn out, because I think Iran's in a very strong position and they can really turn the power of dynamics upside down with the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you.
So your question is, is China going to seize the moment to go after Taiwan? Is that what your question?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this would be the perfect timing. The U.S. narrative in the last few months is they're going to take it, they're going to take it.
Yeah.
If I was in the position of, the Chinese, this would be the perfect opportunity. The U.S. is spread thin between you know, giving military ammunition to Ukraine and this war here with Iran. They're very spread, very thin. This is the best chance to make a move if they're going to make it and not be, you know, s- disciplined for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar with the. I don't keep a close eye on the Taiwan situation. Last I've seen is America is building its own chip factories, like its own like like nano like high technology chip factories that can kind of compete with TSM, uh, which is the main reason that Taiwan's so critical to the US is those microchips. So it seems like America is kind of preparing for something there. And I've seen some Chinese sources say that um, local support in Taiwan is growing, or like the younger generations are growing, but I don't know how true that is. But it seems like both sides aren't really caring too much about like having like a having like a physical confrontation. Yeah.
I agree with that, and it shows the narrative of the U.S. saying that the Chinese are going to take over Taiwan is probably false. Just because if like I was the leader of China, this would be the perfect opportunity, because your U.S. is spread so thin and so weak right now that you won't even be able to do anything. So I'm just playing into the narrative for the last few months and how the geopolitics might change. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to. Yeah, I'm sure they can. Like, what America's taken its air defense its systems away from South Korea, and other allies in the region have had the same request. I don't know how it's going on that. So they're stretched thin. They're taking resources away from Ukraine. So it would be the best time for them to do it if that's what they wanted to. But like I said, I don't. I'm not. I feel like it's the politics of it are more complicated and are worthy of a deeper dive.
It
And
might be a discussion in a few weeks after the conversation goes sideways.
yeah, probably. But I think it's a massive move that America is trying to onshore the microchip production. Um, I think that was that's the latest thing that I've seen. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is a good time. But we'll see.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Yep. Oh, someone else was there, but they dropped. Dr. Shahram, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks again for this space. You guys have been doing a fantastic job, and congratulations on beating the Zara space consistently these days. That's good. Uh, I always try to like chime in whenever I can to listen to what you guys are saying about the breaking news and stuff. I just wanted to give a small suggestion. On top of breaking news, if someone can just provide like a brief summary of what happened over the last few hours, that would be helpful because it's really hard to find the actual news outside of this social media spaces because, of course, we know the mainstream media is all controlled. So if there's a way we can have like a small recap of what happened over the last, let's say, few hours or half a day or something like that, that would be great.
Dr. Sharoz,
Hey, I have
I
some.
can tell you have not subscribed to Suleiman's YouTube channel, have you? Because
I
if you
have,
had,
I
if
have,
you
but I have not been watching YouTube because
no,
I've
no,
been
no,
busy.
no, no. If you had, you'll realize he does recap videos. He does short 8 to 10 minute recap videos of what's happened over a like 8 to 10 hour period.
Okay, that's good. It's good to know. I have subscribed, but I have not watched any YouTube. So how would I watch it?
But then,
Recently.
like we're working 24/7, running this space. Like he keeps announcing, at least every hour we've been announcing that we're doing these videos. Subscribe to YouTube, and then you come up and say, "I subscribed. I didn't watch it. I haven't checked what's on there. But can you guys provide me this service?" Like really.
I got
Okay,
some news
valid
for
point. But
y'all.
we are here in this space to get all the information, right? So if I'm asking for that information, I don't think that's too absurd. But yes, I get your point.
I never said it's absurd. All I'm saying is the information's out there and we've been announcing it already. Like for 12 days, he's been doing it on YouTube. If you subscribed, you'll find it there, is what I'm saying. Like we're working flat out to provide as much information as we can. And one of the things is we do have people in different time zones. And very like cognizant of that, right? So for example, I don't know where you're based, but people in Australia are probably sleeping when they've missed some of the news and they'll wake up and wonder what's happened. So that's why he's putting the videos out there. So it's a good suggestion. What I'm saying is we're already doing it.
All right, sounds good. Great.
Please watch
Okay.
it and share it. And he's doing great interviews on there as well, Dr. Sharam. So I don't know if you watched it. He's got analysts on there. So just go and share those as well, please. And come back and give us your feedback, what you think.
Sure, I'll definitely watch it. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, over to you, YK.
Hey y'all, I've been MIA all day. I have caught up on Solomon's interviews and some other people that I just like to engage with. So there's a lot going on. But I wanted to update y'all that Facebook has finally caught up to the rest of the world. I only use personally Facebook for friends and family, but it seems like the older generation, respectfully, they have caught up to what we are speaking about in these type of spaces. And I just wanted to give y'all the news because this is something I don't think that I would have ever seen, especially because of the topic at hand. And then another thing that I just seen because I've been busy all day is our good friend Pullum Larry. He just invested into a building in California, the same California where allegedly there's been threats called there, quote threats. So this is going to be an interesting next couple of days. No one believes it. Literally everyone in the comments are saying false flag is coming because we've seen this before. This is the September 11th, 2001 playbook. So that's all I wanted to update y'all on. I can fall back down.
Thank you, YK.
I just want to say something that's completely off topic, but since it's kind of a little dead while everybody's adjusting and gathering themselves. There was an Iraqi man back in '67. He prophesied that the liberation of Palestine and the finishing of the Zionist state would be by the name of someone called Atallah in Arabic. And then when you translate Benjamin Netanyahu, it actually means Atallah. So it's just something out there. I mean, it may be too much to handle or think about, or it could be something fake that no one believes in. But some of these things I actually believe in because it's like 67 and back in 67 for someone to say that, and then it just died off, and especially it just got passed down from parent to grandparent to parent to parent to us, and it just stayed in your mind. But now that you're seeing that his name actually means the name that the guy said in Arabic, translated verbatim, it's kind of crazy.
That is quite the coincidence too, because BB changed his name. So how coincidental could that be? I mean, I believe in stuff like that. I know everyone doesn't, but that's super interesting that it was passed down like that.
Iran Voice News. Welcome. What are your thoughts? Iran Voice, are you there? You've been requesting all day. All right. Flying with Walrus.
Hey, yeah, I saw that Sully posted the KC-135 collision over Iraq. Um, just wanted to bring that up, and also I wanted to mention to you guys I haven't spoken on the space in a while. I remember Beatrix mentioned that Russia and China abstained from the United Nations resolution condemning Iran. I was doing some research on it, and it seems like the reasoning behind an action like that would stem from Russia and China, probably. And this is big speculation, and it's honestly not even my original opinion. This is from other analysts on X, and it likely stems from the fact that the Russians and the Chinese are actually seeking Iran to kind of negotiate with the Americans or Israelis. It's hard to believe for me, but I can't think of another reason why they would abstain. I don't know what your thoughts are on it. Um, but yeah, that Hezbollah barrage last night was absolutely nuts. And I think I read a report today that the Israelis are planning a massive ground invasion of southern Lebanon. You know, amplifying whatever they're already doing. Um, and yeah, that's all I have for right now. I will come back in with some hot stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Walrus. I think that's a good take. Yeah, we've been discussing that at length actually about if they're going to come to a deal and what evidence there could be to support that assumption. Um, yeah, yeah, President Peskazan and the new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei both said that they want reparations, they want security guarantees, and I can't remember the third thing. So yeah, reparations, security guarantees. I think those are the main ones. Um, yeah. So it's not much. It's not much that they ended up publicly asking for, which is a softer stance than I thought. But it seems like it's something you would say, as a preliminary thing towards dealing, towards talking. And Iran has always been ready to act in good faith. It's always been Iran who's been acting and dealing, and this war started while Iran was making concessions at the negotiating table and being lied to. Like there was literally 3 rounds of negotiations between Iran and America, in which America was gaslighting Iran that they was in good faith, and they even told Iran, we've made some great progress. Like we've made great progress, is what the Americans said, and then they started bombing. Yeah, so it's not Iran that have been blind to that or being irrational. And so yeah, they came out and said, those are their demands. And America and Trump said his demand, and Trump has softened his demands so many times now, it's a joke. Um, and he's also contradicted himself as to what exactly he wants. Because the other day he just said he just wants a leader that can deal fairly with him in Israel, and now he's saying I don't even know what he's saying now. Now he said so many things like you know um, now today they've kind of dropped the goal of regime change and dropped the call of like deleting resistance groups and dropped the goal of eradicating their ability to make IEDs, roadside bombs, dropped the goal of eradicating their missile industry. Now they just want to destroy their stockpiles. Yeah. So Trump's softening, and he's saying, you know, the war is going to end soon. It's a small excursion, and also Israel Hayum's reporting that he's said he wants the war to end in a week. Trump said that, according to Israel, if you want to believe them. Yeah. So Russia and China are obviously going to be on Iran's side. So yeah, I wouldn't interpret them as having switched sides. So I like your interpretation of why they would have done that. You know, they're trying to create an environment as conducive to getting a deal done as possible. And to be fair, China has announced that's their goal, is to kind of get a deal made, to get negotiations on, because they've sent a diplomatic envoy, a special envoy to the Middle East, to Iran, I think, specifically for that reason, you know, to try and get this war ended as quickly as possible, and get a deal done as quickly as possible. So that's, you know, that's desperately what they want. Russia, I don't know. Russia's benefiting from the status quo, but obviously it's a very risky situation that it could go against them. But right now they're benefiting from it. But I assume they're on the same page. Yeah. So that's my analysis of what you've said there, Flying. Yeah, I can't see a more compelling narrative to take that. Yeah, to take that news point. Okay, so Hamza, hello.
Hi everyone. First of all, what I want to ask here is that why why is it the network is logging here? My network is logging. Let me be back.
What was that question again? Say again.
What about the negotiating table? Is it going well? Is it possible? Do you see the possibility of negotiation taking within a week or in two to 3 days? Because the world are suffering. People around here are suffering. We are suffering much.
Yeah.
We need the war to come to an end.
Mhm.
What is the possibility of the negotiation?
There are no negotiations going on right now. The possibility, I know people are quite split over it. I would say it's like 50-50 that it happens, you know, within the next week, I would say. I don't think this war can go on another month without it becoming a very, you know, terrible situation, and I think that Trump would want to avoid that. So I don't think this war is going to go on for longer than the rest of the month, in my opinion. But yeah, there's a split opinion. Nothing's been decided as of yet. But both sides have announced demands that aren't as hardline as most people would have expected on both sides. So yeah, that looks a bit promising for a deal to be made. That's what I think. Yeah. So but negotiations haven't started yet, so I can't say how negotiations are going unless it's, you know, being done in secret. Yeah, thank you, Hamza. Professional.
Hey, everybody, how's everyone going? On the big stage now, as Silly would say. Um, I just want to make sure. Can everyone hear me correctly, properly? I just want to make sure my mic's okay.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can hear you.
All right, perfect. So yeah, I was just gonna say, regarding the possibility of negotiations happening. You know, I've been listening. I listen to Simon a lot. I've been popping in and out of this space, and you guys are doing a great job, by the way. The way you guys you're on here 24/7, and you keep it going. It's fantastic. I don't know how you do it, but so if to me, I actually think Simon's theory with everything is pretty. It makes sense. I do think he places emphasis where he believes the financial industrial complex is winning the battle or has won. Um, I would say maybe I think there's still a battle happening, and personally, I feel like the military industrial complex is going to throw a wrench in it.